present.
Past and present. Bogo.
Hindi. Oh, yeah. Later. We'll call you po.
Ready?
JDL.
Akyat. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Remove your mask. 3 seconds.
Okay, don't breathe. Face reveal. All right. Show your beautiful faces. All right, let's do this. 1, 2, 3. Smile. Okay, one.
you more than just you joining us today. But we look forward to your heavenly grace, to amplify the desire for truth, to look up for and become prudent to learning. Keep us grounded in your love and mercy as we traverse a challenging path to keeping the inclination of understanding you and your most awe-inspiring creation. Be with us, O Lord, and descend your Spirit on us to maintain an earnest desire for knowledge, truth, and understanding you, the guide of the wise, the stronghold of the learned. This we ask through Christ, our Lord. Amen.
Bayang magiliw, perlas ng silanganan, alab ng puso, sa dibdib mo'y bughan. Lupang inirang, duyan ka ng magiti, sa manlulupi, di ka pasisiil, sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit mong bughaw, may dilag ang tula at awit sa paglayang minamahal. Ang kislap ng watawat mo'y tagumpay na nagniningning, ang bituin ng araw na kailan pa may di magdidilim. Lupa ng araw ng hatid pagsinta, buhay ay langit sa piling mo. Aming ligaya nang dahil sa'yo. Everyone, you may now take your seat. All right, now to formally start our program host is a renowned broadcast journalist, a reporter, and news anchor from one of the largest television network in the country. A veteran journalist, she is known for her fearless reporting and her commitment to bring compelling stories to the public. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Miss Ces Drilon.
Mayad-ayad nga agahon sa tanan. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the 10th Visayas ICT Conference. I'm Ces Orenia Drilon and I'm very pleased to be here with you in the beautiful paradise of Boracay. Bawal ma-stress Drilon dito. We are gathered here today to celebrate a decade, imagine, it's been that long, of progress and achievement of the Visayas region in the field of ICT and countryside development with the theme Visayas Digital Decade of Vision Victor 2022 highlights the true spirit of ICT, which are innovation, collaboration, inclusion, and shared vision. And we gladly celebrate with you as we leverage this milestone to reach greater heights. Looking back, the ICT councils in the Visayas region joined hands in 2012 to forge a vision of creating a harmonious and collaborative ecosystem among stakeholders in the Western, Central, and Eastern Visayas. Despite the challenges faced by each region, the Victor Movers bravely continued to take actions and help each other to achieve their shared goals. This year's Victor 2022 is organized by the National ICT Confederation of the Philippines, or NICP, Visayas ICT Cluster Organization, Victor, in cooperation with the Department of Information and Communications Technology, or DICT, Aklan ICT Council, AICTC, the Provincial Government of Aklan, Bacolod Negros Occidental Federation for Information and Communications Technology, or BENEFIT. Before we officially start the program, we'd like to thank the province of Aklan. Palakpakan naman po for hosting this year's conference. We would like to acknowledge the presence of key persons from the local government units, national government agencies, and leaders from the private sector who are here with us today. Lucette, my partner, who ably sang the national anthem, I was telling her, good thing you're there because I cannot do that. I cannot sing to save my life. So Lucette, please do the honors of acknowledging our guests. Okay, while she's, this is a long list. Should we dispense with this, or do you want? Okay, we will dispense with this as you've been doing this earlier on, no? Okay, so we will dispense with the calling of the VIPs. I know all of you are excited to witness our activities and learn from today's discussion. So without further ado, join me in welcoming the governor of the province of Aklan to deliver his welcome message. Friends, please welcome the Honorable Jose Enriquez Milaflores. Gov, iaabot ko sa inyo ang mikropono.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So before my welcome message, allow me to present our video presentation to our guest this morning. So please, once again.
Located on the northwest portion of Panay Island, bordering Antique to the southwest and Capiz to the east, the province of Aklan boasts of its vibrant tourism destinations, growing agricultural production, rich culture, growing economy, and its proactive people.
During this COVID-19 pandemic, Aklan has been doing pretty good job, especially in this prevent COVID-19. We have done this because we want to feel Aklanons to be safe, as well as to entice tourists and other industries, especially the business sectors, that Aklan is ready for the future. That Aklan has been doing this because we want to have a progressive future, especially on our wind trust, agriculture, and tourism.
The province of Aklan is now one of the pioneer province for the implementation of the enhanced universal health system.
Preparing the province to bring in more opportunities, Major developments have been put in place in tourism, agriculture, and especially the IT business process management industry.
Moving forward with the tourism industry here in the province, we all know that Boracay is already here and well established as a tourism destination. But what we want is that tourists, both international and local, will also be given a chance to discover the mainland Aklan.
And still, we will enhance our system, how to streamline the process in getting inside the island of Boracay.
Aklan is one of the earliest adopters and implementers of a contact tracing system developed in-house. This contact tracing system was very instrumental in the opening of Boracay Island to tourists. Why? Because that is one of the requirements of the DOH and the DOT. So basically, our contact tracing system is also a tourism statistical reporting system.
For our future plans, we would like to offer the mainland Aklan to discover Aklan. What does it look like? Our top priority is the preservation and protection of the island of Boracay. With regards to the tourism industry in mainland Aklan, tourism circuits will be established, especially here in Calibo, here in Ibahay, and other municipalities, so that tourists will have other options. Over the years, agriculture sector is one of the most progressive sector here in Aklan. The provincial government has put in place projects and programs that will help not only the farmers but also our people.
We have now a demo farm in Barangay Nalooc here in Calibo. And this demo farm is more on hybrid vegetables.
Aklan is already strategized to provide these food supplies for the necessary tourists that is coming into Boracay. And that's why we have prepared for this, so that people will understand.
The governor would like to replicate this in all the towns here in the province of Aklan.
With the increasing demand and development of information technology and business outsourcing, the province of Aklan has initiated major programs to ensure ease of business for its investors and partners.
The province of Aklan is now positioning itself to be the hub in the IT BPM business.
We have big plans for the IT industry here in the province of Aklan. Location-wise, meron na kaming na-identify kung saan ito pwede gawin. We can also have a reclamation site for this IT industry. No, kasi gusto namin na yung IT park will be placed here in the municipality of Calibo.
We have here the National Nautical Highway. The transportation of raw materials coming from whether from Luzon or from Mindanao, all of this passes to the province of Aklan because of the Katiklan port. Aside from our Katiklan port, we have two ports here in New Washington, the Dumaguete port, and likewise another port in New Washington Poblacion. The municipality of Numancia is also planning to have another port at Barangay Nabitas. And likewise here in Calibo, another port is on the process, the Puok port, where we intend to put up this IT park. transport system is so smooth that when you enter already the province of Aklan in any boundaries, you will already notice how paved is our road is.
For the digital infrastructure, we already have in place here the fiber optic network. We are using that. And here in the province of Aklan, specifically the provincial government of Aklan, we are already using the GPON technology. We are also using PABX and CCTV. When you say digital infrastructure, it really relies on the availability of the cloud infrastructure and internet. So fortunately, it's already in place now. So right now, the provincial government of Aklan is implementing the electronic collection and disbursement system. As early as last year, we have already implemented the enhanced tax revenue and collection system upgrade. We are now offering online payment. Online payment for the general collection, for the real property, and the terminal fee, which will be launched soon. So what does this mean for the investors? So basically, all the taxes they have to pay, they don't need to visit and queue or line up for payment. They can do that in the comfort of their offices or maybe in their homes if they want to. So it's really giving convenience to the public. Government to consumer, government to business, government to government. So that is already in place.
And likewise, as far as our power system is concerned, in the municipality of Nabas, we have the windmill that generates electricity with additional poles to be constructed by the generating company. We can be assured of the supply of electricity here in the province of Aklan.
In terms of telecoms, actually we are fortunate that we have homegrown telecoms here. There are actually 3. They are already actually providing FTTH, fiber to the home. Now, there are also national telecoms. The enterprise services that they are offering is already here. For BPO, solid fiber connectivity, it's already available. The local telecoms can already provide that, but national telecoms also provide additional capacity. For businesses, they can be rest assured whatever fiber or internet needs they may have, the province of Aklan can already supply because of the existence of these telecom companies.
We have the State University here, the Aklan State University in the province of Aklan. Other than that, we have several colleges, concentration more on ITs also. Likewise, the TESDA is always on top of this situation as far as manpower is concerned to upgrade our workers here in the province of Aklan.
So we will work hand in hand with the municipality of Calibo kung ano yung mga kailangan gawin para ma-establish na ito dito sa Calibo. When it comes to the legislations that is needed by our investors, nandito po kami para tumulong. We can adjust to our investors.
As Aklan aspires and prepares to become more technologically and digitally prepared and a proactive player in the growing industry of ICT, the provincial government commits to an efficient and business-friendly environment, a continuous development of its human resources and digital infrastructures, an expansive e-governance system that could cater to businesses and its constituents, and sustainable programs and startup ecosystem. All of these in pursuit of achieving Digital Aklan.
The provincial government is also committed to partner with you, especially on the business side of things. We will make sure that our um, investment code, our revenue code will be more attractive to you, our investors, our potential investors. Digital Aklan will be here in the years to come. Thank you. I hope you enjoyed our presentation. Medyo gwapo yung governor, no? Okay. Good morning to everyone. Hello. To Secretary Ivan Uy, welcome po sa island of Boracay. Together with him from the DICT, our USEC, Josel Sige, our Assistant Secretary, Tess Camba, and also Assistant Secretary Jeffrey D. Palakpakan po natin sila. From our friends from the Department of Foreign Affairs, Undersecretary Jesus Domingo. Palakpakan po natin. And also the NICP President, Dr. Joy Abueg. Palakpakan po natin. Also here from the province of Aklan, our one of my co-hosts, no, the former Congresswoman, former Vice Governor Gabriel Billy Calizo Quimpo. Palakpakan po natin. Also here, no, from the different LGUs here in Aklan, the Vice Mayor from the Municipality of Libacao, Honorable Vince Navarroza. Andun po siya sa likod. Mayor Toto Timplonuevo of Numancia. Vice Mayor of the Municipality of Calibo, Cynthia de la Cruz. And of course, the rest of the participants of this Visayas ICT organization. Again, no, mayad-ayad nga agahon katon tanan. After 4 years, Aklan welcomes back the Victor Conference to the province. This time, however, it is being held for the first time here in Boracay Island, the Paradise Reborn, as dubbed by the Time magazine in its World's Greatest Places in 2022. Doing business in Paradise is just as much relevant then as it is now that we are exactly doing that. I can assure you that Boracay Island is a safe tourist destination. It is one of the earliest to open to tourists after the pandemic, as we have put in place various health protocols and practices to ensure safety to tourists and residents. In fact, the World Travel and Tourism Council granted its Safe Travel stamp early last year in recognition of Boracay Island's adoption of globally recognized health protocols. But since COVID-19 is not going away, we have to live with the virus, and while enjoying Boracay, I encourage to practice minimum health standards as if not already be vaccinated. Let me express my thanks to the organizers, our distinguished speakers, the DICT, the NICP, the Visayas ICT Councils, government agencies, and other stakeholders for having confidence in Aklan as the host of this year's Victor Conference. As Aklan is still in economic recovery, having a large and prestigious event in Boracay Island inspires assurance to all that the island is back in business. Aklan fully supports the vision of promoting ICT all throughout the country, and we will do our part in collectively pushing forward our shared agenda of creating more quality jobs for all Filipinos. I sincerely laud our partners for pursuing these goals for a decade already. The number of lives that changed for the better, families lifted out of poverty, an increasing role of ICT in the economy provide us with satisfaction that the sacrifices and perseverance that empowered us through these years are worth it. We value your choice of Aklan as the venue for this momentous event, as it also gives Aklan an opportunity to take center stage and show that Aklan too can be an ideal location for investments. We have excellent academic institutions in the province, complemented by accredited training facilities, producing skilled and world-class workers. In fact, last month, Ida Cruises conducted a 2-day special recruitment activity in Aklan and successfully hired on the spot around 300 Aklanons for its cruise services. Our infrastructure has significantly improved with the rehabilitation of existing roads, opening up of more circumferential roads and farm-to-market roads, improvement of airports, and enhancement of our health facilities. Major providers of telecommunication are now present in the province, complementing the services of local telecommunication companies. We have also established an Aklan Tourism and Trade Investment Promotion Center, mandated through an investment code to show that Aklan is really serious in becoming the next investment hub in Panay Island. Again, our most sincere thanks and welcome to the island of Boracay. Salamat po and may ayad nga agahon katon tanan.
Maraming salamat, Gov. Joe M. I love the island getup. Barong and jeans. Diba? Who says you can't wear barong with jeans? Diba? To inspire us further, let us call on the President of the National ICT Confederation of the Philippines, Dr. Mary Joy Abueg. Ms. Abueg is a certified data privacy specialist and a certified data protection officer. She's also the Vice President of the Philippine Society of IT Educators, Mimaropa, the President of Palawenyo ICT Association, or PICTA. Friends, please welcome Dr. Mary Joy Abueg.
So, to our DICT Secretary, Attorney Ivan Jan Enrile Uy, the Aklan Governor Jose Enrique Emera Flores, DICT Undersecretary and Victor 2022 Chair of the program, Attorney Josel Batapa Sige, Director Emilu Delfin of DICT ICT Industry Development Bureau, to all the Victor sponsors, Ms. Celeste Ilagan, the Chief Policy and Regulatory Affairs Officers of IBPAP, then, of course, the Lord Commander, Jonathan de la Zoriaga, okay? NICP International Advisor and DFA Undersecretary Jesus Domingo, DICT Assistant Secretary Jeffrey IND for upskilling, together with DICT's Assistant Secretary Tess Kamba. So, our dear mayors, okay, and local government representatives, our dear sponsors and partners for Victor 2022, our beloved ICT councils of NICP, organizers and members and trustees of NICP, guests and participants from the media, academe, government, industry, and community. So today, we mark another milestone for the information and communications technology sector in the Philippines as our Visayas ICT Cluster Organization, or Victor, celebrates its first decade. So, Victor 10. So, we the National ICT Confederation of the Philippines would like to congratulate our Visayas champions for building such a strong cluster based not only on technology, but also on innovation, collaboration, inclusion, and shared vision. So as the umbrella organization of all ICT councils all over the Philippines or in the country, NICP recognizes the critical role that our cluster organization play in fulfilling our strategic objectives. To get more cities, municipalities, and provinces to establish their own ICT councils under the framework set by our very own new DICT Undersecretary, Attorney Giselle. So, in collaboration by and between media, academe, government, industry, and community. Yes, this is how magic happens through ICT. So on behalf of NICP, I urge everyone to go ahead and encourage more people in the Philippines and around the world to form their ICT councils and join NICP. Remember that we have international ICT councils for NICP. To answer the country's call for innovation and community development. We would like also to recognize efforts outside the country as we launch this year the first ICT Council in New Zealand through USEC Domingo. Yes, we see this as a significant activity that underscores the growing importance of collaboration between all places in the world to achieve common goals, embodied most notably by cluster system that Victor has implemented within NICP. And with that, we all look forward to the next decades of our Visayas ICT Cluster organization, knowing that their dynamic teamwork and passion for advocacy. This is just the first. So congratulations again on first decade, Victor. But before that, I would like to acknowledge the Board of Trustees from Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. Please stand to be acknowledged. From Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao, Board of Trustees of the National ICT Confederation of the Philippines. So in behalf of the Board of Trustees of NICP, we would like to thank the DICT Secretary, Secretary Ivan Oy, for bringing the dynamic, hands-on, very active, nasa kanya na ang lahat, no? Nasa kanya na ang lahat, the champion of the countryside. We would like to thank Secretary Ivan for bringing the champion of the countryside, Attorney Giselle Batapa-Sige, the Undersecretary of the ICT. Please stand, Attorney. So, she's now the Undersecretary of DICT, the founder of National ICT Confederation of the Philippines. So, so with that, mayad nga timprano kanindong tanan in Palawan dialect. So, mayad nga agahon, Boracay. Everyone, let's enjoy the digital decade of vision. Salamat gid.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mary Joy Abueg. You know, the advocacy of the NICP in championing ICT industry development in the countryside is what, the Philippines needs most. So, congratulations on that advocacy. And now we come to our most awaited guest to deliver our keynote message. It is my honor and pleasure to introduce our esteemed guest speaker. He will be leading the nation in advancing the national ICT agenda and promoting digital transformation. He served as the chairman of the Commission on Information and Communications Technology, Chief Information Technology Officer of the Judicial Branch, Corporate Secretary for the Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and consultant for the Bureau of Customs, Bureau of Immigration, and the Philippine Senate. Incidentally, we were on the same plane and chatting as we were making our way here. Our guest speaker, straight from law, finishing his law studies, worked in the judiciary and had the honor of serving, and I suppose learned so much, serving 3 chief justices, starting from Justice Fernan, Justice Narvasa, and Justice Davide. So ladies and gentlemen, let us all welcome the Department of Information and Communications Technology Secretary Ivan John Uy.
Thank you very much, Ms. Estrilon. It's not often that I get introduced by a celebrity. and and thank you for that very generous introduction. I was talking to our very young and passionate governor, was sitting beside me, that I came to Boracay Island way back in 1990. In 1990, Boracay Island did not have any electricity yet. So there were no hotels. We had to stay in the nipa huts along the beach, which was very pristine, virgin. And since there was no electricity, each resort were basically family owned, and each one had a generator. So it's quite a change, although I've been here a few more times since then. So my esteemed co-speakers for this morning, Governor Jose Enrique Miraflores, our host, and former Vice Governor, Ms. Billy Kimpo, who's also our co-host, who's currently the Aklan ICT Council Executive Director. Dr. Mary Joy Abueg, the current president of NICP, and of course our other colleagues here, Jonathan Luzuriaga, who's always been there, of Spring Valley, always one of the strong champions also of NICP. Mr. Michael Cubos of Performance 360 Global Services, Mr. Leif Margalio, of Virtual Workforce Professionals, and, well, a lot of panelists actually this morning. Ms. Remedios Feliciano Lim of the BOI, ITB-PAP Association, Ms. Celeste Ilagan, Ms. Gail Cruz Macapagal of DynaQuest. Yes, they're all here. Mr. Carl Alarcon of Upper Digital. Drex Lagi, I think, Drex, we were together on the plane a while ago. He's a cybersecurity expert. Dr. Cristina Orbesido of the Negros Occidental Language and IT Center. Are the mayors here? Mayor Ronnie Davidas and Mayor Jane Yap. I think they're not here yet. Mayor Carlo Jose Martinez also, I think they're arriving this afternoon. Mr. Joe Bantiling of the European Chamber of Commerce. I think I saw him. Yes, there. Okay. I think we had a very enlightening meeting yesterday as I was zipping through from one meeting to another. We have, of course, our ICT champion in the Department of Foreign Affairs, Undersecretary Jesus Domingo. Ambassador, actually, Ambassador in USEC. And of course, it won't be complete without acknowledging my colleagues in the DICT. We have our very, very energetic, very passionate DICT Undersecretary Josel Batao Pasige, who was also introduced a while ago. And we have two assistant secretaries with us. We have Assistant Secretary Tess Kamba and Assistant Secretary Jeff Iandi, both from the DICT. And we have Director Emmy Lou Delphine, who I'm sure all of you already know very well. She's a veteran in this area. So we'll guest representatives from the academe and organizers of this event. It's always a pleasant visit here in the beautiful island of Boracay. I was half planning to come here in beachwear. But I was just concerned that when I come up on stage, I won't see people in bikinis and swimsuits sitting in front of me. So I had to put on this work clothes, so to speak. But I like the style of the governor. So perhaps we should adopt the one of the judges in the Binibining Pilipinas wore a barong with shorts, I think. Right? It became very controversial. So that might be an idea. So, 10 years ago, key cities in the Visayas came together to choose their own collective path. And I'm privileged to celebrate with you all your inspiring journey. This is a decade of a vision. Commemorating a decade of leveraging the Visayas region for Philippine digital transformation, we at the DICT are honored to be an institutional partner in the nurturing of countryside initiatives, such as the conferences spearheaded by none other than the National ICT Confederation of the Philippines, or NICP, in the Visayas, in Luzon, and in Mindanao. I know that the NICP Summit and all the cluster conferences seek to generate digital jobs in the countryside. And your DICT is your biggest supporter in generating jobs, investments, and opportunities, not only as one of our mandates, but now under my watch as one of our commitments. At the DICT, we strive to be the enabler, innovator, achiever, and leader in pushing the country's ICT development and transition towards a world-class digital economy. And through the ICT industry development initiatives, we aim to fulfill the ICT's mission of ensuring sustainable growth of Philippine ICT-enabled industries, resulting in the creation of more jobs. And I understand that our goal this year is 1 million jobs in the countryside, not in the metropolis, in the countryside. This will be transformative. We approach our important tasks by developing partnerships with other government agencies, industry associations, local government units, organizations, and individuals like yourselves, especially in building innovative ecosystems here in the islands, in the mountains, in the beaches, and indeed in the countryside. And everything starts with access, with connectivity. On top of our agenda is improving the internet connection in the far-flung areas and the community's digital connectivity with the rest of the Philippines and the rest of the world. These are our top priorities at the DICT. Through our free Wi-Fi for all program, which I think we're rebranding as a broadband ng masa program, and the National Broadband Program, we can ensure that more Filipinos in remote areas can have access to stable, reliable, and affordable internet connection. And through the Common Tower Policy and the National Government Data Center, the public can also expect faster and more reliable internet connection. To elevate the living standards of the Filipinos, the DICT will identify isolated communities to prioritize for this program, with the goal to maximize the economic opportunities in the countryside. With the entry of new players in the market, such as Starlink, we expect the quality of our internet situation to improve significantly because there will be more competition with the local service providers. This will in turn improve the quality of life of the Filipinos because they would widen the reach, experience faster internet speed, get affordable service, and take advantage of the better opportunities that this will provide. The DICT aspires to strengthen our leadership in the global ICT market. To remain even more competitive, we strive harder to train and provide more opportunities for the Filipinos by aligning their skills with the requirements of the industry. We recognize the contribution of the Philippine IT BPM industry as one of the biggest contributors to the country's GDP in terms of employment and revenue. And it continues to show resilience. In fact, it grew amidst the pandemic. The IT BPM industry has already reached its 2022 target in 2021. We're 1 year ahead of target, with revenues amounting to 29.49 billion US dollars. We're just $2 billion short of OFW remittances, which is currently at 31 billion. And at the rate we're growing, it's just a matter of time. I think in 1 or 2 years' time, we are going to overtake OFWs as the #1 revenue generating industry in the country. This comes at a time when it's very challenging for a lot of economies around the world. With all the geopolitical situation, with the pandemic, and with rising fuel prices, I think this is indeed welcome news to the Philippines. We currently have a total of 1.44 million full-time employees, and we aspire to have more in the coming years. Building platforms for collaboration is also one of our imperatives, and the ICT Council model of NICP is one key strategy we strongly supported from the very, very start, even when I was still the chairman of the CICT. So this is actually a very heartwarming homecoming for me to see old friends and to see fellow pilgrims and prophets of ambassadors of ICT development, especially in the countryside, and bringing the IT BPO industry to the next level. To establish and strengthen these ICT councils and foster collaboration of relevant stakeholders in developing their local ICT roadmaps, we also have the Digital Cities 2025 program, formerly known as the Next Wave Cities project. The Digital Cities program aims to expand the IT BPM industry and ensure decent work and economic growth, especially in the countryside. And Yusek Josel, as well as Director Emmy, will tell us more about this program later on. Our focus in the next 3 years is to help strengthen ICT councils. That's why we have also our DFA friend here with us this morning, because he actually started off with founding internationally, internationally, the international ICT councils. Our focus in the next 3 years in the development of the digital cities roadmap and conduct business matching and niche identification and marketing sessions to all throughout. At the forefront of this digital upskilling, we have assigned ASEC Jeff D here, who's taking down notes seriously, as our point person for digital upskilling. And he will be your ally in the countryside. Free online training webinars are also being offered by the DICT and its regional offices. And of course, for our regional development, we have ASEC Tess Kamba as your champion here. So we want to advance digital literacy in the regions. And for this, we have our Digital Jobs PH, which aims to provide basic digital literacy and intermediate ICT skills training in the countryside with the help of our regional offices. We will be able to significantly reap the benefits of these initiatives. We have also various development and acceleration programs for startup enthusiasts, founders, enablers, and communities. To ensure sustainability, we strongly support NICP's ICT Council model, a key strategy which I supported. And the DICT and the Information Technology Business Process Association of the Philippines actually need the support of all our ICT councils in this Digital Cities 2025 program. Building platforms for collaboration is also our imperative. And government offices should walk the talk and champion the use of innovative approaches in their processes. For this, we have our Digital Governance Awards, which is an annual search for best practices among local government units. And as you very well know earlier, one of the awardees of these is none other than the province of Aklan, under our very able and young governor. So our goal at the DICT is to be a prime mover in bringing about digital governance and eventually digital transformation in the country. We shall adopt a citizen-centric and citizen-driven approach in formulating digital government policy and recommendations to all. So with that, I'd like to congratulate the NICP and this program this afternoon. It's a very good name, Victor. Visayas ICT. Victor, for victory. So congratulations again to all of you. This is indeed a very auspicious gathering. And I see all the different stakeholders and the champions of the industry in this beautiful island of Boracay. I hope that you would find time to enjoy the island also in between, or maybe not in between, when you leave. Baka mamaya wala ng tao dito sa, sa mga lamesa na ito. So I'm counting on Victor to continue helping us in the DICT. Cheers to the Visayas ICT champions. Let us continue. Let us continue to work hand in hand. And as you say, magpadayon kita. Correct? Maraming salamat at mayad nga agahon.
All right, now to award a token of appreciation, may I call
Not
back
yet.
on stage?
Wait. Okay.
Oh, sorry.
I just wanted to thank the secretary for laying out the roadmap so clearly. And I'm sure everybody in the room has confidence that under your leadership, the ICT industry will thrive. And now, yes,
Okay, to award the token of appreciation, may I call back on stage
Governor
Governor
Joe M.
Jose Enrique M. Miraflores, DICT Undersecretary Josel Bata Pasige, IIDB Director Emmy Lu V. Delfin, and the DICT Regional Director Jane Havelana, and NICP President Director Joy Abueg, together with the two ASEC, please, on stage.
Of course, Secretary, we're looking forward to seeing you in your beach shorts later. Have time to enjoy the island. All right, so this is the official Victor Group photo.
And of course, may we invite Ma'am Billy Campo, please join them on stage. Joy, Dr. Joy Abueg, please, the NICP President, on stage. Please join them. Thank you so much.
Lucette, any more names that we will call to join the photo? Any more? Okay, thank you so much. All right, there will be a slight change in our program because we do want that you will be able to focus on the discussions that have been outlined for today. But we're heading into lunch. So we would rather, is that correct, Yusek? Now we will pause so that you all can enjoy your lunch, so that no one will get distracted with the discussion, the panel discussion later on. So that's the change in our schedule this morning. We're not going to head into the panel discussions, but rather break for, socializing and to enjoy your lunch. And we will be back at we will have an oath-taking and the signing ceremony before the buffet. All right, Lucette, shall you announce what these activities are?
Thank you, Mrs. Jerlon. Now, once again, let's give her a big round of applause. Okay, now may we invite the Board of Directors of the National ICT Confederation of the Philippines, Dr. Mary Joy Abueg, the President from Palawenyo ICT Council, Mr. Michael Kelly Chu Lim, the Vice President from Zamboanga ICT Council, Mr. Arish Altavano, the Secretary from Legazpi City Albay ICT Council. We have Mr. Roberto Tinsay Jr., the Auditor of the Malay-Balay Bukidnon ICT Council, Mr. Roel Ramon Guarango, Trustee of Rojas from Rojas, Capiz ICT Council, Ms. Teresita Liabres, a Trustee from the Cavite ICT Council, Mr. Jezra Palmares, a Trustee from Iloilo Federation IT IFIT Council, Mr. Haji Bert Aquino, a Trustee from Bacolod Negros Federation for ITR benefit. And of course, may we invite the committee chairs, Mr. Brian Joseph Banson, the Ways and Means from Bataan ICT Development Council, and Mr. Michael Tyrone Painor, the External Affairs from Taytay Rizal ICT Council. May I call again Secretary Ivan John Uy to lead the oath-taking ceremony for our NICP Board of Directors.
Can I request all of you to raise your right hand and please repeat after me. I, please state your name. Having been appointed as, please state your position. Do hereby solemnly swear to discharge faithfully and conscientiously perform my duties and shall commit myself to uphold its constitution and bylaws to practice professionalism with honor in the position I was appointed into. And the duties and responsibilities that I may undertake. I also swear to do my best in the realization of the projects, programs, and activities of the organization. To serve the country. The NICP and its membership to the best of my ability. Through this oath, I pledge to exercise my duties and responsibilities with integrity. So that I may contribute to the prestige and honor of the organization. So help me God. Congratulations.
All right, now moving on to our next activity, the ceremonial launching of free Wi-Fi sites, a free Wi-Fi for all program. The DICT's free Wi-Fi for all aims to accelerate the Philippine government's effort in enhancing internet accessibility for Filipinos so that in turn economic, social, and educational opportunities will be bolstered and the growing digital divide can be bridged. In coordination with the local government of Aklan, the ICT Region 6 has taken the first step towards the digital island plan of the LGU. For the ceremonial switching with photo opportunity, may I call on the stage DICT Secretary Ivan John Uy, Regional Director Jane Haveliana, the Governor of Aklan Province Jose Enriquez Mira Flores, and Focal Sherwin Roy Paduga for the ceremonial switching of the free Wi-Fi sites. Once again, may I request everyone to remain on the stage for the photo opportunity. All right, so once again, may we call on stage the ICT Secretary Ivan John Uy, Regional Director Jane Haveliana, the Governor of Aklan Province Jose Enriquez Mira Flores, Focal Sherwin Roy Vaduga, and Yusek Giselle Batapa Sige for the ceremonial switching of the free Wi-Fi sites. And of course, we have ASEC, Tess Kamba. And of course, we'd like to invite Mambili, please, on stage. And And of course, the Municipal Administrator of Malay, Mr. Eduardo Sancho. Once again, would like to invite you, please on stage. Once again, the Municipal Administrator of Malay, Mr. Billy. Mr. Eduardo Sancho, please on stage. Hold on. Mr. Eduardo Sancho, please on stage. Are you here? All right, so please wait for Mr. Eduardo Sancho. Okay, so we will all count 1, 2, 3, and then press the button. Hold on. Hold on, hold on. Opo, wala pong kuryente po. Alright, so picture. Alright, now I would like to invite everybody. Let us all count 1, 2, 3. There you have it, 60 free Wi-Fi sites spread across the island, covering the beachfront, barangay halls, elementary schools, hospital, rural health units, and ports of Boracay. Once again, a big round of applause for DICT. Okay, now it's lunchtime for everyone, but please do not leave the hall because we have a rule here. We will have a raffle draw later, and those who are only here will be receiving the prize. And for everyone's information, we have a lot of gadgets await for those who will win our raffle later. Wow, thank you so much, Victor. And now, let's give a big round of applause. Would you please welcome Yusek Josel Batapasige.
Thank you very much. Once again, maayong hapon sa tanan. Salamat gid sa inyo pagkadto. At this point, I'd like to call the President of the Aklan ICT Council to announce the most important part of the program. Ma'am Billy Kim po. Ikaw yung mag-announce na buffet is served. Halika. But before that, we have a 2-minute video of the history of Victor. May we ask our director to cue to video the history of Victor. 1 minute and 56 seconds just before we have lunch. And I'd like to ask our Punong Abala Marsh if our buffet table is already a go. Okay na ba yung ating buffet? Okay, so let's watch this. Audio, please.
before I make the most welcome announcement, may I take this opportunity to extend our profound gratitude to the organizers of this event. Of course, the NICP, DICT families, and to all the participants who made it to this beautiful island. Salamat, giyabo, sa honor nga gintaon ninyo sa akyan nga mag-host for the second time the Victor Conference. Mr. Secretary, Honorable Secretary, thank you very much for the free Wi-Fi for the entire island. Naku, ang saya-saya namin. Salamat po. Now, I think the most welcome announcement is the buffet table is ready. Lunch is served.
All right, thank you so much, Ma'am Billy, for that. Now, we would like to acknowledge the presence of key persons from the local government units, national government agencies, and leaders from the private sector who are here with us today. And now, to everyone, you may now proceed to the buffet area. It's eating time, everybody! Okay, so of course, we would like to acknowledge the following. The Honorable Governor of the Province of Aklan, Governor Jose Enrique M. Miraflores. The Honorable Mayor of the City of Bogo, Cebu, Mayor Carlo Jose Martinez. The Honorable Mayor of the City of Rojas, Capiz, Mayor Ronnie Dadibas. The Honorable Mayor of the City of Tagbilaran, Bohol, Mayor Jane Yap. The Honorable Mayor of the Municipality of Belison, Antique, Mayor Christopher H. Pisio. The Honorable Mayor of the Municipality of Calibo, Aklan, Mayor Juris B. Socro. The Honorable Vice Mayor of the Municipality of Calibo, Aklan, Vice Mayor Cynthia C. De La Cruz. The Honorable Mayor of the Municipality of Lezo, Aklan, Mayor Mary Lynette R. Fernandez. The Honorable Mayor of the Municipality of Nabas, Aklan, Mayor Maria Fe La Saleta. The Honorable Mayor of the Municipality of Tangalan, Aklan, Mayor Gary Fuentes. Honorable Mayor of Bogo City, Carlo Jose Martinez. We have Honorable Municipal Mayor LGU Balete of Aklan, Mayor Dexter M. Calizo. Provincial Administrator of Province of Aklan, Selwyn Ibarreta. The Executive Director of Aklan ICT Council, Gabriel Calizo Kimpo. The Secretary of the Department of Information and Communications Technology, DICT. Once again, we have Secretary Ivan John Uy, the DICT Undersecretary for ICT Industry Development, Yusek Josel Batapa Sige. DICT Assistant Secretary for Regional Development, ASEC Maria Teresa Camba. We also have DICT Assistant Secretary for Upskilling, ASEC Jeffrey Ian D. DICT ICT Industry Development Bureau Director, Miss Emmy Lou Delphine. We also have DICT Regional Operations Coordination Service Director Amelia Dean. DICT Region 4A and 4B Director Cheryl C. Ortega. DICT Region 5 Director Carmela Valencia. DICT Region 6 Director Jane Havellana. DICT Region 7 Director Frederick Amores. DICT Region 8 OIC Regional Director Felix Tabanao Jr. DICT Region 9 and 10 Director City Rama Alawi. DICT Region 11 Director Eva May De La Rosa. DICT Region 12 Director Alimzar P. Asum. The Department of Foreign Affairs Undersecretary for Civilian Security and Consular Affairs, Yusek Jesus S. Domingo. The President of the GIDAP and CEO of Tactile Studios, James Ronald H. Lowe. The President of SICAP, Marla Ralph. The President of the Philippine Software Industry Association, Jonathan De Luz Rayaga. The Executive Director of Animation Council of the Philippines, we have Danielle Enriquez, the Chief Policy and Regulatory Affairs Officers. IB Pop Celeste Ilagan. the President of the National ICT Confederation of the Philippines, NICP, Miss Mary Joy Abueg.
Again, this is such a momentous event. No? We're in such a relief. Now we're back to be present in these types of events that, that drive business. Again, let me introduce initially, 3 years ago, 100% of our revenues came from connectivity. 2 years ago, 10% of our revenues came from ICT services. And last year, we closed the year, 25% of our revenues are coming from ICT services. No? So we also evolved, no? Siyempre sa calling sa business. Okay, next slide please. So as mentioned, connectivity solutions are just one of our services. We have a whole slew of portfolio like network solutions, security solutions, cloud, and business applications. So for those who need and are craving for true this shows our domestic infrastructure. As mentioned, we just fired up Boracay this month. No? So, can we also give the LGUs here in Aklan a big hand for helping us, no? As telcos, to reach out to the underserved? Okay? Boracay, Katiklan, and Kalibo. And soon, pretty soon as next month, mag-up din yung Rojas City namin. And as you can see, these are the cities and the locations we serve throughout Visayas. Okay? Let me point out some, shall we say, unsung heroes, no? During the storms. Like si Eastern, we focus after 18 hours that the storm landed, up na kami. And yung IT part namin ng customers all served. In the next 48 hours, 30% of our customers were already up. And in the span of 1 week only, 60 to 70% of our customers already had connectivity. Being a sales guy, it was heartbroken. I was heartbroken to see a long line sa office. Tanan gusto connect sa amin. So unfortunately, we were really strapped. No? Okay, next slide please. So again, national infrastructure, we're also just landed in Buak, Marinduque. Hopefully, we'll be finishing the Visayas leg by as early as Q4 or the early Q1. As Butuan. So, but the rest are already fired up. Okay. Again, for those na kilala sa Eastern, we've been in the industry for more than 140 years. Okay? I'm not more than 140 years, but our company's roots have been that long. Nung panahon pa ng telegraph, Hong Kong and Manila leg, no, na telegraph. Yun ang roots namin. So we hope to extend that level of service in the island of Panay, the whole island of Panay. So again, my name is Paeng Castellano. I'm in charge of Visayas. If you want to contact me, just scan the QR code and save my contact details. And we also have our account manager based in Calibo who can also cater to your requirements. Her contact details is also as follows. Next slide, please. Miss Rubel, she's at the back. Okay. Thank you once again for this time, and we hope to see you throughout the event. Maayong hapon.
All right, once again, thank you so much, Eastern Communications. Okay, now to recap of today's activities. Here's an SDE or the same day edit video prepared by the ICT Region 6 Multimedia Team. Let us all watch this.
Years ago, key cities in the Visayas came together to choose their own collective path. And I'm privileged to celebrate with you all your inspiring journey. This is a decade of a vision, commemorating a decade of leveraging the Visayas region for Philippine digital transformation.
Cheers to the Visayas ICT champions. Let us continue to work hand in hand. And as you say, magpadayon kita. Maraming salamat at mayat nga agahon.
All right, great job once again, DICT Region 6 Multimedia Team. Congratulations. Now, we're down to the interactive part of our program where we'll hear insights and learn from our guest speakers on the discussions on ICT innovation, practices, digital skills, and digital transformation. First, we have the collaboration panel, which will focus the initiatives of the government, public and private sectors, working together to develop an enabling ICT ecosystem. The panel highlights the programs, policies, and mechanisms that support the ICT industry development in the country. To drive our discussion, our moderator for the collaboration panel has been the president of the Philippine Software Industry Association for the past 6 years and has contributed immensely to the country's growth and development in the technology and innovation sector. He plays a pivotal role in ICT development in the countryside. He is also the CEO of Spring Valley Technology and Innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, let us all welcome Mr. Jonathan De Lurasariaga.
Mayong hapon sa inyo tanan, mayong hapon. Sorry, I can't hear you, mayong hapon. Let's give a big round of applause for that video, no? It's a very nice video that they showed. Parang kailan lang, no? Same day edit pala, okay. Kaya pala parang fresh pa everything in my head, no? At any rate, my job this afternoon is to foster discussions in terms of collaboration, no? And the greatest aspect of my job right now is to wake everyone up because it's always very difficult to have a panel discussion after lunch, especially in the paradise that is called Boracay, no? So please join me in this small exercise and take this seriously because this is life-changing, okay? Please, everyone, stand up, stand up. Stand up, please, stand up. Okay? Everyone's good. Everyone's limbering. Look to the person on your left because you all look so beautiful. Some of you actually are better off with masks, but you all look so beautiful. Okay? So, please, look to the person on your left and say, "You are beautiful." Let's say it. Okay, now look to the other side. Look to the other side and stare directly into the eyes of the person on your left and say, "Ang lakas mong kumain." Okay? Everybody, have a seat. Have a seat, please. Everyone. Give a big round of applause for everyone. So here we go. Collaboration is a very strong requirement if we are to build a digital Philippines. And I have a powerhouse guest that is going to join me for this afternoon's discussion. First and foremost, please, I'd like to beg for everyone's indulgence. This panel discussion is supposed to happen in the morning, but as luck would have it, it got bumped into the afternoon. Nevertheless, it's going to have the same impact. So there's several requirements for us to build a stronger digital Philippines and an ICT industry. And our guests this afternoon will be helping us as we navigate through this. And for some of you, no, for some of you, we've been doing this for quite some time, no? Emmy, gano'n na ba katagal? 30 years na ba natin ginagawa to? Hindi pa yata. Josel yata, dito na pinanganak sa si Yusek Josel, no? So, again, we have a powerhouse crew for this afternoon. But I just like to, of course, acknowledge everyone who is in attendance today, the ICT councils. We have the secretary of the newly appointed secretary of the DICT. We have a lot of USECs. We have a lot of ASECs. We also have a lot of those who have no sex. I think this is this table over here. No? PG-13 po ba tayo? Hindi, no. Anyway, allow me to call in the very, very first presenter. No, she's no stranger to everyone in this room. And for those of you who don't know her, you probably have to reconsider why you are still in this industry, because this lady has been with us since the very beginning. No. To discuss the institutional support for the IT BPM industry, our first speaker has been a public servant for 20 years. It's a very little known fact, no? Even prior to joining the ICT, she was with DTI. So she has been helping out in terms of economic activities in the country. She's very passionate in creating positive changes in the lives of Filipinos, most especially in the countryside, through the ICT industry development programs. These include bringing the IT BPM sector to cities outside Metro Manila, capacitating rural talents to get into online freelancing, and helping promote and develop Filipino startups and the startup ecosystem. Please put your hands together for a very good friend of the industry and my personal friend, Director Emil Lu Delfin of the DICT ICT Industry Development Bureau, or IIDB. Please, Emmy, you may take the podium.
Thank you, JDL. Parang gusto ko dito sa gitna eh. Anyway, good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I'd like to acknowledge our DICT officials, the person who really made this event possible. Na dati we were preparing, she was part of Victor, and now, of course, kanina pa siya ina-acknowledge because of her greatest contribution to the countryside development. Of course, Yusek Josel Batapa Sige. She has been my mentor for more than 14 years na, since na-create ang NICP. Of course, ASIC Jeff, and we're very happy that for the first time, we have an ASIC for upskilling and reskilling, and part of the ICT industry development mandate, very important, yung upskilling and reskilling and talent development. Of course, we're happy that we also have an ASIC for regional development, ASIC Test Kamba, nasan siya? Hindi ko siya nakikita. Andito pala. And of course, to Ma'am Billy, always been very active, And sana, ma'am, sa susunod na assessment, nandito si IBPAP, si Ma'am Te. Baka sa susunod, pwede nang masama ang Kalibo as one of the digital cities. Nagparinig na. And, of course, to my fellow DICT colleagues, to all our RDs who are here, our fellow public servants, our industry partners, JDL, of course, Ms. Celeste, GDAP, ACPI, HIMAP, nandito na lahat. And all the participants who are here, kanina kasi sabi ko maayong buntag. Good afternoon in Bisaya, in here. Maayong hapon. So in Waray, because I'm a Waray, I'm also a Bisaya, maupay na hapon sa inyong nga tanan. So, I'm very happy to be here. Of course, I always tell this to NICP that every time there's an NICP event, I'm always excited because kanina, as you heard, Sec Ivan said, I'm a veterano because I would like to proudly say, if there's one person who actually helped establish NICP in 2008, ako lang po yun mag-isa. At the time when we were CICT, Commission on ICT, ako lang po yung nag-handle ng Next Wave Cities. And I was there. I've seen how NICP actually has grown from just a 10-member council, to now 80+ ICT council members. So I can still reminisce kung paano sila naging NICP in Iligan City, and we're very happy that Iligan City participants are also here. They're also from Jensen, from our digital cities as well. So we're very happy na nandito sila. So yon, today I'm going to share, nasa na yung aking slides, basically to tell you about the ICT support to the IT BPM industry. So we've been supporting the IT BPM industry for the past, 15 years already. when we were commissioned on ICT. It was founded in 2004, then naging DOST ICTO kami, and then finally, we're now the Department of ICT. But you know, when the ICT was created, our support to the IT BPM industry has even magnified because kung dati yung aming grupo, Cyber Services to E-Innovation, is now an independent bureau, ICT Industry Development Bureau, where actually I head. So basically, the reason why we're here today, because part of the support of the DICT is really supporting bringing ICT opportunities to the countryside. So a lot of you are not really, I mean, some are not aware that, you know, the ICT has actually 6 mandates. Every time, lagi lang ang alam is that we're actually, you know, implementing our infrastructure program and our digital government. But equally important, one of the 6 mandates is ICT industry development. And we're happy that, of course, now with USEC Jusel, we have a separate USEC for ICT industry development and ASEC for upskilling and reskilling. And to be able to bring ICT opportunities to the countryside, another equal mandate is countryside development. That's why we're also happy that we have an ASEC for countryside development. So what I'm going to share today are the different programs of DICT in terms of ICT industry development. And so here quickly, as you know, ICT industry has a lot of different sectors. IT BPM is just one of them, but for many years, talagang doon nakafocus ang support ng DICT. But right now, aside from supporting the BPO industry, so other sectors like online freelancing or gig economy, the startup ecosystem, now the emerging technologies like blockchain, AI, and the creative industry, all of those are actually part of the ICT industry. But today, I'm going to focus on discussing the different programs of DICT in terms of support, our support to the IPBM industry. So as you can see here, Sec Ivan has actually mentioned that, you know, the ITBPM industry has been actually the most resilient sectors in the country despite COVID. And yun nga, the past 2 years, kailan ba, 2021, we were able to generate 100,000 jobs. And it's still the largest contributor in terms of employment to the Philippine economy. But I know Ms. Celeste Ilagan later is going to give us more good news about ano na yung target in the next 6 years. It's going to be another 1 million jobs. But right now, so here, we have 1.41 million jobs, full-time employees in the sector, and generating $29 billion US. And here, of the 1.41 million, we have 400,000 jobs outside of Metro Manila. And nandito lahat, karamihan dito have been, di ba, receiving those kinds of opportunities because of 400,000 jobs outside of Metro Manila. And hoping that by end of 2022, Mr., I'm not sure if that's going to be accomplished, no? The target is 1.8 million jobs and $38.9 billion US by the end of the year. So let's hear later the good news from Ms. Celeste Ilagan of IBPAP. Okay, so as I mentioned, we've been supporting the ITBPM industry for the past 14 years already. And so, however, recently we have launched, or we're going to launch pa lang, but we have a new program. We have rebranded the program called LIFT. LIFT is about leveraging the ITBPM industry and fostering local talents. And in terms of us supporting the industry, these are the different components. So one is talent development and attraction, which later on is going to be discussed by ASEC Jeff in terms of our full support in terms of upskilling and reskilling for the ITBPM industry. Then networking, marketing and promotion, and other specific support that we extend to the industry. As you may know, for those 14 years JDL, every year we always sit down with the industry. Kaya all of our programs are industry-driven. We always ask the industry how the DICT can support. So each sector, we have our specific initiatives for them. So these are our industry partners, and we're very happy that all of them are represented here today. So, ayan. So, we have our Animation Council, Health Information Management, Game Developers Association. Contact center lang pala yung wala because your PSIA and of course IBPAP. So, these are the different initiatives of the ICT for the IT BPM industry. Particularly, this is our direct support, no, a collaboration with IBPAP. So, as you can see here, so one is the creation of IT BPM ambassadors. As you may know, no, 2 years ago, we launched this. We selected, ilan nga ba ambassadors namin? How many ambassadors? Because Gail is one of our ambassadors, so we have 12 ambassadors who are here supporting us, helping us in terms of giving advocacy campaigns to the potential talents, inviting them to join the industry. And of course, right now, one of our initiatives is the development of skills framework for the 5 sectors. Later on, meron kaming slides on what are those 5 sectors that we are going to develop. And then, continuously together with our ITBPM ambassadors, we've been doing a lot of career and industry awareness fairs. But for the past 2 years, puro lang siya online. Hopefully, because we're almost back to normal, we're going around the country again, of course, promoting the ITBPM industry. And also, we're supporting the roadmap because currently, well, actually, almost finalized na, no, Ms. Te, yung ITBPM roadmap 2028. We already know what's the target, no, in terms of full-time employment in the next 6 years. I think I only have 3 minutes left. Bibilisan ko na lang. But, so what we did is we actually prepared the different initiatives per sector, no. So the first one is really with IBPAP, and this one is with the Health Information Management, supporting the Health Information Management sector. So we have, annually, we support them through the conduct of HIMSS. So that's an annual international exhibit and conference going to the US, because US is still the #1 market in terms of healthcare information management services. HIMSSCon, that's their international annual event that is being held here in Manila, but right now, no, online pa rin, or face-to-face na. Hybrid, okay. So with Philippine Software Industry Association naman, in terms of supporting the software industry, so we support annually their Software Development Expo in Japan, because Japan is one of the largest markets, no, in terms of software development. So we want to continuously bring those markets, of course, job opportunities for Filipinos. Ayan. And then next, we also support together with GDAP, and we're very lucky that the president of Game Developers Association is here with us. Tomorrow is going to talk about the creative industry, so James Law. And together with them, in fact, aside from James, we have the executive director also, Ms. Ria, who's here. Talagang full support ngayon ang buong industry sa atin dito sa Victor. And aside from that, you know, we also want to acknowledge as well the contribution of women in the creative industry. So that's why we always do this together with Ria. So tuloy-tuloy lang to, no? And then the other workshops, particularly for the game developers in development industry. And for the contact center industry, this is still the biggest sector among the 5 subsectors. So together with CCAP, the umbrella association of the contact center industry, so we support them by conducting the Contact Islands. That's an annual event. It's going to be held here, also in Boracay in October at Crimson Hotel. So that's their largest event annually. So dadaling nila dito also in Boracay in October. And maybe all of you can also participate in that Contact Islands conference. And the Leadership Summit is basically developing the mid-level managers to be able to become effective leaders in the contact center industry. Okay, next slide. And of course, with our animation industry, we're also very lucky that we have here the Executive Director of the Animation Council of the Philippines. Where's Danielle? So tomorrow is going to talk about also in the CreaCon, the creative conference, no? So together with them, we conduct an Imahinasyon. This is a weekly event to recognize as well the contribution of the animators, Filipino animators in the country. time's up for me, but yeah, I'm going to highlight this because this is very important, especially for our talent, no? Right now, we need a lot of talent to be actually responsive to the needs of the industry. So together with 5 subsector associations, we're currently developing this skills framework for analytics and AI, software development, contact center and BPM, health information management, and global in-house center, because we want to make sure that those courses that are being offered by the academe should really be relevant to the needs of the industry. So with the framework, we're hoping that SHED, TESTA, DepEd, and even the ICT, in terms of coming up with the courses, should be really relevant to the industry. So ito po yun. I think this is my last slide because my time's up. So in all of those things, in all of these initiatives, what we really want to achieve as our outcomes would be, of course, we want to sustain the global leadership of the country in terms of the IT-BPM industry, sustain growth, no, more full-time employees, and a strong network with our IT-BPM players. And yeah, because we're going to do a lot of research for the IT-BPM industry as well. And of course, a workforce that is aware of the global trends in the industry. So thank you so much. I won't have time, JDL. So thank you so
A
much.
big round of
These are the
applause,
different
please,
events
for
of,
Miss Emilu Delphine. Emmy, please join us here. Please take your seat as we listen to the next set of speakers and presenters. So for everyone here, most especially those who are still beginning their ICT networking journey now. No, I could see a lot of familiar faces, some all too familiar. And there are those who are fairly new, especially from the LGU aspect. No? Our next speaker is very important in this entire ecosystem. And here's a little bit of a secret. Every time there's a new investor that's coming into the Philippines, no, if they want to establish something in the country, there's almost a 99% chance that they will be hitting this particular department in this particular section. So allow me to actually go through the credentials of our next speaker. She is a career public servant, having risen from the ranks with extensive experience in handling various sectors of the Philippine industry. She is the acting chief of the Services Division of the Board of Investments, Infrastructure and Services Industries Service, and this is from the Central Office. Please, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Ms. Remedios Feliciano Lim.
So good afternoon, everyone. Before we start presenting, we would like to thank the organizers, NICP, Victor, Visayas ICT Councils, the ICT and the Provincial Government of Aklan for your warm welcome and for inviting us to this milestone event. With this, allow me to introduce the core mandate of the Board of Investments. So the Philippine Board of Investments is the DTI's lead government agency responsible for industry promotion in the Philippines. BOI takes the lead in the promotion of investments and assists Filipino and foreign investors to venture and prosper in desirable areas of economic activities. In addition, BOI also registers qualified activities under the 2022 Strategic Investment Priorities Plan under the CREATE Law, and likewise administers incentives to compliant registered projects. There are value chain of services being offered by the BOI through its different industry group and services. The Industry Development Services, where our department, or services as we call it, belongs, develops and implements strategic policies, programs, and projects that enable local industries to compete more effectively both here and abroad. These include initiatives on policy advocacy, industry promotion, human resource capacity building, and ease of doing business. Next slide. Next slide. As for our initiatives, BOI partnered with the Commission on Higher Education in strengthening the industry-academe linkages in order to continuously develop work-ready and globally competitive workers in the Philippine industries. So I'm sure familiar kayo sa most of the faces there. So the BOI and Commission on Higher Education conducted the National Skills Mapping and Survey on human resource development needs of the identified priority industries. The result of the survey, which was validated by representatives from various government agencies, industry, and academe during the May 13, 2022 Trade and Industry Development Talks, was validated. So with this, the representatives vowed to work closer on major initiatives, including the conduct of a comprehensive curriculum review, upskilling and retooling of the IT BPM workforce, effective industry immersion, as well as strengthened local and international branding support for Filipino talents in their IT-related works. Next slide. So this is another initiative of the BOI to address the growing need for quality graduates for game development. So the BOI, in collaboration with the Game Developer Studio and DepEd, is currently in the process of developing an animated promotional video which features, among others, the overview of the Philippine game development industry, as well as the promising career track of the industry may offer to these upcoming talents. The target audience for this video are the grades 9 to 12 students, since they are the ones who will soon be choosing their undergrad courses in college. So this initiative was inspired by the call of GDAP to continuously increase the supply of highly skilled game developer graduates, encourage more women to consider a career in the sector, and ensure that the Philippines is the best place to develop video games. With this video, we wish to incite awareness to the younger generation about the behind the scene of the video games that they are playing, with the intention to underscore the importance of making the students, as well as their parents, understand and become aware that the playing computer games is a sophisticated and challenging profession that requires creativity, critical thinking, and technical skills. Thus, the BOI is now in close collaboration with DepEd in support of our belief that in terms of building the foundation for future industries, the younger we can influence, the better it will be for the economy. Moving on, before we discuss the fiscal incentives, let's have a quick background on the SIPP, or the Strategic Investments Priorities Plan. Section 300 of the CREATE Act provides the formulation of the SIPP. CREATE Act mandates the formulation of the SIPP, embodying the country's investment plan, containing the list of priority industries for investment promotion and facilitation, and which will be supported through fiscal and non-fiscal incentives. So in the formulation of the SIPP, we use Section 296 of the CREATE Act as the framework, as it provides for the conditions for each industry tier. Tier 1 was derived from the list of activities under the 2020 IPP, while Tiers 2 are those activities that would address supply chain gaps or are import substituting, while Tier 3 are activities that promote innovation into research and development or technology-driven. All projects, next slide, please. Okay. All projects, regardless of industry tier, must satisfy the qualification for registration set forth under the 2020 IPP General Policies and Specific Guidelines. Projects must comply with the qualification for registration under Tier 1 in order to qualify under Tiers 2 and 3, unless otherwise specified. Next slide. So the export activities and special laws are both included in the 2020 IPP. Next slide. So these same activities listed under the 2020 IPP are included under Tier 1 of the SIPP. Next slide. Okay. Here are the sample projects that may be covered under Tier 2 clusters of the 2022 SIPP, which are mostly for manufacturing and agriculture. Next slide. So these sample activities would help address supply chain gaps or our import substituting. Next slide. So these are the sample projects, particularly activities adopting digital transformative technologies or Industry 4.0, which the IT BPM companies can relate to. The activities may be covered under Tier 3 of the 2022 SIPP. Okay. So for those interested to register their activities under the CREATE Act, the following are the incentives available. These are the incentives under the CREATE Act, which may be applicable to all industries. So these are income tax holiday, which may be granted to firms for a period of 4 to 7 years, and duty exemption on importation of capital equipment, raw materials, spare parts, and accessories. For export enterprises, in addition to those mentioned, firm may have the option to choose between special corporate income tax or enhanced deductions, which may be available to firm for a period of 10 years after the ITH availment period. In addition, export enterprises shall be exempted from VAT on importation and zero rating on local purchases. For domestic enterprises, in addition to ITH and duty exemption, firm may be entitled to enhanced deduction applicable to their registered activity for a period of 5 years after its ITH period of availment. So the option to either avail of the 5% SIT based on gross income earned in lieu of all the national and local taxes or enhanced deduction after the ITH period shall be exercised by the registered export enterprises at the time of application for registration. Please note that the option of the firm to avail of the either SIT or enhanced deduction shall be irrevocable, and that firm won't be allowed to switch between SIT and ED once firm already signified their choice. Next slide. So in the previous slide, okay. Gross income earned. Next slide. No, back slide. Isa pa po. Nag-lock. Okay. Anyways, it's not there, no? But in the previous slide, I mentioned that export enterprise shall be entitled to 5% SIT based on gross income earned in lieu of all the national taxes. Please note that there are items listed which we will just be providing you. Okay, that's the one. On letters A to K, or those applicable to your registered activity, shall be considered as direct costs for purposes of computing the total 5% tax rate imposed. Next slide. Okay. So these are the details of the enhanced deduction I mentioned a while ago. So next slide po. Please note that only technical training expenses are eligible as additional deduction, while items listed under letters E, numbers 1 to 12, shall not be entitled for deduction. Next slide po. So here we can see the comparison of the period of incentives availment between industry tiers. The drivers for Industry 2 and 3 and their corresponding desired effects were among the considerations to offer a longer period of incentives availment given a higher tier under CREATE Act. Please note, however, that aside from the industry tier, the period of availment is also affected by the project's market orientation, which is either export or domestic, and its location. So here you can see that the farther away from the NCR have longer incentives period. Next slide. So for those interested to register their activities with the BOI, the filing of application for the registration of project is now done electronically through a system that is prescribed and created by the FIRB, while some of the firms still opt to email their application with the BOI. So application may also be submitted physically to the Office of the Investment Promotion Agency. The processing time from the official acceptance of application remains the same, which is 3 working days for micro and small projects and 20 working days for medium and large projects. Kindly note that the processing time starts from the official acceptance of the application and does not include the checklisting of applications to determine the completeness of application in form and substance. So the last slide, please. So this is the application fee for registration. Okay, thank you.
A big round of applause, please, for Ma'am Remy. Okay, especially for the main stakeholders this afternoon. Ma'am, could you please join us here on stage? Thank you po. It's important. You are going to share your slides, no, for everyone. So that's very good reference, no. Ma'am, please join us po here. That's very good reference for the LGUs and the ICT councils here. You need that. No? Right now, that's a very important magnet to attract investors and partners going to your locality. So, just to demystify everything, there is the PESA regime and there is the BOI regime. No? I, for one, speaking as an industry player, I have an entity that is under BOI and it's fairly easy to go through it. No? And apparently, the DTI and the Board of Investment loves the ICT industry that we've always been part of the investment promotions plan for how many years. Palakpakan po natin, no? And it's important, LGUs, ICT councils. You know, it takes a village to raise a child. It takes all of the government agencies here present to build an industry. Remember that, okay? Remember that. So, Ma'am Remy, maraming salamat po. If it's a USEC Josel Batapasigi event, the topics as well as the speakers is very, very well curated, no? I think that is the, palakpakan po natin si Attorney Josel, no? Even the names of the speakers, no? Amy, Remy, our next speaker is Celeste. Hindi pala, sorry. So allow me to go through and introduce our next speaker, no? Our speaker has oversight of all government-related initiatives and is responsible for championing the Philippine IT BPM sector during key discussions with policymakers and regulatory officers. She is the Chief Policy and Regulatory Affairs Officer of the IT Business Process Association of the Philippines. Before I introduce her, allow me just to infuse a little bit of tidbits. Celeste has been with us as part of the BOI back in the day when it was so difficult to explain what a call center is. Okay? So, ganun na po kami katagal sa industriya. I think she started working when she was 16. Okay? And then, she went into the industry herself. You know, the industry that she helped grow. And right now, she is exactly where she needs to be with the Mother Association, IBPAP, helping navigate through all of the challenges that we go through as an industry. Please, a big round of applause for a good friend of mine, Ms. Celeste Ilagan.
Good morning, everyone. Maayong hapon. I'm from the BPO industry and for hundreds and thousands of us, our day is just beginning. Kaya sabi ko, good morning. I am so happy to be in this auspicious event and I thank the ICT for including IBPAP in the discussions. I am also happy to be back in Boracay after so many years and I feel even better that I am speaking about an industry that I am very proud of. It is always, a good feeling to share the early beginnings of this industry and how it has become a pillar of the Philippine economy. Just 20 years ago, there were just around 5,000 workers recorded in the BPO industry. And because of the support and the deliberate efforts of government in partnership with the private sector, this industry has grown and has contributed significantly to the growth of the Philippine economy. And I have, 5 points that I'd like to share with you so that there are a few things that you can always remember and say about the BPO industry that will make you even prouder and hopefully engender the level of respect that the industry deserves to have. Uh, the industry, first, number one, the industry changed the face of Metro Manila. Just stay on the first slide, okay? Changed the face of Metro Manila. You know, Eastwood, BGC, and even Makati 20 years ago, it's just, you know, grassy vacant land. And I'm sure you go to Manila and you'd see this bustling metropolis. And this is all because of the BPO offices that have been built and the employees that are working there, spending their money to, you know, spur development in that area. Nearer to you, Cebu, Iloilo, Bacolod. These are places that just 10 years ago looked very different. And because of the BPO industry, a lot of changes have been made. Infrastructure, development really was very fast. And thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of employees have been employed by this industry. Number two, the BPO industry has placed the Philippines in the global map of professional services. In 2010, we were recognized as the call center capital of the world, not only because of the sheer size of the number of employees that we have, but it was a recognition of the attributes of the Filipino talent and the strong customer service orientation that only the Philippine BPO worker is able to be proud of. Third is that the BPO industry has contributed and continues to contribute significantly to the huge revenue from export service. We ended 2021 contributing almost 30 billion US dollars in revenue exports of the country, and it continues to grow. The fourth is that millions of Filipino lives have been changed by this industry. For every BPO job that has been created, an additional 4 jobs are created because of the support industries that have also significantly grown because of BPO. Number one is the property and real estate sector, the retail industry, travel and hospitality, and many other industries that continue to grow their business because of the demand from BPO companies and the BPO employees. And I guess the fifth and the most important is that we are the biggest creator of jobs for the Philippines. And please go to the first slide. There. The pandemic struck and it disrupted our industry so much that we didn't know how we can recover from that initially. We thought that the best we could do was to grow, you know, flat, no contraction, no increase. But thankfully, we grew employment by 23,000 additional jobs, and our revenue increased by less than 2% in 2020. And in 2021, there was a significant rebound in terms of employment generation. We added more than 120,000 jobs. This is additional, right? And revenue is almost 30 billion US dollars. And what is 30 billion US dollars? Just for reference, we always see and talk about the remittance of overseas Filipino workers being 30 billion, 32 billion. And our industry is a very close second to the remittance of overseas Filipino workers in terms of what we contribute to the Philippine economy. And there's potential for a lot more. The next slide shows how the Visayas contributes to employment generation in this industry that continues to grow. I was pleasantly surprised when I did the math. I'm not so good in that, but I was able to compute that the total is 315,000 people in the Visayas, and it continues to grow. There are cities in the Visayas that continue to be attractive to BPO players, and we actually lack infrastructure, buildings, office space, and we know that people who can do something about it are listening to us. And the next slide, here I'd like to show you that with a huge potential for growth, our roadmap is projecting that we will have an additional 1.1 million more jobs after 6 years. And we have the potential to grow revenue to around 57 billion US dollars. It's a huge addition to the industry, but there are also a lot of challenges that we need to overcome so that we are able to meet our objectives. And I won't discuss this in detail. These are the challenges that we now have, and these challenges have been there for a long time. You will see that challenge in terms of talent. You know, talent sourcing, acquisition, hiring is there. It's huge. Another problem is also talent that's leaving the industry, the attrition. The BPO industry has the highest attrition, I guess, from all of the industries. And of course, if these are the challenges, the priorities to overcome these challenges will also be directed to that. It is the improvement of talent in the pipeline. It is upskilling and reskilling. It is widening the source of people to go into the BPO industry. But I think for many of us here, for the ICT, the way that we can be supported is in terms of improving the policies of government to make business easier for investors in this sector, and also to follow global trends in other locations where BPO industry is also huge. And there are a number of slides following this, but I think I will just stop here, and we'll make sure that the points that I am not covering here is going to be discussed in the panel discussion. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Maraming salamat po, Miss Celeste Ilagan. Thank you, Ma'am Celeste. Please join us here on stage. No? Guys, keep your eyes and ears on IBPAP. This year is a roadmap year, okay? And IBPAP is at the forefront of creating this roadmap for the entire industry. We do this exercise every 6 years. And it's actually apples to apples with the term of the Republic of the Philippines President. Why do we do this? Because we try as much as possible to keep government informed of what the industry's challenges as well as opportunities are. No? So I'm certain that Ms. Celeste would talk a little bit about this later on. No? Our next speaker, I'm so happy for our next speaker, my God. I'm so happy because of several things. One is that it's not very comfortable to be on stage with these 3 alpha females. No? So I'm happy that there is actually a thorn among the rose. The second one is that kabaro po ito. No? This is not a person who is coming in from the cold. He's a new public servant, but he is also pretty much immersed in the industry. He has more than 20 years of experience in managing technology and information security in both the private and public sectors. He is the DICT Assistant Secretary for Upskilling and directly supervises the ICT Literacy and Competency Development Bureau, something that the industry is currently struggling with. Bringing with him a unique skill set on ICT leadership and management. A round of applause, please, for ASEC Jeffrey Ian D.
Sa mga Ilocano na imbag na malem, kadakayo amin, sa maayong hapon sa inyong tanan para sa mga Bisaya. Yung aking asawa ay taga Bohol, no? So maybe you can call me also Bisaya by insertion, I guess. By force. I'm having some technical difficulties. Sandali lang, I want to present my presentation. Pero nawalan ba ng internet? Connection yung Mac. But before I do that, kasi usually I present with a keynote. Ayan na. It's supposed to be presenting. Ayan. Okay. Unang-una, I only have 10 minutes. Sana hindi pa nag-start, ha? I only have 10 minutes, so I would pass by thanking everyone that is here. All the VIPs that are with me in the table, Ma'am Kimbo, Undersecretary, and actually Ambassador to New Zealand, Yusek Domingo. Of course, my boss, Yusek Batapasige. At grabe pala ang sikat mo rito, ma'am, eh. Napakasikat ni Yusek Batapasige rito. And si Asek, nandiyan ka pa pala, Tess, Asek Tess. I don't know where the secretary is. I think he has to leave for some important matters. But we will meet him at the governor's night. O yan ha, ready na yung presentation ko dito sa aking slide eh, pero dito wala pa eh. Okay na? So I only have 230 slides. Don't worry. Yan ang problema. Yan ang problema kapag ang computer mo Mac eh. Sabi ko sa inyo kanina, practicein natin eh. Okay na? It's showing na? Sandali lang daw. Mahaba-haba ang aking adlib dito pag nagkataon. So, ha? Yun lang ang alam kong joke eh. I don't know, maybe a little bit about myself, you don't know. I came from the BPO sector. My first job was with people support. I was a technical support agent for, actually I forgot. I think that was AT&T. Tama si ma'am, ano, na talagang napakadami ng attrition. I am a product of that very high attrition rate. But I am glad, so look at me now. I'm with the ICT. But yes, I spent some time in the BPO. Actually, I was, my last stint with the BPO was only a few years ago. Less than a decade ago, I was the head of IT for Ubiquity in Bacolod. Well, may Bacolod office, but I was in the Taguig office in BGC, you know. So, ayun. Wala pa yung slide pa rin. And I'm also a gamer. Kanina kausap ko sila Ma'am Marie eh. Saka sila... I didn't know that sa Pilipinas pala ginawa yung motion capture ng ano? Ng God of War. Do you know that? Who knows God of War in the first place? Not many people know. That's the best PS. That's actually the best game. The game of the year 2019. Did you know that motion capture of that game was actually done in the Philippines? O kita nyo, nandito tayo, hindi nyo pala alam. Andiyan dyan sila yung mga nag-motion capture, sila Ma'am Marie, for God of War. Oy, naubusan na ako ng adlib dito. Ah. Sabi ko pa naman, mahihain ako. Ngayon, na-overexpose na ako tuloy. You can just click the, you can just put the HDMI on the same, on the same presentation, I guess. Or if not, ayan na, may nakita na ako. May nakita na ako nag-block.
Tinanggal lang yung projector, Asek.
Yeah. But if not, you can use the PDF version. If that's okay with me.
Okay,
Ayan.
Asek,
Ayan
there
na.
we go. Okay.
Can I try it now? Try. Okay? Sige. So, okay na. 5 minutes left. Di pa nga ako nagsimula eh. Again, hapon sa inyong tanan. Part 2. My presentation for today is Universal and Meaningful ICT Upskilling. And thank you very much for the warm welcome. So the agenda is goals, and then we'll talk about strategy. But before I talk about strategy, let me do some disclaimers. No? Number 1, the strategy, please have mercy on us. We're less than a month here. So the strategy that I am discussing with you is a strategy that we thought of, but we still haven't discussed this with finality in the EXICOM level. Pero para magkaroon tayo ng point of discussion, I would like to point out that these strategies are what are on the top of our head. No? We talked about this individually with the secretary, with Yusek Batapasige, etc., etc. But as a whole of EXICOM, hindi pa namin na-approve. So this is as of August 26. Okay? Yan. Disclaimer ko lang, baka i-quote niyo ako agad eh. Now let's talk about goals. First goal. Ito po ang United Nations Sustainable Development Goal of 2030. This is also the Philippine Development Goal 2030. Kinopya natin to in toto because we are a signatory to the 93rd United Nations General Assembly in September 25, 2015 when this was approved. Now, you might think na nasaan ang ICT dyan? Nandyan yan lahat. Nandyan lahat, especially here. But everywhere there, including poverty reduction, including, sustainable cities, nandiyan lahat ang ICT. Okay? To prove to you that point, let me discuss the Global Digital Connectivity Goals of the United Nations, which again was copied in the Philippine Development Goal 2030. Ano ito? Alam nyo ba na by the end of this decade, 100% of population age 15 plus should have access to the internet. Gusto ko lang ulitin, 100% of schools are connected to the internet, of businesses uses the internet, of households. Bigti ko na lang yung sarili ko siguro. Of households have internet access. Okay? That is the United Nations and the Philippine Development Goal. Now, baka sabihin ninyo, kaya sinasabi ko kanina, meaningful eh. Meaningful. Hindi lang ma-achieve yung goal, pero dapat nagagamit mo din. Ano ang definition ng United Nations at saka ng Philippine Development Plan sa nagagamit na internet? That is 20 Mbps minimum download speed at every school. 200 GB of minimum data allowance for every school again. And 50 Mbps of minimum download speed per student. Yan ang nasa Philippine Development Goal. Maniwala kayo dyan? Ito ang para sa akin at para kay Ma'am Yusek na boss ko. Yusek Batapasige. According to the Philippine Development Plan, 70% of population age 15 plus must have basic digital skills. Ano po ang basic digital skills? Hindi po ito FB, hindi po ito TikTok. Ang basic digital skills ay yung marunong gumamit ng file system ng computer. Pansinin niyo pong mabuti, akala ninyo madali ito sa Pilipinas. Ilan sa inyong mga kasambahay, ilan sa inyong mga kakilala, marunong mag-FB, marunong mag-TikTok, marunong mag-Instagram, pero hindi mahanap ang file sa kanyang file system. Hindi maka-create ng file folder, hindi maka-copy ng file, hindi maka-upload ng file. Tama? Oh. So hindi yan ganyan kadali. Baka akala nyo madali yan dahil social media users tayo. 50% of population age 15 plus as hindi to intermediate actually, ang tawag na ngayon dito standard. Alam niyo ko ba kung ano ang standard skills? Marunong gumamit pareho ng spreadsheets at saka ng presentation software. Pareho hindi isa lang. Ngayon, tanongin niyo ulit sarili ninyo, ilan sa office mates ninyo ang marunong gumamit ng presentation at marunong gumamit ng formula sa spreadsheets? Siyempre, kung nasa BPO ka, mga 90% yan. Gender parity, binibilang din po namin kung ilan ang gumagraduate na babae, na lalaki, na PWD, na indigenous peoples, etc. Importante yan. Because one of the adage of the Philippine Development Framework is no one is left behind. No one. Bakit? Hindi ka ba pwede maging programmer kahit putol ang iyong paa? My son has autism, but he's a very creative person. Di ba pwede yun? Pwede, di ba? Yeah. So now let me talk about, bibilisan ko na kasi I have 5 minutes left. Diniscuss ko na ito, basic skills, standard skills, advanced skills, or programming. Pansinin nyo, wala nga sa target yung advanced skills eh. But we will talk more about that because that is a different type of target naman. That is part of the employment target. Okay, so that's a different matter altogether. So now that I discussed the targets, let's discuss the, wait. Kita mo, napuputol ako palagi. Sorry, let me play it again. Nakikita nyo bang, okay. Yan. Oops, sorry. Yan. This is the current digital skills situation of the Philippines as compared to its ASEAN counterparts. I don't want to debate numbers. We can always debate if these data are correct or not. But in the end, that's the official data being placed at the United Nations. Maniwala kayo dyan? Sabi ko nga sa inyo, kung TikTok lang ang usapan natin, panalo tayo dito eh. Pero hindi eh. See? See the difference? So now let me get to the gist of the part of my discussion. How do we remedy this situation? And that's where we discuss strategy. Okay? So under us is the ICT Literacy and Competency Development Bureau. It is the Competency Standards Development and Training Center of the DICT. We have 4 strategic areas: training and development. I'm sure you're familiar with that. Access, the certification program, and the institutional mechanisms to achieve better literacy in ICT. Ito na yung ICT Skills Development Mission. Universal access to ICT literacy trainings. No one is left behind. So starting today, actually, inutusan ko na yung ICLDB na dapat minimeasure din namin kung ilan yung graduates by sector. Pag tinanong nyo ako, kasi galing ako sa private sector, naniniwala ako na what you cannot measure, you cannot manage. And unfortunately, when I was asking my bureau, wala raw silang measurement ngayon. I'm sure medyo siguro meron sila, but hindi pa siya meaningful. No? So starting today, we're going to also measure kung universal yung ating mga trainings, kung meaningful ang learning outcomes, and ito yung pinaka-importante, it must be competency-based. Alam niyo po ba yung competency-based? Ibig sabihin yung learning, pwede kang magkatrabaho. Competency means on-the-job skills. Kaya nga competency, it's a verb. Pwede kitang turuan ng philosophy, pero wala kang trabaho bukas. Right? The philosophy of internet, of things, for example. But that's not our goal here sa atin. No? So ito na yung proposed strategy. Focus training on 3 levels. Sa basic education, meron tayong basic and standard digital skills. Yung sinabi ko sa inyo, file system, operating systems. Yan ang focus ng ating DLP program. Siguro mas mabilis kung isa-isahin ko na, no? Who here knows about the Digital Learners Project or the DLP project? Do you know that? Yung namimigay ng laptop? Ngayon, alam nyo na. Okay, we are going to retool this project. We are going to retool this to have a 7 to 14-day training before you give out the laptop. The laptop is a prerequisite for completing the program. And we are going to have a 60-40, sinabi na ni Secretary kanina. Actually, sabi nga ni Yusek, baka pag-aralan pa namin 60-40, 60-40 in favor of the countryside pagdating sa trainings. And we are also going to target GIDA barangays because it is important. Alam niyo yung GIDA? Geographically isolated and disadvantaged areas. We need to focus there because basic computer skills is needed by everyone. Tingin nyo yung farmers, kailangan niya rin mag-apply online para sa loan eh. So we are going to have focused and targeted trainings. So next, the Tech for Ed centers, napag-usapan na rin namin ito ni Yusek, is going to be also continued, but we are going to develop higher level self-sustaining centers in recognition of the new law about competitive workforce law. So ibig sabihin, we're talking about Tech for Ed centers as competencies and centers of excellence. DTI kanina. Tama po ba? BOI. Sinabi ng BOI kanina. Sinabi ng IIDB. Sino ang target? Yung mga nandito ngayon. Di ba? So we should focus on that particular training para mas maraming tayong ma-supply na kaya magtrabaho. It's not just giving training for the sake of training. So it's targeted training. Okay? And we need to shorten the number of days, my God. Diba? Hindi naman, kung kaya natin gawin 2 months lang, imbis na 6 months, let's do it. So, ganun. Last two. Sorry, nag-extend ako ng 2 minutes, Mama. Sabi mo naman, the DICT Academy in Valenzuela actually has a 130 million peso budget for today for rehabilitation. And 2 of those classrooms are going to be transformed into centers of excellence. One is going to be a gamified cybersecurity classroom where you have a red and blue team. The other one is an OT classroom where you have instrumentations, etc., etc. Okay? So, hindi kami nagbibiro. Siyempre, hindi yan ngayon. But if we can start that in the next 1 or 2 years, then we'll be able to... I hope you visit Valenzuela. It's a very nice place. Very bad building, but very nice place in general. I have my office there. Every day I stay there to remind me that this facility has to be fixed. Every single day I report there. With all the smells, all the molds, I report there just so it reminds me, we have to fix this and this has to be a running facility within the year or next year, early next year. And ito na yung last ko. Thank you dangang salamat. Pero may last na lang ako sana sabihin sa inyo. Pag sinabi ko meaningful trainings and universal training, nabanggit ko na ito kanina sa mga kasama ko sa pagkain. I am a critic of the current procurement process of the trainings of the ICT. Wala man, di man ito nare-record, di ba? Di man ako narinig ng ibang nasa Manila ngayon.
Konti lang po nakakadinig. Konti lang. Parang 500,000 ho yata nasa Facebook. Okay lang.
So I'm having our legal team check the legality of transforming these funds into scholarships which we can grant to the academe so that it will be faster to distribute the funds for training. So that's the last thing that I would like to say as part of our strategy for training. Maraming salamat po. Dagang salamat.
A big round of applause for Asek Jeffrey. It's very refreshing, no? Having a very new perspective. Asek, could you please join us here? Asek, please join us here because I'm pretty sure that the audience, as well as those watching us online, konti lang po nakadinig nung sinabi nyo, no? Would actually want to ask particular questions. So, I have 1,000,001 questions that I would like to ask the people on stage. But one good thing about being an industry veteran is I get to call them anytime that I want to ask them questions. So what we're going to do is for those of you who braved whatever to come here, no, a very challenged environment, no, hindi naman kagandahan ng Boracay, no, hirap ikumbinsihin ng tao na pumunta kayo dito, di ba? So we'll give priority to those that are here. If you have any questions. Next, I will be asking that team over there, the mighty IIDB team led by Jihad. Jihad, tayo ka nga. No? Palakpakan natin si Jihad. No? If they have any questions. No? And then last is, there will be some questions that we actually prepared for our presenters and panelists. So who's going to be the first brave soul that will be asking a question to Asek Jeff, to Miss Celeste, to Miss Remy, or to Miss Emmy? We are very happy, no, that we have prizes for those who will be asking questions. Trip to Europe. Okay, trip to Europe. Ukraine lang. Sorry, sir. So who's going to be asking the first question? I could see, there we go. We have Pao from Kapatagan. Palakpakan po natin. Pao, there's a microphone there. I'm sure you're familiar with the microphone.
Very familiar. Okay, good afternoon, everyone, and to our resource speakers this afternoon. I'm helping Iligan City ICT Council.
Okay.
Now.
Nice to see you again, Pao.
Yeah, I'm glad to be here again after 3 years or 4 years of hiatus. I'd like to ask, since we're talking about we have ASEC here for upskilling, no, and industry development. Because we have this project on skills development, but I'd like to ask if the people in front of us can also ask the participation of financing institutions, especially government banks like land banks, because this land bank has this project called iStudy. It's actually a loan granted to enrolled students, which actually being paid for 3 to 5 years at a very minimal rate of around 3% for the whole 5 years. We have the skills development project in Lanao Norte and Iligan City, and then we ask the wisdom of Land Bank for that. But unfortunately, the reply of Land Bank is that's too small for us to entertain, where in fact that's part of their mandate because they have this iStudy loan project. So I hope that DICT, the industry people, will come up with what do you call this, a roundtable discussion so that financing institutions, particularly Land Bank, can lend these trainees for a laptop provision. Kasi it's actually 50 to 80,000 pesos loan.
Is the fund
payable
usage for tuition or for equipment?
For equipments.
For equipment.
But
Okay.
then Land Bank has second thoughts on that one because they want a business entity to actually collaborate with them. But unfortunately, according to its mandate, the loan should directly be availed by students or parents of the students. So I believe that this way we can upskill more because it's not about knowledge inputs, but more importantly, on the gadgets, on the equipment's provision as well.
Thank you for that, Pao. No? Let me just craft that question a little bit so that I could ask it to the stakeholders in front. No? Hirap talaga yan na ano. I know that you're having problems. I could feel your angst, no, towards that government bank. Mahirap dito sa amin sa Region 6, mahirap yan basta si Kantot ka eh. Okay? So, is there any assistance coming from the different government agencies as well as probably the industry associations that could help bridge the need for ICT equipment? Anyone could actually. Sir, you also came from TESDA, sir, no? That's correct.
I came from TESDA, Bureau of Customs. Yeah, regarding that, yes, we do. So, siguro i-contextualize natin. Yes, we can talk to Land Bank. Okay? But let's leave that out for the moment kasi iba pa yun eh. We don't control that eh. That's under DOF. That's an attached agency of DOF. But yeah, thank you for the suggestion. We'll talk to DOF and Land Bank. Now, but the ICT has actually a program. Diba, yung DLP nga, yung sinabi ko kayo na Digital Learners Program, where we distribute laptops and computing gadgets to students, teachers, academicians, etc., to public libraries, etc., as part of the trainings that we give. Yun yung sinasabi ko kanina that we're going to retool. Of course, we won't be able to reach everyone, but let's target the poor again because they don't have access to anything. And I'm sure not even Land Bank will lend them any. No, so we'll start with that. Now, with regard to the others, we can, maybe we need the help of the private sector as well.
Ms. Celeste, I know that IBPAP has something similar, no? So,
Yes, actually, because we have many big BPO companies whose equipment become obsolete obsolete in terms of what they need. These are high-tech operations in the BPO. But after a number of years, many of these BPOs would like to donate this equipment, the PCs and laptops, to state colleges and universities or elementary schools. This is already happening. The IBPAP has actually donated 2 batches of PCs to the DepEd. It's to the DepEd Central Office, and it is the DepEd that decides where to deploy this equipment. The BPOs have been wanting to donate as many from many years ago, but unfortunately, there was a problem before that when they would like to donate, they are still being asked by the Bureau of Customs to pay for the taxes and duties on the equipment, which are already supposed to be, used already.
Landed cost already.
And therefore, it has really slowed down the process. And hopefully, we have resolved this problem because of a provision in CREATE. And mas marami na siguro ngayon na madodonate. There are BPOs that are lining up to do this.
Maybe it's also possible, Ma'am Celeste, to look at the ICT councils as the probable recipients, no? If that's
Hindi
okay.
hindi pwede kasi na hindi pagka government doon siya tax and duty free.
Okay.
Ngayon mai-donate. So we can talk to the DepEd to
To course it through the
to
ICT.
force it to the
or at least make the
or
ICT
to the
council.
LGU, and the LGU will give to the ICT councils.
Perfect. DTI, ma'am, anything along these lines? I don't know if there's anyone from DOST in the room right now. Anyone from DOST? None, but DOST also has an I-Setup Fund, no? Which basically will give you a 3-year, zero-interest loan to buy equipment, okay? So I'm pretty certain that there are some of those who have already availed of that. Next question. Oh, I'm sorry, Pao. You have a gift here. So, yes, you could choose, no? There's pink and blue. I think I know what you're going to choose. Okay. The green one. Okay. I love you, Pao. Next question. Yes, Enjimar from DTI. A big round of applause for Pao and for Enjimar, a very good friend of the industry also. Ito, pambombo radyo to eh. Okay.
Good afternoon. For ASIC D, please. Sir, we will assisting the industry sectors, especially on looking for talents that could work in the industry. Unfortunately, some universities and colleges do not have graduates that are attuned to the needs of the industry. My question is the ICT collaborating with CHED or the DepEd so that we can have ample trainings to our students in order for them to be employable? Thank you.
Who would like to take a stab at that? Emmy, you want to start this first?
Okay. Well, actually, we've been working closely with CHED, TESDA, and, well, the DepEd, to make sure that there's a whole of government approach kasi. So, the Philippine Skills Framework, no, for the IT BPM industry, this is an interagency collaboration to make sure that when we develop the framework, all this, so TESDA, DepEd, and CHED should be able to follow the framework itself. Kasi nandun yung competency level, the job roles, the skills needed. So, there's an interagency collaboration to make sure that yun nga, dapat hindi talaga, dapat attune talaga, no, to the needs of the industry. So, that's why.
Not only that, aligned with global requirements.
Yes.
No? Because the way we see it, it's not apples to apples when we compare our talent, no, to other countries.
This is based on with the Singapore skills framework. So it's a cooperation between the Philippines and
Who's the lead
Singapore.
agency for that one? Is it DICT? Is it DTI?
It's actually DTI.
Okay.
But DICT, TESDA, CHED, and DOLE are members of, and DOST, are members of that. But just in addition dun sa question ni Enjimar, because I only had 10 minutes to present, I missed presenting the Digital Cities program. So initially, we have helped formalize the establishment of a multi-agency task force. Because again, the number one challenge is really talent. So together with the different agencies as well, in fact, one is talent development. We want to customize the kinds of trainings that you want to bring to the different digital cities. And so DICT, with USEC Giselle and ASIC Jeff here, we want to bring scholarships, upskilling, reskilling, according to the niche of the digital cities. And we're glad that out of the 31 digital cities, there are 14 cities right now that have developed their roadmaps. And we're hoping that each city will be able to develop their niche. And so whatever that niche is, we want to bring those scholarships, upskilling, reskilling, to those different cities. So kung halimbawa we're able to identify animation and game dev, we want to bring scholarships or upskilling, reskilling together with GDAP, for example. So that's the kind of initiatives that we really want to make sure na, again, yung sinasabi ni ASIC Jeff, na dapat talaga siya match sa industry.
Thank you very much, Emmy. I could go on the entire day, but apparently there's going to be a few more speakers and presenters. No, I'm enjoying this because it's different perspectives coming from, various government agencies as well as the private sector. But I'd like to ask all of the presenters for this panel, putting into consideration the theme of our discussion, which is collaboration. What would be your parting thoughts to our audience and the various stakeholders of Victor 2022? Ms. Celeste, may we start with you? Tubig po yan.
Yes, thank you, JDL. Collaboration really is going to be very important for the further success of our industry. Being the industry that is always now mentioned in the papers to be bringing in millions of jobs, it is imperative that we all work together to make sure that the industry is grown. And the biggest mover of this growth is really to supply the talent that the industry needs. If we have the right talent, this industry will not just be 1.5 million people. We will be much bigger. The problem is that there is not enough people who come in. The absorption rate of the industry is 15% at most, meaning that for every 100 applicants, only 15 are accepted because of the mismatch in skills. So therefore, the program of ASEC Jeff here is very important to make sure that right out of the gate, the students are ready to take on these BPO jobs, and there are jobs waiting from the industry. It is the number of people that are adequately skilled to be part of this workforce.
Thank you very much. A big round of applause for Ms. Celeste. Ma'am Rem, could you
Yes.
give us your thoughts?
Yeah, the Board of Investments is very much aware of the needs of the industry, in particular the IT BPM. So that's why, if you remember a while ago during my presentation, we have these two initiatives, the National Skills Mapping Survey, in order for us to determine kung ano yung specific needs ng industry. And we are in constant collaboration with CHED, as well as the different associations for the IT BPM industry. And the second one is we are in close collaboration with DepEd, in particular for the project for the promotional video. This is for GDAP in particular, because we are aware that in order for us to have the best skills, we should start at the early stage. So sa mga mas bata. Thank you.
Again, a big round of applause for Ms. Remy of the Board of Investments of the Department of Trade. Ma'am Ems?
Collaboration. Gusto kong i-emphasize what Yusek Giselle said. That word magic, no? So collaboration is key. So magic means making the government industry, making the academic government industry collaborate. Because for many years, I've seen that a lot of those very successful cities that have BPO companies based on that very strong collaboration. So Cebu, Bacolod, Iloilo, so we have here Rojas City, Tagbilaran, all of them, because of that magic word, collaboration, kaya marami silang mga BPOs in their locations because of that tripartite cooperation. So academe, government, and industry.
Maraming salamat po. One of our industry champions, Ma'am Emmy. Asek, you get to have the final word.
This is the way I see it. Our job in government is to create the framework. Less regulation, more framework. So the targets that the United Nations and the Philippine development targets are not actually government targets. It's our target. We create the framework, you will deliver the private sector. As long as we make the framework positive for you. That's how we collaborate. So help us by delivering. And we promise you we'll give the framework for you to deliver. That's how we collaborate.
Thank you very much, ASEC Jeff. And with that, I just like to have a few words of my own. I'm speaking as the head of the Philippine Software Industry Association, as well as the CEO of a private company called Spring Valley. Business is damn good. It's so very good. The stars have aligned for the country. I think we are in a once-in-a-generation mega cycle, and every location in the Philippines could actually take advantage of this. But collaboration also means that you have to be informed and you have to be involved. Right now, what you're going to do with all the information that you're picking up from this panel, as well as the other panels that will follow, and CreaCon tomorrow, it really depends on what you're going to do with it and how this is going to create more jobs and more opportunities for the countryside and for your locality. I would like to, once again, thank my panel of presenters and congratulate Undersecretary Josel Batapasige as well as the rest of the people who organized Victor 2022. Mayong hapon sa inyo tanan.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jonathan De Rosaliaga, Mr. JDL. Now to award a token of appreciation to our speakers for this panel session, may I call on stage once again the ICT Undersecretary Josel Batapasige, together with the ICT ASEC Maria Teresa Camba and the NICP President Dr. Joy Abueg, please on stage. And yes, that's the collaboration panel. Next is the innovation panel. Moving on to our next panel discussion, and we may say that this is definitely one of the most exciting topics for today, the innovation panel. The panel highlights the discussion and the new and emerging technologies that are transforming the boundaries between virtual, physical, and biological spaces, such as artificial intelligence, the Internet of Things, blockchain, and data analytics. To further indulge us this very exciting discussion, let me call on our moderator, the founder of Homegrown Performance 360 Call Center and BPO Services, the chairman of the Cebu Business Month for 2021, and an entrepreneur. Let us all welcome Mr. Michael Hubos.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm very happy to be here. I think it's been 2 years, 3 years na siguro that I am always joining Victor. And I'm so happy that I'm here, not as a speaker, but as a moderator. But it's always a pressure to be, you know, pag nauna si JDL pag ako, nawala na yung preparation ko. So I've been thinking, what should I do? Should I dance? I cannot dance. Should I sing? Nako, lalo kayo, baka umalis kayo. So I'll just try my best, no? And engage you in a meaningful discussion, especially about the topic that I'm really very passionate about, which is innovation. But before that, I'd like to, siguro, so that for everyone or who are here, so that you also know me, I'd like to present you just one slide so that I can introduce myself as well. So, do we have my short slide? Okay, this is me. I'll just give you a brief preview. So, I operate a call center since 2010. That's Performance 360 Global Services. I've been operating a call center in the countryside, so that has been my niche. Recently, just a few months ago, I also do and train BPO entrepreneurs who wants to go into BPO ventures, and it's a BPO masterclass. And it's called BPO Islands, actually. So it's going to be announced a few days from now. So it's a masterclass that is a boot camp wherein we also, instead of training call center agents, we train BPO entrepreneurs. So it's an 8-hour masterclass. We also provide them with the tools that they need to run a call center, from phone system, hosting for the website, HRIS, accounting tools, CRM, all the way even into consulting and mentorship. So aside from that, I'm also engaged in technology. I've created several platforms, my company. Namely, we created a smart city app. I've collaborated before with former mayor and now Secretary Cristina Frasco for the Live Love Liloan app, as well as the Cebu Forward, and it's a tourism app. We also specialize in ride-hailing and ride-sharing platforms, food delivery, parcel. We have that as well. And a school management system, e-commerce, and even fleet management. And then on a side note, on a personal capacity, aside from the community in the chamber as Vice President for Innovation in Cebu Chamber of Commerce, I also do management consulting, digital transformation, innovation management, business analysis, and some of the key technologies that that we do. You know, I'm happy that I'll be able to meet Ma'am Gail because the blockchain before is like, parang it's like very mysterious. When we started with blockchain 2015, and as a miner myself, walang nakakaintindi what is blockchain and what are you mining? Like, you go to the, nagmimina ka. So it's hard to explain. Now it's very, very well known. So I'm very happy to be able to moderate here. Let me just show you a few screenshots, photos of the platforms that we have. Next, please. This is the Cebu Forward. This is the Smart Province app that we created for Cebu. But this is just only for the municipalities. Basically, it has the marketplace, delivery, tourist apps, citizens reporting tool, and all other platform features. Next slide. This is the soon to be launched. No, it's So Cebu. It's a tourism app in the Cebu province. So basically, it's like the tourists, whether local or international, would have a unified platform to see all the tourist spots. Next slide. This is a sample. This is my good friend, Congressman Duke Frasco, Deputy Speaker. This is for the Live Love Liloan app, the Smart City app that we created. Next slide. This one is very revolutionary. We hope, in collaboration with the new administration and the Secretary of Transportation, we want really to have something, the first commuter app of the Philippines. That we be able to, kasi ngayon, it's really hard for our commuters. They don't know exactly how long they have to wait for the bus. You know, I used to live in Singapore. Like, I'm so fascinated about how accurate their bus timing is. Pagtingin ko sa app, okay, I have 3 minutes and I have to go down the condo. Pagdating ko doon sa bus stop, exactly 60 seconds, dumating yung bus. But for us, we don't have that. Right now, all of our commuters have to, nag-aabang, nandito na ba yung the jeep or the bus. So this is the one. Next slide. This is it's very basic food delivery service that we created. Next slide. This one is the marketplace. This has been launched in Cebu. This is very good for farm to market, fish to market, and even yung mga other marginalized micro enterprises that they have also an avenue to showcase their products online using the app. Next slide. This is our fleet management system. This has been used by various LGUs. Basically, for example, government vehicles, it's in there. So the governor, for example, in Cebu, can see if the vehicles are used properly by the staff. Nakita ni Gov Gwen doon, oh, ba't nandito tong pick up in the beach? There's no authorization. There was no, that they're gonna go there. So this is one thing that streamlines and make the government resources managed properly. Next slide. Wala na? This is the last one. Okay. Yeah, I only inserted a few. But basically, that's what I do, no? In the IT, the BPM side, especially in the call center. I'm really passionate about homegrown IT BPM because I'm happy to hear about the 1 million target for additional jobs. You know, I don't think the big companies can also do that. So with the help as well of the homegrown and the local players, that would be really possible. And now, with our panel today, this afternoon, this is very crucial because in order for us to reach that target, we have to prepare our workforce in terms of digital skills. And now we have here one of the most influential, no, women, especially in LinkedIn in 2022 and 2021. I'm gonna call her to speak about in ensuring the digital skills on blockchain technology. She's a certified blockchain expert and one of the pioneers in the IT BPO industry with 19 years of experience. You know, again, as mentioned earlier, her distinction, she was included in the top 100 most influential women in LinkedIn. And please, let us all welcome the Country Director of DynaQuest Technology Services, Ms. Gail Cruz Macapagal.
Hello. Magandang hapon po. Maayong buntag. Sobrang thankful po ako sa industriya na ito because 20 years ago, sumasakay po ako ng jeep, sumasabit ako sa bus because I was an agent. I was a call center agent 20 years ago. And pangarap ko, makatabi sila JDL, tsaka sila Miss Celeste Ilagan. Ngayon, katabi ko na sila, oh. So this industry has helped me a lot to become who I am right now. So thank you to the industry, Miss Emmy, Attorney Giselle. Good afternoon, everyone. So, whew. So, ad-lib muna tayo. Thank you. Yun. So, today I'm going to talk about blockchain. Ang daming nagtatanong, what is blockchain? When we started in 2018, when we have events, mga 5 lang kami or 7 people. But now, because of the rise of play to earn, with the example of Axie Infinity, everyone knows what blockchain is, and also crypto and NFTs. Actually, we have NFTs for a cause right now because we are, I'm a board of director for Humanity in Bogos City, Cebu. We have 46 street children, and we wanted to give them an ongoing education program. So we created NFTs for a cause. So if you buy that NFT, you just not own a piece of art, but you also donate to their future and help them. Tingnan natin kung gagana daw, no? Excuse. So, ayun. Next, please. Okay. So, history of blockchain. In 2008, Satoshi Nakamoto conceptualized Bitcoin. And blockchain was the alternative architecture to the traditional centralized financial control of transactions. May 22, 2010 is known as Pizza Day because at that time, someone bought 2 boxes of Papa John's pizza for 10,000 Bitcoin. Now, it is valued at $370 million. And at the height of, or at the peak of Bitcoin, it was worth $600 million. In 2014, blockchain breaks out from Bitcoin as the technology was being developed to streamline business and transactions across the industries of health supply chain trade, and etc. In 2018, blockchain gained steam, and now, 2022, blockchain is everywhere. As an example, we have PlaceWar, Maya, Gcash already has crypto, and a lot of games, thanks to Axie Infinity. Blockchain is a decentralized, distributed digital ledger that can store data of any kind. It is duplicated and distributed across a computer network. It can store information about cryptocurrency, non-fungible tokens, distributed finance, smart contracts, and more. What can blockchain do? Blockchain can automate transactions, makes ledgers immutable. It can timestamp every bit of information in the transaction. It can improve security. It can have transaction transparency, and every participant has a copy of all the ledger transactions. So, a long time ago, the approximate time to reach 50% adoption rate for television was 60 years. For TV, it was 30 years. For the internet, it was 15 years. For smartphone, it was 7 years. And for social media, 5 years. Number of years adoption for 50 million users. Airlines, 68 years. Automobile, 62 years. Telephone, 50 years. Electricity, 46 years. Credit card, nangyari? 28 years, television, 22 years, ATM, 18 years. Computer, 14 years. Cell phone, 12 years. Internet, 7 years to reach 50 million users. iPod, 4 years. YouTube, 4 years. Facebook, 3 years. Twitter, 2 years. And Pokemon Go, 19 days to reach 50 million users. That's how fast technology is right now. So what are the blockchain benefits for business? It can improve security. Skip na natin yun because I only have how many minutes? So how blockchain works. First, the user would request information. Number 2, a block of data is created that represents the transaction. Number 3, the block of data is broadcasted to all the nodes of the network. Number 4, all the nodes validate the transaction. And 5, the block of data is added to the chain of transactions, and the transaction is officially recognized and executed. What are the industries using blockchain? These are the industries that are using blockchain. Let's put importance to the 30% banking and finance and 13% government and public goods. What are powered by blockchain? Smart contracts, digital ownership, gaming, escrow, securities, digital identities, digital currencies, which includes e-commerce, etc. So how can blockchain change the world? What are the industries? Food, commerce, legal, supply chain, governance, energy, healthcare, insurance, travel and tourism, and education. I want to talk about the myths in blockchain, and you may have heard all of this. So blockchain myth, full automation. Blockchain alone can't automate the business, and it will require a combination of other frontier technologies. Another myth is it's not a one-stop solution. Blockchain may be a transformative platform in taking enterprise competitiveness to new market levels, but it is not the solution. Plug-and-play scenario. Blockchain comprises of a complex networks of servers, and it is not a plug-and-play scenario. Blockchain myth, eliminate transaction fraud. Blockchain has key authentication processes to determine the validity, but due diligence is still needed for authentication. Blockchain myth, blockchain cannot eliminate corruption. Blockchain has the capability to make public all transactions within a public and consensus distributed ledger, but it cannot stop unsanctioned transactions. Sole business innovation, blockchain is transformative and is among the strong centerpiece for business innovation. However, other facets of the business must also innovate in order to keep pace with blockchain. Removing human factor and actors. Okay, another myth, blockchain is crypto. It's not all about crypto. So blockchain was the consensus mechanism and infrastructure. If you remove Bitcoin, blockchain infrastructure can still exist without Bitcoin. Today, blockchain is utilized across global industries from banking to performance management by swapping out Bitcoin in favor of smart contracts. Okay, so I would like to introduce myself as the founder of Women in Blockchain. Today, I am blessed to have Ms. Emilu Versosa Delphine, who is part of the Women in Blockchain. I also have Agnes, who is not in the room anymore. But this is a call to action for all the women out here who are interested in blockchain. Please join us. Please get in touch with me so that you can be part of Women in Blockchain. And this is our project. What does DynaQuest do? We are a blockchain solutions provider, and our project is to provide digital identity to the indigenous people of the Caraga region. If you're in an IP, you do not have access to birth certificates, you do not have access to healthcare, banking. So they are unbanked, and they are not considered to be Filipinos because they do not have birth certificates. What we plan to do is we want to put into blockchain their digital identity and create a digital economy for the Caraga region. We want to start in the Caraga region and then mirror this project all over the Philippines, and then eventually Cambodia and a lot of other Asian countries have gotten in touch with us because they want to mirror that kind of project, because there are a lot of indigenous people in the world. Okay, blockchain is our future, yours too. Blockchain is changing the world as we know it. It is an invisible revolution that is redefining businesses and our lives. I was very fortunate to speak to a lot of the DICT focals. Si Director Rick Amores was part of my talk in blockchain. It was longer and it was more detailed. So if you're interested in blockchain, if you want to know more about blockchain, and ASEC, pa-request naman ako ng blockchain room dun sa Valenzuela so that we can also be part of that. And also yung blockchain education po for the Philippines. Alam na po yan ni Ms. Emmy. So, so makikiusap po ako because blockchain is about to transform and change our lives. Thank you so much. Maayong buntag.
Thank you very much, Miss Gail. Again, guys, another round of applause for Miss Gail. You know, I'm very happy to know that a woman, especially knowledgeable in blockchain, is something like super cool, right? When I was introduced with blockchain before, it feels so intimidating. It's like, it's so advanced. But now, it's now, as what she explained, it's easy to understand. No? There's a lot of features and potential of blockchain here in the Philippines. As we move along, now in ensuring advanced digital skills, our next speaker is an experienced and passionate cloud engineer with a vast background in the telco industry. As the leader of Apper's enablement and innovation team of the technology group, he is responsible for running R&D initiatives and cloud capability programs. may I call on Mr. Carl Alarcon. A round of applause, everyone.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Sir Mike Kubos, for the introduction. So before I start, I would like to thank the NICP, the ICT, Victor, the provincial government of Aklan, and USEC Attorney Giselle Batapa-Sige for having us as her special guest here on the Victor 10 conference. So I'm here to discuss what cloud computing technology is. So can we share the slide, please? So I represent Upper.ph. It is a company founded and built here in the Philippines and with talents. Proudly to say that we are 100% Filipino and we represent the country on other global scale competitions and skills that we present, and we are partnered with Amazon Web Services. So what is cloud computing? So I want to share with you what my perception of cloud computing is way back when I was still in college. So when I was still in college, I perceived cloud computing as a way for me to upload files. So where I can upload my reviewers, I can share my files with my classmates, and if ever we have presentations, PDFs of book, we share it with our friends and colleagues, and we also submit our projects through the cloud. So that's my initial perception of cloud computing. It is where I store files to share with other people. But lately, as I work in the industry of cloud computing, I came to understand that cloud computing is much more than that. So cloud computing, when we look at the definition, next please. So it says here that cloud computing is the delivery of computing services via the internet in order to provide faster innovation with customers paying only for the cloud services they use rather than investing large sums of money to purchase computing resources. So this is the technical definition of cloud computing. But understanding one thing means you will be able to define it on your own understanding, right? So let me share with you how I understand cloud computing with an analogy. Next, please. So let's think of this scenario. First, let's say we wanted to run a business. So whatever that business idea is, let's say that's a BPO company, that's a restaurant, that's whatever you wanted, like a fleet management. So you wanted to run a business, but in order to run a business, you need to have an infrastructure to run it, right? So if you want to have a hotel business, you need the infrastructures to run it. So to do it, you have two options. The first one is you build your own infrastructure. So you have your own infrastructure, set it up. You need to buy your portion of land, then build the infrastructure from the ground up. Or the other option is to rent on a commercial establishment wherein the infrastructure is already set up for you to use on your use case. But what's the difference between the two and what are your considerations? First, you need large initial investment for construction if you want to build your own establishment. But on the other hand, renting an establishment does not require significant investment because you only need to pay for the rent, monthly rent of that establishment. Next consideration we would have is in your own establishment, you need to wait for the completion of the building before starting your business. But on renting your establishment or renting on a commercial complex, next please, you can start the business quickly as the commercial establishment is already up and ready to be used. The third consideration we have is you need to consider the total capacity of the establishment for your business. Let's say this is a restaurant. But in renting or renting on a business establishment, you can easily increase the number of stalls rented if you need to scale in terms of capacity because let's say your business is booming, right? So how do we translate that to cloud computing? So let's translate it. Next. So let's say you wanted to have your e-commerce platform, your social media, you wanted to run data analytics, machine learning, artificial intelligence, or you wanted to have virtual workspaces for your BPO workforces. So of course, you still need computing resources such as servers to do those things. So you can either run on your own public cloud, or which is your own on-premise data center, or you can rent on what we call as the public cloud, which is what is generally referred to as cloud computing. So on the left side, you see here that the initial investment for computing resources such as servers is large as well. Why on the public cloud, you pay for the rent, which is billed per hour. Let's say you only need to run it for 24 hours, then you only need to pay for it for 24 hours. Then second point we have is procurement and setup of IT resources takes a long time and you need expertise to do that. So you need to set up cooling, air conditioning, networking, and security of those servers. On the other hand, you can start the application within minutes if you use the public cloud or what is generally referred to as cloud computing because resources are already set up for you, which is ready to be used as long as you have the internet to use it or to connect to those servers. The third point here is the total capacity on the private cloud is limited to your physical servers. But on the other hand, if you use the public cloud, you can increase your capacity within minutes as long as you see fit. So in just a click of a button, you can increase your capacity and scale your resources if you see the demand increases. Let's say, for example, your e-commerce platform is having lots of traffic for sales, right? So you can easily scale your resources or your capacity within minutes. So technically, when we say cloud computing, so if you ask me what cloud computing is, it's actually a venue or a platform where you can host your ideas on the internet, such as, let's say, fraud detection, for finance, healthcare, if you wanted to do R&Ds on the finding cures for or medicine for sickness, then if you wanted to have information management, data analytics, AI and machine learning, then software development, if you wanted to run testing for software development and running the software itself to production, you can use cloud computing. So as what Director Emmy mentioned earlier, there are software development and AI for that we can do. So you can run and host those things on cloud computing as well. Also, media and entertainment such as streaming websites can be run on cloud as well. And more complex and value-added features or capabilities of the BPO industry can be supported on cloud computing as well. As mentioned by Ma'am Celeste Ilagan earlier, that there are value-added and more complex features to be developed by the BPO. So those are use cases of cloud computing that is currently being done globally right now. So now, we are here to say, why should companies use cloud computing? Next, please. So the compelling reason to shift operations to the cloud is the ability to allocate resources better based on business requirements, helping lower the operating cost, run infrastructure more efficiently, and scale as your business needs change. So here we represent Upper, which is from Pulse survey, it says here, a majority of innovation leaders have increased the speed of customer and end user innovation during the pandemic. Next, please. So we at Upper.ph, our tagline is innovating with you because we are here to connect to organizations to help you build innovations on building new technologies and reaching our goals, so such as our ICT roadmaps and also other innovations that is better for our country as well. Next, please. So we help a lot of businesses adopt innovations on the cloud, such as web applications, improving their information security, and complementing the organization's IT team's capabilities as well. Next, please. So Upper has more than 20 years of IT expertise collectively, and our team has intensive experience in architecting, building, and securing products and applications on top of the cloud. So we are a partner recognized by Amazon Web Services. We are an advanced tier partner and also an AWS public sector partner by AWS. So then we have collectively more than 20 plus cloud certifications. And our tech team, next please, has more than 50 certifications in total. So these are our use cases. We have Zagana, which is a e-commerce website that connects local farmers and sell them as fresh produce, serve the customers. So we help improve their websites, thus increasing their sales and users by 200% and 100%, 150% respectively. Then next, we also help an e-commerce platform called Beauty Manila by helping them configuring their website, thus reducing their bugs, and also help them set up automation. Whenever they need new resources, we reduce their deployment time from 1 week down to 1 hour, thanks to automation as well. So thus, whenever Beauty Manila needs new resources, in just 1 hour, that's set up for them. And also another use case we have here is Globe. We help them on their 5G innovations. We help them by providing proof of concepts to them related to cloud gaming and other publicly available references. So we have other use cases that are not here, such as helping BIR on their online tax collection system. We work with them on the background as well. So with that, so we are Upper.ph and we are innovating with you.
A round of applause for Mr. Carl Alarcon. Thank you so much. You know, let me just share with you my experience with cloud. Going into cloud actually has been very helpful for us, especially in the BPO. We used to have, in our company, on-premise servers. But when we shifted to AWS or on the cloud servers, when we migrated our phone systems, we were able to scale our business much faster. And you know, by having a company, for example, such as Upper, you don't have to hire tech people, full time. Because of them, like their services, you can have them set up everything, and you don't have to maintain and hire expensive staff such as a cloud engineer. So thank you so much, Mr. Carl Alarcon. Now, moving on, one of my favorite topic, to ensure digital skills. This time we'll be guided by our speaker in the world of cyber security. Formerly contributing developer to the Naiometrics DNA platform, or NCORE application classification, as a DICT HTC, or highly technical consultant, he assisted in carrying out plans and strategies, programs, and projects for the department. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Mr. Dexter Lagi.
Mayad Gadlaw sa imo tanan. Direct Slagi, halin from Antique. Kruhay. So, I'm glad to be here po and share with you, somebody from a small town in Libertad, and how to develop your own cybersecurity skills on a world-class basis. Background ko po, I was one of the first engineers for this little Israeli company called Checkpoint Software. Back in the 1990s, I was one of the first 300 engineers, and I was working with bagong panganak pa lang ang internet noon. And somebody who used to chop logs dyan sa Libertad, and now I'm so proud to be in front of you all, sharing the roadmap that I think could be applicable to each and every one of you, kahit saan man kayo nanggaling, kahit anong educational background pa ninyo. So, I'm here to talk about talent development, advanced cybersecurity skills. So next slide, please. So let's be very specific. We at the DICT, on the Cybersecurity Bureau, one of the tasks we do is to protect this nation's critical infrastructure. And right before the pandemic, nung nabuo ang DICT Cybersecurity Bureau, buti na lang, just in time before the pandemic, we were able to set up and were fully operational right before the pandemic. And during the pandemic, remember, during the early days of March, April, there was widespread fear and fear dahil hindi mo alam kung ano tong virus na to, saan galing to, how it's being spread. And then you see on the news, maraming namamatay, and then walang vaccine. And one of the things that DICT Cybersecurity Bureau was tasked is to help combat fake news in the social media. Simultaneously, hindi lumalabas sa news, but our country was under attack by nation-state hackers from all over the world. And I'm sure you've heard of the RCBC. We were able to attribute some of the attackers from that nation, kung saan galing yung mga attackers ng RCBC, yung mga attackers ng Bangladeshi bank hack. Kilala na nga sila dito as RCBC. And then additionally, dahil nga na at that time, no, walang may alam kung ano yung vaccine, kung ano yung gamot sa COVID-19. There was a rumor that some Filipinos had natural immunity to the virus. So therefore, there was somebody in hospitals whose plasma was very, very important because kailangan para makapag-develop ng antibodies for everybody else to study and to, for the vaccines, right? There were massive attacks against the Department of Health. And we saw that and we were able to prevent that. Kung meron dito medyo familiar sa term na zero-day attacks, ganun ka-sophisticated yung tumitira sa Pilipinas. And bagong-bago pa lang nun yung DICT, pero thankfully, because we had a very successful training for the people there, and then we had a very good AI-based network intrusion detection systems and security monitoring systems. We were able to at least detect some of those things, and then warn the agencies. Other types of problems na tinanggap namin sa CSB at that time. Remember, lockdown to. Every time magkakaroon ng issue sa West Philippine Sea, DFA naman yung tatamaan. So serious kami nagpapadala ng mga intel reports sa grupo ninyo noon about yung mga phishing, yung mga Excel spreadsheets na may mga laman, yung mga PDF, and sometimes akala mo galing United Nations, and they were successful in some times, pero at least what we were able to do is to detect and then tell everybody, hoy, may nangyayaring masama, this is what you should do. Now, the reason why I'm telling you that, doon sa CSB, sa Cybersecurity Bureau, hindi kami lahat nag-umpisa as cybersecurity experts. The state of cybersecurity dito sa Pilipinas years ago was very, very low. Mababa ang skill level. So, and yet, if you're going to look at my slide, ang requirement for the Cybersecurity Bureau to be successful as an organization is we needed professional analysts who are equipped to combat cyber attacks and, most importantly, be able to investigate any potential evidence of cybercrime incidents, cybersecurity incidents, or cybercrime. Now, okay, we're talking about the development of advanced cybersecurity skills para dito. Kahit sino, we encourage anybody, pero before you get there, you need to know where you're going. To know where you're going, you need to tell yourself or to have the discipline to say that, yes, I'm going to invest in myself to identify cyber attacks through better intrusion detection skills, to get the skills to develop anomaly detection capabilities, be trained on adaptive response to complex cyber attacks, defend the organization or the nation and critical infrastructure from varying attack vectors, and then shut down weaknesses as soon as you can. And then, of course, in cybersecurity, you need to develop skills to detect scope and intrusions of data breaches, to contain and remediate cyber attacks, and then, of course, at the end of the day, not just detect, but also to investigate and then prosecute. You do that by employing forensic tools, cyber forensic tools. Kasi when you say prosecute, we need to prosecute dahil meron naman tayong batas eh. Meron tayong mga provisions sa Revised Penal Code, meron tayong Cybercrime Prevention Act, meron tayong Data Privacy Act, and so on and so forth. Marami tayong batas. Kailangan lang natin enforcement. And in enforcement, kailangan natin ng qualified people to do so. I guess I'm competing against a lot of others here in this arena in trying to recruit people para sumama sa Cybersecurity Bureau, but I hope I get your attention. Now, next slide please. Next, yan. Oh man. Okay. Medyo low resolution, but kami sa DICT Cybersecurity Bureau, we believe in open source. We believe in the spirit of sharing. So, anybody who wants this, please contact yung organizers ng DICT. I'll be very happy to share this PDF or this presentation with you. Now, in here kasi, what we're trying to articulate in here is that when you're talking about advancing your skill level, you have maturity level of 1, which is a terrible state because everything is ad hoc. And at least in this level 1 or maturity level ito pala yan, sorry. Skills and expertise. At least you have an awareness of that you need advanced cybersecurity skills. What we really want the nation to do is to be trained on maturity level 3. This is the realistic and acceptable maturity level. So, in here, I can't read it. so in here, sa level 1, at least it's saying that there is a need to recognize advanced skills. And dito, on the third one, it says that for you to be recognized as a real expert at your job, you have to be certified. You have to be able to demonstrate na you have adequate cybersecurity skills. It's not enough for you to be a cybersecurity linguist. Na tipong, oh, alam ko na yung ibig sabihin ng AES, alam ko na kung ano ibig sabihin ng data privacy, alam ko na kung what is a firewall. In level 3, you have to demonstrate that you know what a firewall is, how to manage one, and so on and so forth. In level 5 is ideal state wherein not only do you have personnel that have ongoing skill development, but also you are responding to the changing needs of your organization or of the nation. Now, when we say advanced, kaya kung marami dito, because development, talent development does not happen just because you're trained and you're certified. Talent development happens if you have the proper environment. If you have the organization, you have automated tools, you have your upper management, setting the goals, and so on and so forth. Okay, next slide, last ko na yata to. So, one of the ways, other than certification, is community, right? We have the official community of certified professionals. I am a CISSP myself, as well as a certified information security auditor. One of our organizations, an international organization, is ISC2. Once you get certified, please join us and we will nurture you in our organization so yung growth ninyo, yung professional development ninyo will continue on. And again, if you can manage to be recruited sa Cybersecurity Bureau, we would welcome you wholeheartedly. We have very varied backgrounds, educational backgrounds. May mga lawyer, may mga psychologist, meron pa nga yata geologist. Basta, ang importante is the aptitude and the willingness to learn every day. Hindi pwedeng na-certify ka na, you stop learning. Every day, we are always learning. Thank you very much, and see you guys soon.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Dexter Lagi. Dito na. Thank you so much. So, as what Dexter mentioned earlier, no matter what your background is, but if you have the interest in if you're willing to learn, you'll be able to go into the cybersecurity industry. Okay, so thank you very much. Now, to tell us as well about the mainstreaming of digital skills training, an accredited assessor of the Philippine Quality Awards and award-winning body in the Philippines that focus on total quality management, or TQM. We have here, she also initiated the 5-year framework of collaboration between Northern Territory Department of Education and Negros Occidental that allowed teachers from province to benchmark in Australia and to learn new teaching pedagogies. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Dr. Cristina Orbesido. A round of applause, please.
Mayong hapon sa tanan. Good afternoon. I am here proudly representing Negros Occidental, the land of sweet surprises. That's already an invitation. Of course, I'm representing Bacolod City, the city of smiles. And next month would be the Mascara Festival. That will be on October, so I'm inviting you to visit Bacolod City. All right. So I'm here this afternoon to share one of the best practices of our province in the areas of talent development. About 2 years and 5 months ago, the COVID-19 pandemic has disrupted our learning, particularly the education sector. And the pandemic has exposed and deepened the pre-existing inequalities in education that was never addressed or partially addressed in the past. The economic downturn of the crisis is now adding pressure to us, government employees and officials. We need to step up for economic recovery, more importantly, to address the educational crisis at hand. Now we are here as 10th Visayas to brainstorm, to ponder, and to collaborate on how we can leverage digital transformation in education and training. Next slide, please. There are three factors that we need to consider when we talk about digital technology in education. So these are the three broad areas. We look at technology for teaching and learning, technology for planning and management, and the enabling environment. Given these factors, let us now turn our lens to the best practice and the case study of Negros Occidental Language and IT Center. So Knowledge C is a talent development initiative of the province of Negros Occidental in support to the IT BPM sector geared towards poverty reduction in the countryside. I'd like to align my discussion to the discussion of our USECD pertaining to the SDG goals. Part of our goal is goal number 4 and goal number 5. That is quality education and gender equality. Moving forward, this initiative has allowed the province, since its inception in 2008, to evolve and become a trailblazer in rolling out programs and services relevant to the growing industries. And that is more focused on competency-based training. And I'm really happy to listen to your discussion, USEC, because everything that you're saying, we've already been doing that. All right? So, Knowledge C is also a social enterprise of the province. Our provincial government is investing a lot of money in terms of talent development. That is since 2008, and we provide scholarships to deserving students for upskilling and reskilling, for them to have quality skills and address the demands of the industry. Looking at that, Knowledge C or Negros Occidental has become a preferred destination of IT BPM industries because of our pool of talent, qualified talent, so as to say. And this is because of the strategic thinking of 4 governors. Can you go back to that slide? I just want to highlight this because it always starts with strategic leadership. You will see in this slide that we have 4 governors who have the same vision. And that vision is to change the landscape of our province from a monocrop economy, more focused on sugar, to a growing IT BPM destination. And I just want to give credit to our 4 governors. Can you give them a big hand for that one? Because you seldom see leaders who would support an existing program of his predecessor, right? So this is a lesson to our government officials present here. You can rebrand, but never delete or ignore a project that's growing and that's helping the community. So now we are led by our transformative leader, Governor Eugenio Bong Lacson, who has been our former governor, and he's really trying to push for digital transformation in our province. Okay? So let's talk about talent development. This is a very interesting topic. And you will see in this journey that we started with our first course, that's call center training, in 2011, and that's more focused on call centers, right? And you will see that we are transitioning every year. In 2014, we transitioned to the creatives, and that's a year before the first CreaCon. And we were part of the team who organized the Creacon. So a lot of people here are very familiar with me, and I've seen how they really have, from being a provincial director now to USEC. So that's really amazing. You will see how they have exert a lot of effort for the industry. All right, so before the pandemic, we transitioned to robotics and intelligent machines. And we also started with our hybrid program in 2018 in partnership with a company in the US. That's MedStar USA. And that paved the way for us to be prepared for hybrid learning. And currently, because of our experience, I just want to thank Microsoft and MedStar USA for collaborating with us to be prepared for hybrid learning. Because 3 months after the pandemic, a lot of schools were closing down. They halt their operations because they cannot sustain it. But we tried our best to be more relevant, to tap our partners, and to deliver programs that will help our constituents. Next slide, please. This is how we engage with our stakeholders. And you will see that it always starts with the industry. Why the industry? Because we need to be talent-driven, demand-driven. So when you say it starts with the industry, it should start with a consultation with the industry. You don't start a course that graduates will end up with just a diploma. And what? They need to have the skills. They need not just the certification, but the skills for them to work in the industry. And that's what we're doing. So aside from the industry, we also collaborate with TESDA, with DICT, with IBPAP, NICP. And this synergy is really important for a government project to succeed. You need to have a synergy, you need to have a collaboration. Next slide, please. We always vouch for quality standards. And I just want to highlight that the delivery of our training program is based on standards. So we were accredited by TESDA in all our programs. And I want to highlight that we're the only STAR awardee for Region 6 because of our programs and services. So the STAR rating is recognition for schools going beyond the minimum standards of TESDA. And also, Knowledge Tech for Ed Center is a center of excellence under the DICT program for Tech for Ed. So that proves our quality standards. Thank you. So now let me go to the social impact. What is the social impact of this innovation to the community? Let's talk about the power of numbers. When we started this program, we only started with 20 people. For years now, we have more than 6,000 graduates. And of that graduates, we have employed more than 5,500 graduates after the training. And that's equivalent to 83% employment rate. That is something to our province. And if you convert that to economic revenues or impact, that's equivalent to 55.85 million money in circulation every month. And when you convert that annually, that would be 670.2 million a year. So I was telling Attorney Giselle that if we lose this BPO in our province, 35,000 people will be unemployed. Can you just imagine? That's just for the BPO workers. What about the subsector? There are also other workers that will be affected. So that's how we always create the right synergy for the industry, for them to sustain and to stay in our province. So also, the socio-economic impact, I just want to highlight the impact to the graduates. Every family that's employed, one person employed in the family, having food on the table, sharing this food to the family members, helping their siblings go to school. That's aligned with the SDG goals, right? Nobody's left behind. Everyone has food to eat. Everyone can live a decent life. So to us, very important yung social impact. My slide is not moving. Okay? So, next please. I just want to highlight that you can only have all this program with a very good track record. You need to have a good reputation. So in this slide, you will see our partners. They have become our partners because of the trust. Daniel is part of this partner because he is our director from ACPI. And also, we're cooking up another partnership with Office Guru. And thanks to Mr. Joey Gorango for offering this program to us. Soon we will have the business skills course. And this course will really be aligned with the industry that during the program itself, the students will already be exposed to the actual work in the industry. Next, please. So the last one would be global citizenship education. This is a different campaign that we're doing right now. We wanted to campaign for inclusion and diversity. We are accredited with BI, and we are accepting foreign students. So why do we need to cater to foreign students? Because we believe that we are all connected. And part of our campaign for diversity and inclusion is to open our doors to international learning and collaboration. And lastly, how did we survive during the pandemic? Are we resilient? Yes. We did survive because we did not stay in the four walls of our government offices. We tried to explore all the possibilities to deliver the programs and services to our province. And more importantly, we did not just create job opportunities for the BPO and IT partners. We even help our government by creating solutions. So most of our graduates are creating solutions like MIS COVID-19 tracker, and also we augmented workforce for the 911 of the province. They also were part of the Capital Grab application. That's an application for employees where they, just like Grab, so they have to book for their service vehicle. And also, they have created a procurement system. So, in closing, I just want to highlight that the pandemic has been the worst experience that we have, but to us, it created a silver lining. And this silver lining will always inspire us to move forward, continue our advocacy, and continue to create a smarter countryside. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Christina. Thank you for sharing with us your knowledge about digital skills training. You know, I'm very happy to hear because your company, you're like a catalyst. You're bridging the supply and demand, and you're actually, you're igniting the spark for innovation as well in your city, in your province. Okay, so again, a round of applause for our panelists here. Now it's time for the question and answer portion. And I have here, we have some freebies. So whoever has a question will have a chance to get some earphones. Okay. So let's start with a question from one of our participants. So, and yes, sir.
Hi, I'm BJ Banzon, Executive Director of Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry Bataan Chapter, and the President of Bataan ICT Development Council, the latter of which will be rebranded later on as Bataan Innovation and Sustainability Alliance. As a quick plug, Bataan will host the Global Blockchain Summit and the convergence of Luzon ICT champions this coming October. So we hope to see many of our panelists in Bataan soon. Thank you, innovation panelists and our moderator, Mike, for talking to us about the great work you all do. Given the innovative ICT industry sectors, blockchain and its derivative technologies, cloud computing, internet and information security or cybersecurity, what do you feel are the material and critical success factors that a particular individual looking to enter and specialize your particular subsector needs to have? This can be addressed by any of the panelists. Thank you.
Yes, please go ahead.
That was a multitude of technologies. Cloud computing and blockchain are different. If you're kind of geared towards being a techie and also a financial guy, one of the hot things today is cryptocurrencies. There are a lot of people getting into that, trying to see if they can make a quick buck. Pero it's a very, very fragile and fluid market. So basically, mas magaling pa siguro yung mga CPA pagdating sa cryptocurrency. Because it's very hard to predict the market. Pagkadating sa technologists, there are other applications of blockchain. There are people who imagine it good for voting systems or for registration of real estate titles and so on and so forth. Basically, it's limitless. But I think for the cloud computing part, I think I hand it over to this gentleman over here.
Let me clarify my question. Maybe for Gail, can you talk about particular talent success factors that may help talent that want to specialize in blockchain? What will make them excel in your particular field? And also the same question for cybersecurity and the same question for cloud computing. Thanks.
For blockchain, I think what you really need is the curiosity to know what it is, what it does, and how it can affect your business or your lives. So we all started with zero knowledge or zero idea about what blockchain really does. But when you, like for example, during the pandemic, I took up a course, a certification to become a blockchain expert. So there are a lot of courses online that you can take. But the best thing about blockchain is that you do not need any special skills. You just have to know that you like it, you like to be in it, you want to be part of it, and that you will be successful once you have the tool or the tools that you need to be able to be successful.
For our end on cloud computing, so I believe Sir Dexter mentioned this earlier. So regardless of your background, it really boils down to the point of willingness to learn. So I myself was not in the field of cloud computing in my college, but thanks to my company and my willingness to learn, I was able to adapt and learn technologies. And I'm pretty sure I'm still far from being an expert, but I still continue to learn and understand the technology as technology is evolving. So blockchain, cloud computing, and cybersecurity, you will never stop learning because technology continues to evolve as the technology or as time goes by.
Can I plug the initiatives of ASEC Jeff? Because one of the things that we're trying to develop in DICT are expert level skills. And having the ability to do digital forensics on cryptocurrencies is one of the roadmaps of ASEC Jeff. I'm sorry if I'm putting you under the bus, pero they have very ambitious plans for our country. And it's one of the things that we require to be a knowledge economy. Not just on the making money part, but also on the fraud prevention and also tracking down the criminals to make sure that they do not benefit from the crime. So that's another thing. And all you have to do is sumali sa CSB And also watch out for the announcements of ASEC Jeff because he's doing that, yung academy.
Yun, Asek, sali mo naman ako doon, ha?
Thank you very much
All
for your
right,
responses.
Thank you so much. I'll give you your earphone later. Yes, question. Sino ba yun? Yes, sir. Yusek. Yusek. Yeah, Yusek. Go. Do you have a...
Hi, Gary Domingo, USEC with the DFA. I'm in charge of whether 99% of Filipinos have interaction with DFA, consular, mga passporting, apostille, yung mga ganon. And civilian security, which covers actually things that our other speakers talk about, especially cybersecurity, peace process dealing with the indigenous. And because we are service intensive, cloud options are great, but also working with the AFS and, well, I know ASIC Jeff and others, you touch on SDG. So I just, because I'm not sure if you'll still be here when I talk, so I'll just maybe raise that all the panelists, there was something that I definitely would need to engage with all of you on, and I just wanted to capture that thought, especially with regards to, for example, on your engagement with the indigenous, registering them. That's also part of our challenge in passporting. We're also working, of course, closely with DICT. And I guess many of the LGUs here have been asking me, ay, pwede magpa-passport mission sa inyo. The problem is it's a human resource and logistical resource question. However, if we can further automate the passporting process, especially starting with maybe the tweaks to the national ID, we can cut the time. We can even do it contactless. Like New Zealand, I just came from New Zealand. Passport renewal is contact, but with us, every time you renew, kailangan biometrics. But if we could streamline that process, and some of our services, maybe migrating to the cloud, will be more cost effective. Mag-usap tayo to the cybersecurity. I want to join we'll have a branch of the bureaus at DFA. And then with we're working close with AFS, so yun muna, just make sure that, don't forget me please. Let's talk more, and again, thank you to the organizer, Victor, for this great opportunity to network. And to our LGU partners also, we can get in touch. But I think really we can solve a lot of our challenges with our frontline service with further digitalization. Thank you.
Yusek, since you're from DFA, we would also like to tell everybody na the USAID, the Beacon Project, they are sponsoring up to 5,000 individuals for certification to be a certified information security professional. It's a worldwide recognition ng certification. I myself is one of the CISSPs, and USAID Beacon, the US Embassy, is going to do this via DICT. And again, listen to ASEC Jeff for further details kasi marami pong initiatives sa DICT with regards to developing advanced cybersecurity skills for the country.
All right, thank you so much, Sir Dexter, and thank you also, Yusek Domingo, for that insight. No? So we will entertain one more question, siguro. We're running out of time. So please, yes, go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon. I'm Edward from LGU Bayawan, Negros Oriental. I would like to ask the panel if there's already an innovation made, especially on the enhancement of local government unit procurement system. Because it's sad that Lazada and Shopee is very convenient, yet our local government unit cannot use even credit card to make this cheap and convenient procurement. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm not sure if we have the right panel for that, but in terms of procurement, baka, ASEC, you can you can join us here.
The ICT can answer that one.
Well, I guess it might not be technical issue. I think it's more on our but you, ASEC.
The right man. Sorry if I. So So apart from the portfolio of upskilling, I'm also the Assistant Secretary supervising the collection revenue agencies, BOC, BIR, ganyan. The problem lang with that is actually, well, it's not a problem. May e-commerce law, pero we need to also check with the procurement law. I know dahil you're also with the LGU, sir, you understand my point. I think he is sentimiento yung sinasabi niya. Naiintindihan naman niya. So maybe it's about time, and you're right, maybe it's about time to revisit the procurement law in lieu with the e-commerce law. And the President have already stated during the SONA that there needs to be a new e-commerce law and an e-governance law to govern all this. So hintay-hintay lang tayo ng kaunti kasi batas ang kailangan natin baguhin diyan. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sec. Napasama ka tuloy sa panel namin. But so, thank you so much. We ran out of time, no, for marami pa sana akong tanong eh. But before we end, I'd like to have, to ask each one, what are your what are your last words or message to everyone who wants to be, for example, engaged or in training, cloud computing, blockchain? How can probably, invite more women, ladies to be in blockchain, information, cybersecurity, na curious ako certification. Parang gusto ko mag-apply din eh. Oh, ganda ng But I'm really, interested on that. So please, go ahead. Ladies first.
For government representatives, I encourage you that if you want to attract investors in your city or in your province, invest in talent development. That's a very important scorecard and the number one scorecard. Thank you.
So for cloud computing, on our side, we see the technology and its possibilities globally. And we are very excited to see what are the possibilities for our country on the growth in technology. And also, I'll support Ma'am Christina's words that invest in talent development because we also support in our organization the development of each individual as well.
For me, Ed, I'm an advocate of women empowerment and technology. So I am encouraging everyone, all the women out there, let's go out and be part of the new technologies, blockchain, cloud computing, and cybersecurity. So be curious, be an inquirer, be inquisitive, and to all the play-to-earn gamers, Axie Infinity, etc., whether you know it or whether you like it or not, you're part of blockchain. Good afternoon, everyone.
Going back to the first question kanina, how to develop yourself. You should invest in yourself. Lalo na kung nasa government kayo, there are a lot of free skills for government people from the ICT. And we have actually Israelis helping us. They helped build the first cybersecurity bureau, the SOC, and we have Cyber Range. We have some of the most advanced training systems in the ICT. But once you start investing yourself and getting all these cybersecurity skills, I pray that you also invest in a strong moral anchor. Kasi you will be dealing with cybercrime. You will be dealing how modus operandi of how cyber criminals work. I don't want you to be tempted to go to the dark side. So, kung meron kayo strong moral anchor, isaman nyo na yon sa cybersecurity training ninyo and you will become a better person.
All right, thank you so much, no? So that's it for our innovation panel. Now, let me give you my thought as well. Innovation, especially in our country, is really very important. But what's more important than that is the collaboration, the teamwork that we have. Because if we will not help each other, and if we will not collaborate, our growth will be very, very slow. I understand for Dr. Christina for talent development. I understand her part wherein the talent for LGUs, they really need to invest in talent development. For my company, called Performance 360, my BPO, we've been doing free call center training for the last 8 years to all LGUs. And then it's really very empowering to see people that you've helped train and then biglang naging manager na in a big call center. They meet you in the mall, they thank you for the training that you have provided. So it's really very inspiring. So there are a lot of LGUs, whether you partner with your own, with a group or company in your LGU, or the LGU themselves will do talent development. That's very important. And then for cloud technology naman, I really believe that we need more experts in this industry. That's why we have to really upskill. Last year, I had a problem looking for DevOps in my Overcode Technologies company for we develop software. Saan bang mga taong ito? Saan ko ba sila hanapin? And then when I see one, it's an Indian guy or it's from a Filipino guy living in Silicon Valley. How can I afford these guys? So we have to be at the forefront of talent development. Hindi yung reactive na lang tayo lagi. We have to be there in front. For blockchain naman, I'm really very hopeful and very positive for the future of blockchain. For distributed ledger, in various applications and use cases, especially in government, I really hope we can apply this in our election, or voting, so we cannot tamper or ano. But there's really a big there. Crypto is just one of the application of blockchain. NFT is just one of the, application of it. But there's a really bright future ahead for blockchain. Now for cybersecurity naman, sir, when can we have when can we upgrade the cybersecurity bureau to be like NSA, like in the US? Tanungin natin, nasaan yung si Sec?
Well, NSA medyo ibang level yon.
Ibang level
as well
na.
as the Israelis. But in Southeast Asia, we're getting there.
Okay, that's very good. So those are really things, na I really hope that we can have something like counterpart naman, that we can develop our bureau. Those are one of the things that I've been talking about for the last year. And then all of these things, we lack AI here and big data, but these emerging and new technologies are really crucial. Again, the key word here is being proactive, not reactive. Because if we're proactive, we're the forefront in talent development, it's easy for us, for our country, to go transition into a more digital and more inclusive. Sabi pa ni President BBM, digitalization. And then I like ngayon ko lang narinig, sir, yung BBM kay Secretary, broadband ng masa. Galing. So I'm really thank you so much to all our panelists to be here. Thank you so much for listening to our panel, and good afternoon, everyone.
All right, thank you so much, our moderator, Mr. Michael Cubos. Now, to award a token of appreciation to our speakers for this panel session, may I call on stage Ms. Billy Kimpo of Aklan City Council, the Executive Director, and Director Emilu V. Delfino of DICT.
Okay, so good afternoon once again. We are really running very late, but I'd like to ask the indulgence of everyone and incentivize this time for you to really spend a little more minutes in this conference. I just would like to announce that at the end of the Victor Conference today, 2 of you will be going home with a Jabra Engage 50 worth 16,500 each. And in fairness to those who are here, we are going to restart the raffle. So now, I have my team to distribute papers, raffle draw, sign your name. Okay? The second prize is a Jabra Elite 7 Pro Time Wireless Earbuds worth 10,000 pesos. The third prize is a Jabra Evolve 40 headset for professionals worth 9,000 pesos. So we're giving it all away to everyone. Okay? And I'd like to also ask the indulgence of everyone. We still have 3 sponsors who will be speaking. So sana, bago tayo mag-grand raffle, makinig po tayo sa ating sponsors. Our last panel is going to also be equally amazing. And I'd like to take this opportunity to recognize yung ating mga masisipag na mayors who are here and who will be joining our last panel. Just a recognition, we have here incumbent mayor of Tagbilaran City, Mayor Jane Yap, and former mayor of Tagbilaran City, Mayor Baba Yap. O, ayan. We also have here the Smart City Mayor of Bogo, Attorney Carlo Martinez. And we have here one of our digital cities, Pride of Region 6, Mayor Ronnie Dadivas of Rojas City. And the most important announcement for today, everyone who has worked overtime today, nandito tayo, pero nandun lang yung beat sa labas, pero nandito tayo nagtatrabaho. Your incentive today is the Aklan ICT Council has prepared for us 220 kilos of talaba tonight. So be prepared for that. Okay? So now we go to our last panel. Upo na po tayo. Last na lang.
Thank you so much, Yusek Attorney Giselle. Now, we move on to the final panel discussion of Victor 10. The inclusion panel will discuss diversity, challenges, and innovation, practices of the local government units and offices. It is also highlights the importance of developing international partnership and linkages to further the development of ICT industry. To drive the panel, he is the awarded as one of the 2019's most outstanding men of Western Visayas in October 2019. The CEO and founder of Virtual Workforce Professionals Incorporated, a homegrown BPO company with 11 expansion offices all over the Philippines. He is also one of the trainers and advocates of the Digital Jobs PH program of the DICT to promote digital jobs in the Philippine countryside. Let us all welcome the moderator for the inclusion panel, Mr. Leif Brian Margalo.
Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, I know this is the last panel and we've been here since this morning. So I'd like to ask everyone to please stand. Please stand. Okay, so I was actually planning to do a Zumba, but then baka magalit si Yusek sa akin kasi may naka-heel siya. And then kakakain lang natin. So what we'll do is just a short icebreaker. Usually I do this when I do trainings. It's a shake thing. So let's put our both arms forward and do the shake. Go, shake. And up. Okay, side. Okay, and then shake your legs. Okay, para madula ang tuyo. Amo nang hambal naman sa Ilonggo. Okay, thank you everyone. Okay. So, Sir Jihad, is my deck ready? Okay, but before I start with my presentation, first of all, I'd like to say thank you to DICT, NICP, and our beloved Yusek, Attorney Giselle Batapa-Sige for, giving invitation for me to be able to do the moderator for the inclusion panel. Okay, so our panel this afternoon is about inclusion. So what is inclusion? So inclusion is the practice or policy of providing equal access to opportunities and resources for people who might otherwise be excluded or marginalized. These are people with disabilities and members of other minority groups or communities. So I guess our panel this afternoon would be discussing about what are initiatives, advocacies that we are doing for, about inclusion. But next slide, please. But I'd like to give an example of, the things that we can do to do something about inclusion. Okay? So in the government and the private sector, I think there are just 3 things that we can do here, actually, to do something about inclusion. Number 1, we need to provide training. And then number 2, coaching. And 3, creating opportunities. Now, I'd like to dwell into this and explain to you more, but then because limited lang tayo sa time, I kind of asked Miss Emmy actually to borrow a video of a success story from DICT's Digital Jobs PH program, who for me is very inspirational and is a perfect example about doing something about inclusion, diversity, and inclusion. So, please play the video.
I'm Rahel Sara A. Castro. I'm working sa City Government of Binyan. May mga deadlines, may mga events, and nakasabay dun yung RIS. So, yun yung trial ko. But I overcome it, and I became a graduate. Sobrang willing naman akong mag-ano ng trabaho. So, kapag nakikita na ako, umuulang sila bigla. Yung discrimination na tinatawag. Naranasan din for almost 10 years ng pag-apply. Kaya nag-freelance ako for 10 years. Kapag kasi nakikita na nila ako, umuulan na yung pagka-interest nila kasi ganito ko eh. Kaya hindi ako sumuko. Nakikita nila yung disability ko eh. Hindi yung ability ko. Sabi ko, carry lang. Next na ano na lang. Company na lang. Kasi kung bumuko ka, wala din mayayari. Gusto ko talaga matuto. And sobra yung ininet ko na ma-uplift yung mga person with disability because of that training. Kasi gusto ko mag-give back. Gusto ko mag-training ng mga person with disability. Kasi kung kinaya ko, kaya din nila. Kung ako nag-succeed, kaya din ng mga person with disability. I'm a positive person kasi so kahit na na-hurt ako, tinignan ko pa din yung positive side ng buhay. Yung confidence boost ko kasi na-regain ko yung confidence na pwede pala akong maging research speaker. Pwede pala akong mag-multitask. Kasi yun yung ginawa namin sa training. Nakaka-inspire din ako ng mga fellow students ko na kung kaya ko, mas kaya nila. Binago nito yung buhay ko. Nabago yung pananaw ko sa ICT. Maraming salamat sa DICT for the trust they give me. Nabibigyan ng pagkakataon yung mga rural areas na mag-succeed din and maging urban din in the future.
Increasing the digital skills of talents in the countryside. improving hireability of the people to land jobs in online freelancing, promoting local talent and local businesses, providing economic opportunities not only for the graduates but also for those who benefit directly from this initiative.
Now, just a bit of an update with Raquel. I actually always chat with her. She's now a very successful executive assistant working online, and she's actually part of the Filipino Online Professionals Service Cooperative. And last December 2020, because of the trainings that she got from the ICT, she actually gained international certification for dashboard specialist from TIBCO, She Loves Data, and Singapore Management University. Her group won in the You Are What You Eat Datathon sponsored by She Loves Data and MSD. And she was awarded as one of the 1075 Tagumpay at Kagitingan Icon. And she is invited by different organizations and government agencies to talk about her drive to be successful in her chosen field. So I'd like to, I'd like to invite everyone to give a round of applause about inclusion and to what the ICT is really doing about it. Okay? So that's, kumbaga, that's training, that's capacity building, right? And how about creating opportunities? Okay? So I'd like to talk about the countryside. Medyo nag-whisper si Yusek sa akin about countryside and what we are currently doing. So, well, I think a lot of programs, including Digital Jobs that PH, is really doing a lot of things to create opportunities for the countryside. And this one, I'd like to share with you guys about what our team is doing to actually also do something about creating, opportunities in the countryside. So if we think about the countryside, next slide, please. We always think about, just a bit of a background, I'm actually from the province of Guimaras. The mango, home of the sweetest mango, in the world. Okay, so when I think about the countryside, I think about fresh air. I think about, bukid greenery. Next slide, please. Dagat, our house in Guimaras is actually very near the Dagat. Next slide, please. And of course, no traffic, less pollution. Next, please. And of course, one of the most important, that is where family is. Kumbaga, taga doon yung parents ko, taga doon. Guimaras is my home. So a lot of the Filipinos around the Philippines, now working in the cities, now working in Manila or in cities, are actually leaving the countryside. Next slide, please. So after all of those things, about good things about the countryside, about being home, about where our family is, this is the big question. Why are Filipinos leaving the countryside? Why is rural to urban migration happening? That's the movement of people from rural areas to metro areas. And there are some things that is driving that, and that's why it's happening. I can give you guys 100 reasons why Filipinos leave the countryside, but I just would like to point out two things that I think the ICT and our team is doing to do something about it. And this is part of inclusion, because basically, the countryside, a lot of the areas in the Philippines, especially the countryside, is really what I would say marginalized. Na kumbaga, parang they don't have that lots of opportunities and stuff like that. So I'd like to discuss two. One, of course, if we think about the countryside, kumbaga, we can agree and disagree, but there are few employment opportunities in the countryside. I'm going to think about my island. If I'm going to think about Guimaras, I think the only decent job that I can get there, if I stay there, is magbantay ng isang gasoline station or magbiyahe ng motor. That's just reality. That's why I also moved to Iloilo City. And of course, number two, all of us Filipinos want to have a better quality of life. So that's why I think it's really, events like this is really, kumbaga, very important for us to discuss about how to work together about collaboration, especially about inclusion. And so, I haven't introduced myself again, but I'm going to show you a video of what my team is currently doing for the countryside.
My name is Perk, and I'm from Sagay City, and I'm a working student.
Supervisor, employee, and a mom as well.
I was a boxing trainer.
And I'm currently a student. I'm currently a graduating student.
I am a former ground attendant from an airline company.
I lost my job because of the pandemic, so I'm really grateful that I get to work here.
I was a tambay.
I am a working student and also a working mom.
In terms of the community, it's been quite beneficial because it, as I said before, it provides a lot of job opportunities for people here in Sagay City.
We really love the mission and the vision of bringing job opportunities in the countryside.
It has helped a lot here in the local scene here in Cadiz City because it is a first of its kind here in the city of Wales. And it has been a pleasure having VWP in our cities because they provide work and stable jobs for our local agents here in Cadiz. Also, a lot of agents from Cadiz are now working for VWP in their top management, which is for me a great career advancement for the locals here in Cadiz.
For the countryside, there are less opportunities. So VWP provides livelihood to the people, give them ample of training, and they give a chance to people to improve themselves or to have a career growth.
I lost my job because of pandemic, so I'm very grateful that I'm with VWP and I found it near my home.
The VWP helps provides opportunity for like the working students. Although it's their first time, they can work with VWP and at the same time they can go to school. And as the work opportunity here in Sagay, VWP really helps when it comes to financial support with our employees here.
Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so currently, if you see the map, our company is focusing more on countryside locations because we know that those locations are the ones that are really in need of opportunities. And thanks to DICT, DICT is actually one of the reasons why we were able to reach these places. With the guidance of Attorney Giselle, she was actually when we were trying to grow our team, she was one of our guidance. She mentored us with a lot of things. That's why we are very thankful to the ICT, to digitaljobs.ph, that we were able to meet our partners. Actually, Ma'am Billy is here. She's actually, and Sir Crency and Ma'am Doc Berry, they're our partners in Kalibo, Aklan. So, before I start with my panel, next slide, please. This is just what I'd like to say. You know, Filipinos do not wait for opportunities. We create them. And I'm hoping that with the inclusion panel, we can actually discuss a lot of things about it. Okay. So, on our panel discussion, on the inclusion panel, we will be tackling about making sure that nobody is left behind in the development of the industry. It is also to discuss linking the local ICT industry to the national level and set it all up for the international stage. Now, to speak on best digital innovation practices, he is known among his constituents in Rojas City, values integrity, proactivity, faith, and community in his service to the people. Before becoming the chief executive of Rojas City, he served the city government in 1997 as Sangguniang Panglungsod Secretary and was elected as city councilor in 2004. A pleasure to call on stage Mayor Ronnie the Divas for the Digital Cities program of Rojas City.
Thank you, Leaf. Mayong hapon sa atong atanan. Actually, kaina, before I came here, since yesterday, giinulan sa Rojas City. And pagpakadto ko diri, hambang nag-decide gani ko, nakon, madayon pa bala ko. Tudong ulan sa Rojas City. I was about to bring my first counselor who chairs the committee on IT and mass media. And siguro nakambal ko equally mas maayo siya na lang maghambal diri in my behalf, no? Because his name is Victor. So equally competent, but may ara siya nga wala ako. And for this event, his name is fitting for this activity. Pero nag-decide ako na kung hindi, kay once, this is a very rare opportunity for me to speak for the Visayas or the Victor Visayas ICT Conference. So before I start, let me acknowledge very important personalities. We have here the DICT Secretary, Honorable Ivan John Uy. Secretary Ivan John Uy, I got to know, we got to see each other when we used to work in the Supreme Court. He was working then with the Chief Justice Hilario Davide, and I was working with Associate Justice Josue N. Belusilio. So we got to know each other, and we have seen in Malacanang during the conference, during the meeting rather. We have a very notable person, Undersecretary Attorney Jusel Batapa Sige. Ma'am, Undersecretary for the ICT Industry and Development. ASEC Jeffrey Ian D., Assistant Secretary. ASEC Maria Teresa Camba, Assistant Secretary. Director, Emelu Delfin. May roots si Emelu sa Rojas City, no? Dr. Mary Joy Abweg, I met her earlier, the President of NICP. Celeste Ilagan, the It is such an honor for me to be with you today to represent our city, Roja City, which you have chosen as one of the digital cities to be featured. Thank you to the Department of Information and Communication Technology, the NICP, and the Visayas ICT Cluster Organization for this distinct honor. The first concept of digital cities was based on Al Gore's concept of digital earth, where data and information are key in city planning. Over the years, the concept of digital city have evolved with the times, but not the management of such cities, which has remained the same. Often we are faced with the questions of what makes a city digital? And if a city is digital, how is it managed? Suffice it to say that in any city, digital or not, exists and is managed. On the basis of four very important principles according to McKinsey Global Institute, these four principles are sufficient funding, accountable governance, long-term planning, and dedicated policies. Nowadays, all of our cities all over the world are digital in one way or another because of the information technology boom of the past decade. The key to managing a digital city lies in perceiving information technology not as a silver bullet to drastically improve any city, but rather perceiving it as a tool to achieve the objectives enshrined in each of the four principles. Management, as earlier mentioned, is the same, but it is the tools used to manage a city effectively that are changing. These tools are data and information, especially in cities that are more digital than others. To explain these concepts further, allow me, and I'm honored to share with you the Roja City experience. In keeping with the four principles of city management, our city now operates on an 80% capacity in our automated collection management information system. Aside from the city construction permit information system, the Bureau of Fire Permit module, and the health sanitation module, all other systems under the EBPLS for business permit and licensing are fully operational. Our transport, franchising, and regulatory system, human resource information management system, social, amelioration, distribution, and social services system are all, on average, 85% operational, and our digitized epidemiological contact tracing system, COVID-19 task force, monitoring dashboard analytics, Roa City government website, and real property tax administration and collection system are fully operational. These were all done by our in-house information and communication technology unit. I'm happy to present to you, I brought with me our ICT team group here in this venue. These were all done by our, as I said, by our in-house information communication technology unit. And we are continually doing our best to finish the job. Our city is in constant close coordination and cooperation with the business sector, which often yields useful data and information utilized in our planning processes. Based on data shared by our private sector, we produced approximately 5,000 college graduates in 2020 with an employment of 94% employment rate. We have Pueblo de Panay Technopark, the first and only PESA-registered IT park in Northern Panay, which is also the location of its flagship partner, ePerformax, Contact Center, and BPO, Servio Technologies, and the Capis Innovation Center. Our Digital City Scorecard from the business sector shows the abundance of commercial rate of real estate at 6,000 per square meter or at 250 to 500 pesos per square meter commercial real estate rate. Availability of fiber connectivity, accredited accommodation facilities and utilities, as well as a very reasonable power and water utility rates. However, let us not be overwhelmed. Let me go back to what I initially said, that information and communication technology is not a management concept. It is simply a tool for management. Hence, management remains the same and is still based on the four-time honored principles. A digital city is created when we innovate on how we regard these principles. A digital city is established when we acknowledge that technology is a tool for us to remain faithful to the four principles of sufficient funding, accountable governance, long-term planning, and dedicated policies. In the case of Rojas City, we utilize existing data and information to build IT structures that ensure transparency, accountability, and efficient, effective delivery of services, all in keeping with the four principles of city management. If we must insist at identifying the key principle in managing digital cities, then we must draw from the field of communication and call this knowledge management. Nonetheless, knowledge management is still a tool which we utilize for data and information to be useful in improving the services and enhancing the organizational structure. Therefore, it is quite clear that in managing digital cities, we must learn to manage information and data, or collectively knowledge, for the betterment of our constituents and our geographical jurisdiction. What sets the digital cities apart from other cities is that these cities manage knowledge efficiently and effectively through progressive thinking leaders and key personnels. Along with that is the collaboration of the public and the private sector. And we have to give a round of applause to our partners, private stakeholders here in this event or the activity. Thank you very much to our partners and stakeholders. In Rojas City, despite the pandemic, we have had 642 new businesses in 2021 to 2022. Many of which are young entrepreneurial startups. We have 4 BPOs operating in the city, 36 banks, 3 land-based communications, and telecoms and dedicated internet services. With a speed ranges 85 or a fixed broadband speeds of 70 Mbps, putting our download or upload speed at 90 to 95% of that of the national average. I am enumerating all of this not to overwhelm you, but to demonstrate what proper and efficient knowledge management can do to a city. With all this in Rojas City, the data information that we need to manage is massive, and for us to effectively and quickly manage this, we need to have the proper tools like feasible information technology at our disposal. When I received the invitation, right, or the Visayas ICT cluster, the main question that they pose for me is, how do you manage a city? As I have earlier mentioned and demonstrated, all of us are now digital city managers, whether by circumstance or by choice, mainly because of the information technology revolution. So to answer the question, I can only say that in Rojas City, we manage our city to our very best as servant leaders, faithful to the principles of effective city management. And these principles should always supersede everything. In closing, ginatagaan ako time. In closing, let me leave you with a simple realization. We always think that when a city or a province or a nation is doing well, there is a special distinctive approach or strategy. But let me tell you a secret. There is none. There is none. We simply need to be sincerely committed to serving our constituents to the best of our abilities. City first, province first, country above self. Good afternoon, and thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much, Mayor The Divas, for the Digital City of Rojas. Actually, Mayor, may update ko sa imo. For BPOs, next month, September, we are in partner with Sir Bob. We'll be launching our company also there. 50 seats malang siya, but it will be 5 for Rojas City. Thank you. Yes, sir. Okay. So for our next speaker, under the Best Digital Innovation Practices, she was awarded as the Outstanding Young Men under the Youth Leadership category in 2010. She is also a recipient of the Outstanding Youth Leader Award. Now, as the Chief Executive of Tagbilaran City, she is the first female mayor of the city also. Ladies and gentlemen, Mayor Jane Sensoria Cajes, YAP for the Digital Cities program of Tagbilaran City.
Thank you very much to our moderator, Sir Leaf Brian, for that very kind introduction. Before I begin my speech, allow me first to greet very important people who are here with us today. Of course, Secretary Ivan John Uy, to all the Victor 10 staff, to our DICT national and regional officers, especially to USEC Attorney Giselle Sige, to our provincial government of Aklan, to our fellow servant leaders, fellow resource speakers, to my seatmate always sa League of Cities of the Philippines, Mayor of Rojas City, Attorney Ronnie The Divas, and of course, Mayor of Bogos City, Attorney Carlo Martinez. With me today is my husband, former Mayor of Tagbilaran City, Mayor John Jesnal Babayap, and our IT head, Sir Ayan Tambis. Ladies and gentlemen, kanatong tanan, good afternoon, maayong hapon. I'm honored by your invitation to be part of the 10th Visayas ICT Conference. This is a significant opportunity for Tagbilaran City to be highlighted as an investment destination for a thriving digital economy. This is also a good avenue for us to learn from the best practices and innovation of our counterparts in the Visayas, especially our industry leaders in Cebu, Iloilo, and Bacolod. We want to be immersed in the current industry trends so that we can further map out our next steps. Tagbilaran City has continuously and relentlessly worked to establish a highly competitive environment that can nurture a thriving and expanding ICT community. We recognize the importance of ICT as an economic driver and active job generator. We have seen the huge economic impact of the ICT, BPM, BPO sector in major cities, and we want to be part of this growing industry. So, in 2020, when Tagbilaran City was named one of the 25 digital cities of 2025, we expressed great excitement because this will open doors of opportunities for Tagbilaran. We are happy that the Department of Information and Communication Technology recognized the potential of Tagbilaran to be a smart city. Even before this inclusion of Tagbilaran as one of the 25 digital cities of 2025, the city has already pursued strategic efforts to have a business-friendly environment and to ensure ease of doing business. For this reason, Tagbilaran City has consistently received the most business-friendly LGU Category 3 award from the Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry. We have streamlined the city's business permits and licensing system. Through the computerization of our business registration process, we have reduced the number of days to secure a business permit from 2 to 3 weeks for new businesses to just 1 day. And for renewal of business permits, from 1 week to just less than a day. In the process and pre-pandemic, we have increased the number of issued business permits to 30%. And business tax collection likewise improved as more businesses registered with the computerization of the business registration process. We also accept online processing of the application and renewal of business permits. This is complemented by our electronic payment system for water, business, and real property tax. Even our tricycle units, which are the basic mode of transportation in the city, can now receive electronic payments. Moreover, we have made our citizen feedback mechanism digital. Tagbilaranons can now raise their complaints and suggestions online through the Tagbilaran app. This will ensure quicker management action and make our governance ensure inclusive and accessible to all. We also have our very own Tagbilaran City ICT Council, created in 2021 to support ICT growth in the city. This multi-sectoral group is tasked with the promotion and development of the ICT ecosystem through various programs, workshops, and other activities. All these digital initiatives are supported by an executive order and a city council ordinance to send a strong signal that this is the direction of the city and that we embrace this new age technology of digitalization. Indeed, digitalization is a priority in our governance, and this is part of my executive agenda. This is what we have done in the governance aspect of the LGU, and there are more digital innovations in line in the next 3 years. However, admittedly, we're still a young player when we talk about ICT, BPM, BPO industry. It has always been our dream to be part of this booming industry. It took a while for our ICT, BPM, BPO to take off. We're happy to note that the collaboration of the city government, the business sector, and the BPM, BPO industry players who work so hard to make this dream for Tagbilaran come true. Now, we are happy that we have 2 major BPOs in the city. IBEX and TASAS have provided more than 5,000 full-time jobs, the impact of which was significantly felt during the height of the pandemic in 2020 and 2021. This shows the resiliency of the BPM BPO industry amid the pandemic. These BPOs are now employing a wide range of employees from senior high school students to senior citizens, PWDs, and the LGBTQIA to demonstrate social inclusion. Tagbilaran City still open its doors for more BPO, BPM players. We can offer a truly business-friendly environment, and we can assist prospective investors in locating properties for infrastructure development. We can link up with our Public Employment Service Office, local colleges and universities, and TESDA for your talent pool. We also have our own Tagbilaran City College, which has 3,000 students as of today, which can be a good vehicle for digital education and with specific skills requirements of BPO entrants. We also take pride in our strong partnership with civil society organizations, which is essential for a conducive business climate. Furthermore, LGU Tagbilaran shall extend support to meet other industry requirements. This Victor Conference complements the digitalization vision of Tagbilaran, specifically in its desire to carve a niche in the country's booming ICT industry. We're all aware of what ICT can provide in terms of job generation, stimulating the local economy, ending talent migration, as well as increasing revenue of the city. We desire to make ICT a major economic stream in Bohol, not only for Tagbilaran City, but to include the rural areas, because increased local employment would also mean that the people from these areas no longer need to relocate abroad to get employed. Last, let me say that if there is a positive note to the pandemic and the restrictions we have all experienced, it is this major digital leap forward that Tagbilaran has taken with our BPOs locators to provide jobs to Tagbilaranons amidst the business and economic downturn brought about by the pandemic. After years of talking about ICT and the digital transformation of industries and services, COVID-19 accelerated our progress by years. For many who are not digital natives, COVID-19 transformed them into digital immigrants. People became more aware of telecommuting and the convenience of digital payments and transactions. In other words, ICT has gained the attention and recognition it truly deserves and the endless potentials it presents. In closing, Tagbilaran truly welcomes all efforts that advocate ICT development because we want Tagbilaran to emerge as a significant factor in its expansion and growth in our country. It is an honor to be here with you today, and I know much has yet to be learned and to be developed. But Tagbilaran City is ready, willing, and capable of moving our ICT, BPO, BPM industry to greater heights and soar high and higher with the BPM, BPO industry as our development leader. I would also like to personally extend my invitation to everyone here to come and visit Tagbilaran, Bohol. Our beaches is also at par with Boracay. We also have the Chocolate Hills, the Lobok River that are here, the now famous Virgin Island. Ako nang bahala sa 26,000 nyo. And so many more. Most of all, to the Department of Information Technology, Information and Communication Technology, regional and national offices for the support and assistance to make our dreams come true. You are indeed the wind beneath our wings. Daghang salamat, DICT. I would also like to especially mention the former mayor of Tagbilaran for 9 successful years, who has paved the way for our continued development in Tagbilaran. Tagbilaran City wouldn't be what it is today without him. also awarded as the most outstanding mayor of the Philippines, my one and only husband, Mayor Babayap. As the first woman mayor of Tagbilaran and the youngest mayor of Tagbilaran City, I vow to make digitalization a priority in my city. Thank you very much. And as we say it in Tagbilaran, Ascenso Pamor Tagbilaran, Ascenso Pamor DICT.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mayor Jane Yap, for that very informative session. So that really just tells us that Digital Cities program is really committed to bringing IT BPM opportunities to the countryside. Now, I was made aware that Mayor Jose Martinez was not able to make it. So instead, we will now proceed to our next topic, which is developing international linkages for businesses. So our next speaker is known as one of the visionary leaders in the industry. His expertise lies in business planning and strategy, organizational development, workplace design solutions, construction management, high-stake negotiations, profitability, and cost analysis. He envisions transforming the lives of every Filipino by giving them decent jobs and providing them a place where they can hone their skills and talents. Let us welcome Sir Joe Bantiling.
Mayong hapon sa inyong tanan. Dali lang ni, kay wala naman ta time. Thank you so much sa dara pa kamo tanan. I'm from Iloilo, by the way. Congratulations to, of course, Yusek Giselle, President Joy, and to the movers and shakers of Victor, and to all our leaders who are here for this worthy undertaking. Thank you for inviting us to be part of your ICT community. Pasensya na ang mga other leaders. Hindi ko na isa-isahon kay maubos ang oras ko. Your policy of inclusivity inspire us to deep dive into understanding this community. Today, in fact, today I am a student. This is not my cup of tea. My expertise really is business, management, organizational development, and investments. And today, I learned a lot about this community, how big the potential of growth, and what I can bring to providing jobs in this part of the country. Allow me to introduce ECCP, the European Chamber of Commerce and Industry. By the way, I am the chairman for the Western Visayas for the ECCP. As a joint, okay, can you proceed? Okay, just a brief background lang. We were founded, the ECCP was founded 1978, and then we have our first office in Cebu in 1990, and then we opened in Davao in 2013, and in Cagayan de Oro in 2017. And now we are, in 2019, we are in Clark, and now we are in Western Visayas. So we just established our branch here this year, knowing that Western Visayas will be the next business destination for European business and other foreign investors. Okay, next. I just want to see, ECCP provides a number of services to guide European business. Let me check lang. Okay, the ECCP also provides a number of services to guide European business get started in the Philippines. So we are the window of European business here, like business matching activities with clients, suppliers, partners, as well as provide market intelligence and research services for companies and learning more about the Philippine market. Truth is, If you go to Europe, like Germany, you ask, do they know Philippines? They don't know. It's our job to let them know that the Philippines is a good business destination. As an international trade for fair information center, the ECCP also provides extensive services to exhibitors and visitors of European and Asian trade fairs. Okay. As a chamber of choice, the ECCP is committed to be the voice. Yes, we are the voice of European business community in the Philippines. Some of our advocacies includes agriculture, automotive industry, the aviation, human resources, and a lot more. But more importantly, we are here also for ICT, BPM. Okay. So what ECCP can do for you, like the locals and the foreign companies, we do a business consultancy for them, allowing them to understand how it is to do business in the Philippines. We do events management for them. We introduce them to sectors like yours, the ICT BPM. We do trainings for them about the culture of the Filipinos. We do membership as well, and we advertise your company to the European markets. And we also have projects like advocacies, like trainings also. Of course, in our business consultancy, we provide business and technical support, like advisories also, consultancy services, and business mission. Yes, we do business mission. So I guess I have found some partners here. I have discovered some partners that we can bring to when we do international mission. Like, I don't understand the creative concepts. All those I want to understand because I will bring this to me when we do this mission. We do trainings we have a competency hub also, like technology transfer, best practices of European business to the Philippine business. But to be honest with you, we're doing a lot of this in Manila, in the National Capital Region. I hope to bring this also here, the National Capital, to Western Visayas. The EU is the Philippines' fourth largest trading partner. We all know that. So that the EU, we are important here also in the Philippines. The Philippines' main export to EU are office and telecommunication equipment, machinery, and food products. In focus, the ICT BPM KPM committee seeks to deepen cooperation among the various stakeholders involved by promoting host of regulatory reforms to ensure the dynamic growth of the sector. The committee aspires for reforms which will help improve the Philippine state of connectivity and propel it as the forefront of digital revolution. We are a little behind, but we're getting there. We have to maintain competitive incentives for ICT BPO investments, continued improvement of broadband service. We are really advocating to do this. And of course, we need to upskill the Philippine workforce. That's new. We are just asking you to please help us upskilling also our workforce. In addition to government engagements, the ACCP continues to work with other stakeholders to further advance partnership and collaborations. We are collaborating with European Business Organization, the EU-ASEAN Business Council, the Better Broadband Alliance. We are also joint foreign chamber with American Chamber, the Australia-New Zealand Chamber, which incidentally, a week ago, we were here for the Pacific Mission. I also wanted to bring the Australia-New Zealand here in this part of the country, the Western Visayas. Okay, as a joint foreign chamber, we are the voice of foreign investors in the country, especially the European businessmen, as well as the window of local business to international business. This is what we can do to you. Three things we consider the investment. Infrastructure. I think our local government officials are addressing this, especially the ICT infrastructure, sir. And human resources. we really need to consider human resources like to reskill them, to retool, and of course, the culture building. And of course, government support. All our local government officials are here, the mayors and the governors. We need your support, especially on ease of doing business. The tax incentives, I hope you would help us on that also. Friends, my expertise is workplace strategy and end-to-end solutions for built environment. A lot of talk about the future of work now, the hybrid or the hub and spoke. You, the ICT membership, is at the center of this all. We are here to engage and collaborate with you, how we can help each other grow. Yes, we are here because we can see a lot of opportunity. I'm here to assure linkage to foreign business, to investors, to venture capitalists, to the latest innovations and technology. I know we are all aspiring businessmen. I'm a businessman. I'm surrounded with businessmen. You too can become big business in the future. I will echo to our members in the Joint Foreign Chambers that Western Visayas is open for business in the IT BPM industry. Yes, let's make this happen. We will be the next alternative. Forget Cebu. Sorry, may mga Cebuano ba dito? Western Visayas will now be the next business region now for European, American, and Australian, New Zealand business. Thank you. I will do everything to make this happen. Let's make this happen.
Okay, thank you so much for that, Mr. Joe Bantiling. Okay, before we proceed to our next speaker, Mayor Carlo Jose Martinez of Bugos City actually has a representative. He is the IT officer of Bugos City and the president of Bugos City ICT Council. Let me invite on stage Sir Roger Tunyacao. Okay, so our next speaker is none other than the Department of Foreign Affairs Undersecretary for Civilian Security and Consular Affairs, who last served as the Philippine ambassador to New Zealand with concurrent accreditation to Cook Islands, Fiji, Samoa, Tonga, and the Pacific Island Forum. He also founded the Diplomatic League, the DFA's youth engagement platform. Ladies and gentlemen, Undersecretary Jesus Domingo.
Hello. Okay, thank you very much, Leif. Mayong hapon. Kia ora, tena koutou, tena tato katoa. So it's my great honor to be with you here today, and I'm so thankful that you gave me reason to finally visit Boracay after years and years of dreaming about it and being so proud that this is really the jewel of Philippine tourism and the global island. So how I got here, although was, my approach in being ambassador in New Zealand was more like being a mayor, and I'm very honored to be with Mayor Dadivas, Mayor Yap, and the representative of Mayor Martinez, Mr. Petilla. And, but I'd really also like to thank, again, my most immediate reason for being here was the DICT and the NICP. The secretary, he was actually, he didn't really know me, but he was my upper class at UP. And, but as, during my term in New Zealand, I got to discover the NICP through teaching at the National Defense College. I got to know my student was Michael Lim, now the former president of the EVP of NICP. Then I got, of course, now USEC Yusek Giselle Batapesige, linked up again with, of course, and got to meet online President Mary Joy Abweg, old friends like Director Emilu Verzosa. So, in my being in New Zealand, I was more like a mayor of 80,000 Filipinos in Aotearoa, New Zealand. And so one of the things, actually a lot of things we do in life are born out of frustration. And one of the things that is heartbreaking I could not do or was not able to do was to have a sister city relationship with any city in New Zealand, with the Philippines. Why? Because the New Zealand cities were going to expect us to invest in New Zealand rather than the other way around. And so there were other challenges. But there was so much interest from Boholanos, Cebuanos, Aclanos, Cordillerans to have better relations with their home communities. So anyway, with that background, you know, and we have the population is 110 million, 10% are global diaspora. And really the main pillar of Philippine foreign policy is the protection of the rights and welfare of overseas Filipinos, but our other pillars are national security, economic diplomacy, and cultural diplomacy. So, but with the title today, with the subject I was given is developing linkages, international linkages for our community here. So but with the help of the Philippine Foreign Service, so when we say foreign service, we refer to the embassies, missions, and consulates of the DFA and our diaspora, our overseas Filipino community. Next slide, please. Okay, then next one. Okay, so what is the situation now? And I'll just go quickly in the interest of time. Our global footprint and our main asset are our people. But one thing that I've learned over the years is that the best way to understand our strengths and our challenges is there are cultures which are malakas, there are cultures which are maganda. And that is best expressed in the Chinese paradigm of yin and yang. And our culture is extremely unique. But this is a key that I only was able to discover in New Zealand. I was also ambassador to Fiji, Samoa, Tonga, and Cook Islands, the Polynesian Islands. And it was quite interesting, quite a shock. Do you know what their favorite TV shows are in the Pacific, in the Polynesian Islands? Filipino teleserie. Why? Because they say you look just like us. You're family-oriented, you're loving, you're Christian, you're English-speaking. They were using terms which would now, you're also marites, full of drama. In fact, when they saw me, Mr. Piolo Pascual, why did you get so fat? Well, my wife, who looks like Christine Hermosa, then explained. But anyway, but I would say that the stereotype behaviors, good and maybe challenging, were more like Pacific Islanders, Filipino time, island time, and so on. Much more, say, than Asian. So anyway, I'd like to first understand that our culture is like itlog na maalat. The yolk is Pacific Islander, the white is Hispanic, the shell is American, but the alat is Asian. And in that sense, we are a bridge to all these great civilizations. To say that we're just Asian or some kind of brown Latino or American, bitin yun. So we should leverage all these rich elements of our culture. And let us also remember, not forget, that we were Asia's pearl of the Orient. We had the most dynamic and leading economy in Asia, second only to Japan, until the late 60s. But I think it's time we can recover it. Now, next slide, please. So what is the difference between a yin culture and a yang culture? A malakas culture, maganda, and malakas maganda, is that the yin is more focused on the micro, more on interpersonal relations, family, caring. The yang excel in statecraft, business, and so our diaspora is more of a yin culture, in yin mode. And also, culturally, we are more about education for employment rather than entrepreneurship. So it's very interesting that you're talking about the question that you framed was, how can we get more employment? Perhaps yes, we find more employment, but what really generates employment? Entrepreneurship. But I like what you said at the end, opportunities. There's this, how many of you are fans of 80s music? A song comes to mind, Pet Shop Boys. You know, there's lots of opportunities. If you know how to take them, you know, there is lots of opportunities. If you know how to make them, make or break them. I got the brains, you got the looks, let's make lots of money. How many of you know that song? Anyway, that sums up, I think, our mission, creating opportunity. And how do we help with that? Next slide, please. So what is our predicament now? We are moving to the 4th industrial revolution. The world is becoming more cyber. We're closer to the world of Terminator and the Matrix if we don't do this right. We talk about the Internet of People. There's also the Internet of Filipinos. Now, one of the challenges of Philippine culture is getting us to be one monolithic group. It will not work. So rather than forcing artificial unity, let us network among, one thing that is very noteworthy about Filipinos is we're proud to be Filipino, but we're also very proud about our regional identities. And it's very interesting that among the strongest consistent groups are the Kabisayaan. And interestingly, the other two that follow, I would say in my experience, are Bicolanos and Cordillerans. Others are also good, but those are most noteworthy. But I'd like to use these simple metaphors. We can. The problem is most of the world's standards are the Yang. And who are the Yang cultures? Asian, Western. They tend to be better at consolidation. But that's maybe not the right way to go. Forrest Gump movie, life is like a box of chocolate. So people are like chocolate. Young cultures are like Toblerone or like Serg's bars. But we're like M&Ms. The more we try artificial unity, we just scrunch the M&Ms. Rather, we should think of a network, a bag to hold them all together. And very much Filipino, we have this crab mentality thing, but it's more like bees. So it's better to think of not forcing all Filipinos to be under one hive, but rather to be a bee farm and let outstanding Filipino leaders to have kanya-kanyang spheres, but let's take a step back and network everyone like a bee farm. And I would say globally, to really appreciate the Filipino, we have a global role, not just for ourselves. And a Saudi prince had told it best to me. He is so appreciative that Filipinos have come to Saudi Arabia because of our dedication to family and being best represented in the caring professions such as nursing, caregiving. But even somebody in IT is often the kindest and most noble person in that company. We are showing the world what it means to be human. So let us focus on ICT connection. And our nation, the strength is also our diaspora. So we must work closer, and we talk about inclusion. Include the people outside Imperial Manila, in the countryside, and our balikbayans, our diaspora overseas. And so I think, however, we can use IT, but it cannot be purely IT because you need to make a face-to-face connection. I'm so glad our friend from ECCP is here because the foreign chambers are a valuable partner. Like we helped with the Pacific mission. Just the other day, we had the celebration 120th years of the AmCham. Okay, next slide, please. So how do we best achieve this better networking with you, with the NICP, with the mayors, the real mayors, of course, the governors, the local governments, the local communities, is to your tax pesos are already paying for perhaps the most broad Filipino marketing network, our foreign service posts. Around the world, we have 63 embassies, 4 missions. Missions means like an embassy to the UN or ASEAN. 27 consulates general, and 159 honorary consulates. So instantly, task us. But what is missing, I think, or what can be improved, is you give us specific tasking of what we can look for. And also, we will be working more closely with the foreign chambers. So again, we have that instant network of foreign service posts. Next slide, please. we also have what we call the attached agencies. We have DTI, Agriculture, Tourism, and Dole, also having their attachés or attached people who work with us. I'm so glad also to see specific industries represented here. Like, I'm a big fan of the work of James Lowe with games development, animation, and so on. So, however, this is the really thing I wanted to highlight. Next slide, please. Is the NICP. I mean, my God, it's such a beautiful concept. Don't worry, I have only 30 more seconds, please. Is that, as was mentioned earlier, I was very proud to work with Mike and Mary Jo and Joselle to establish the first overseas chapters of the NICP in New Zealand, in Auckland, Christchurch, and Wellington, the principal cities. Now, I was able to do that just a few months ago, but now they are ready for their tasking. So I want to hear from the Western Visayas, Central Visayas, Eastern, the whole country, but at the local level, particularly the local governments and the local NICP chapters, of how we can help bring more jobs, bring more investment, and also not just in terms of material investment, but also promotion of your language, heritage, and culture. And I've already asked the mayors of Tagbilaran if we can also work together in promoting the tarsier. Now, okay, so now so the goal is every embassy and consulate could, and we will, and I as USEC can task them, order them to start establishing NICP councils. We have New Zealand as proof of concept. Our next in line is actually Northern Virginia, North America, and others to follow. Okay, so we can help with business promotion, but also cultural promotion. Last slide, please. So, sino ba sila? Okay, so my name is Jesus, nickname is Gary Domingo, USEC for Civilian Security Consular Affairs. Oh, just a little note. I know, again, I said earlier, many LGUs want passporting missions. Again, it's a resource problem, so tell your congressman in our budget hearing next week, give us more money so we can send more missions. But also, it's a question of more automation, making better use of IT to make the passport and the visa process more streamlined, more automatic. And we're moving, but we still need your help and your push. And there's my contact details, so dagang at maraming salamat po.
Okay, thank you so much, Yusek Jesus Domingo. And also thank you very much to our speakers. We really learn a lot about the industry setup in the international setting. So I think we are out of time, but I think Yusek said that we can still get one question. Okay, so is there any question that we can accommodate now? Yes, please. Go ahead.
Please use the mic.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is not really a question, but I'm so sorry. You're about.
Go ahead.
Oh yeah, all right. Perhaps you can accommodate two because mine is not a question. I would just like to have a shout out to our LGUs. All right, specifically, we have Mayor De Divas. We have Mayor Jane, Mayor Baba, actually, the former. My name is Christine. I'm from Converge ICT Solutions Incorporated, and I'd like to thank the LGU for welcoming us in your area. We really recognize your warm reception, and therefore we are grateful that we are able to serve you. That's it. I just want to say thank you. Before, people would have to say that it's very difficult to, have our presence in almost all the municipalities and cities because of the permit issues and everything. But right now, I have to really say the LGU have been very, very helpful. And I'd like to, let's give a round of applause for all our LGUs. Thank you for welcoming not just Converge, I believe so, but all other utilities. This is for the betterment of our society. Thank you.
Okay, thank you also Converge. I believe that they're one of the sponsors of Victor, so thank you also Converge. Okay, sir, Mike, you have a question for...
Yeah, I do.
Of course, I'd like to thank my teacher for gracing us and speaking here. Maybe I'd like to offer this question to the mayors that are with USEC. Since we've heard how DFA is allowing us to use and abuse our, ambassadors, maybe what can we do for the LGUs? Maybe as the mayors, they know more about how we can interact with them, their SMEs, their citizens, and how we can task the DFA to help link us to what's in their own cities. So maybe it's good if we can hear them, and then USEC can react to what they would answer.
Okay, so I think I'll go first with ladies first.
I was actually talking to USEC a while ago, and I told him that I'm not lobbying for a passporting mission in our city. I'm actually giving him an office space. If they can have a DFA center in Tagbilaran, Bohol, because we don't have one in Bohol. And Bohol is, as you all know, is a tourism destination. So we have about 1.2 million in population. So I really hope that someday I will formally give my letter offering DFA a space in Tagbilaran City Hall, or wherever they like. We can partner with them so that they will finally have a home in Tagbilaran. So DFA is always welcome. And in terms of partnership with different sectors like the CSOs, we have always been welcoming. So if you have any plans of coming to Tagbilaran and you like to partner with us with your future programs, project, or you'd like to invest in Tagbilaran, you're very much welcome. Our office is open Monday or even Saturday to cater to all your needs. So thank you very much for this opportunity, DICT. Daghang salamat.
Thank you. I subscribe and second to the, not to the motion, to the request of Mayor Jane, because like Roja City, we may not be the regional center of Panay Island, but we have at least 2 million people in the Panay Island, and the center is only in Iloilo. We cater to northern Iloilo as well as the eastern part of Calibo. So ideally, if you can also put up Department of Foreign Affairs office in our city, would be very much appreciated, and we're willing to give a lot, or a building for DFA for our city residents. And with respect to the question, how will be able to help MSME, earlier I just talked to Director Jane Abiliana of the ICT. So we need to, in support of the DICT and of course the industry, we need to set up a training center. A training center we need to invest in the human capital, because this is the only way that the industry will grow, and as the industry grows, our human resource will be ready and prepared for this growing business. So the training center will serve to our advantage also for the growth of our BPO industry.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. Thanks, Mike, for that question. And definitely, we want to explore that. But remember, we are also in the process of further digitalizing and automating the passport process. So again, just be honest though. Remember, it's really a question of our budget and our manpower. But if we can increase that, plus with partnership and offers in kind, facilities, that would be really most welcome. We are expanding, but definitely let's please be in close touch. And definitely we are interested. And well, with this warm welcome in the Western Visayas, how can we refuse? Okay, thank you. Also, I'd love to explore more options with our European colleagues, especially on the technology of, remember the old Photo Me? where you could, we have passporting technology that's something like that. Especially the European countries are making use of that. So that's another option there. It might even, we may not even necessarily have to have it manned. But anyway, there's things we can explore, especially with the ICT and NICP. Thank you.
All right, so I think time's up, and I think overtime na tayo. So I guess we'll just wrap it up. So we'll just have a photo op, Attorney, now with the... Okay, so let's welcome back our MC.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. I've never seen such a hard-working bunch. So let me call on Yusek Giselle to give some tokens to our speakers. This is the final panel, right? So Giselle, kindly mount the stage. Thank you so much to all of you.
We'd like to invite ASEC Jeffrey E&D together with Dr. Mary Joy Abueg, the NACP President, and Ms. Billy Kiompo of Aklan ICT Council, please on stage. Thank you.
All right, and a photo op, of course, to record this momentous occasion. Guys, I know overtime na, but I appeal for your patience. And, I am going to call on two of our sponsors to give a message. Without them, this gathering would not have been possible. So at this point, let me welcome from Lenovo, Jeric Lunar. Jeric, are you there? Thank you so much once again. Yusek Domingo, what a great address. Complete with singing. Jeric? May I call on Jeric to give us a few messages? Come forward, please. Oh, and by the way, everyone, those who are here, please claim your tickets to the Governor's Ball tonight as you exit. Only those who are here will be able to attend. I was asked to make mention that there are 220 kilos of talaba for everybody to feast on. Kung wala kayo dito, sorry. Only those with full attendance. So is Jeric around? Okay, may we request everyone to take their seats as we view the screen for the Lenovo presentation. Jeric, come forward. Please take your seats, everyone.
Hello. Ayan. So, good afternoon, everyone. So, I'll be presenting about Lenovo, but this will be a very short presentation. So, thank you, everyone, for staying. And bear with me for a little bit for my presentation. Okay. So, as Lenovo, you know, so maybe you are more familiar with the laptops and desktops, but Lenovo has a data center product. So what do you mean by data center product? These are the servers, storage, and hyper-converged appliances. Mostly these products are not seen by the consumer market. No, it's most on the commercial and enterprise. So just to give an idea who Lenovo is, so we're part of the Fortune 500, so we're number 224, and we have multiple offices throughout the world. Okay? And here are some of the products that we are carrying. So we have Think System, and we also have Think Agile. So for the Think System series, we have the servers, we have the storage, we have the blades, and then we have mission criticals. So if you have workloads for virtualization, database, and hyper-converged, definitely Lenovo will be able to cater those requirements. And then we also have storages, as I have said kanina. And then we partnered with leading software developers such as Nutanix, VMware, and Microsoft to improve our whole data center experience. And then just to give you some of the success story that Lenovo have, so we partnered or we worked with DreamWorks to create this movie. No, if you're not familiar with this one, baka yung mga anak natin or yung mga kids natin, no, might be familiar with this kind of movie. And then, we also work with Ducati, no? So our servers, no, helps Ducati win races. How, no? Usually the AI, the analytics, so those processes are being run on Lenovo servers. And then these are our partner solutions. So we have partnership with VMware, Microsoft, Veeam. So these are the market leaders when it comes to softwares. And then these are our success story. Okay? But these are usually international. Here in the Philippines, we are part, no, Lenovo was part of the big deployment for high-performance computing. So ano ba yung high-performance computing? Ito yung servers that calculate multiple or million of transactions per second. And we are proud to say that we have the first deployment of HPC here in the Philippines, and it was deployed on a government agency that is responsible for forecasting weather. Okay, so I'm not naming the agency, but we are part of that team. We also are part of the team that deployed yung PhilSys, the national ID. So yun. So we have different deployment also on different LGU in the NCR, in the Visayas, and in the Mindanao. Okay? And then, actually, that's a very short presentation lang, no? So that sums up my presentation. Hopefully, you got something out of it, and thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Lenovo, and thank you so much, Jeric. I urge everybody to please, let's respect our speaker and pay attention to our sponsors, please. And now let me call on Christy Marie Gohetia Mani of Converge.
Hi, everyone. This is what you call save the best for last, I believe so. Yes, this is an honor indeed to be part of this activity. Thank you very much. I'd like to really say also special thanks to Sir Jesraf, because he was the one who reached out to us so that we could be part of this. All right. My name is Christine. All right. My name is Christine. I'm the Regional Sales Head, Enterprise for Visayas and Mindanao for Converge ICT Solutions Incorporated. 2 years ago, I was not with the enterprise sales, but I was with Converge doing the site acquisition. And that is why I would really, really express my gratitude to all the LGUs, specifically in Visayas, because they have been very, very accommodating. Attorney Mayor Ronnie De Divas. He is our first subscriber in Rojas City. Thank you very much. Mayor Baba, I have visited your office also, and thank you for the warm reception. We have already lines in Tagbilaran. We have been visiting several LGUs within Visayas because we would want to say thank you really for the warm reception. I'd like to share with you who we are and what we do. So in Converge, all right, we advocate results matter. We are here to serve you and let your business propel. Converge have been known for quite a while. Can we go? Converge have been serving Luzon, okay? But this is not in the case for Visayas and Mindanao. So we just roll out basically 2020. But there is a dream. As I've mentioned earlier in the morning, I asked it as a trivia. Who is the founder of Converge? And we have it, Dennis Anthony Uy of Pampanga. So this is his dream. He wants to fiber power the Filipino nation. And for that dream to be achieved, we have our mission, which is to delight our customers by taking care of our own. And for our vision, we envision that we become a world-class ICT organization that empowers people, businesses, and the nation to be at their best. I asked as well earlier this morning, how long have we been in the business? Some of you mentioned 5 years, 12 years, 14 years. The closest was 26 years. But we are actually 29 years. Next slide, please. We are 29 years of group of operation. Wow. 5 minutes. Okay, then I would probably not stick to my slide. Just like go through. So we have this one. Let's have a critical milestones. I'd like to share that with you. I'll very, very specific on Visayas because we rolled out in 2020. And then right now, we're all over, well, not necessarily the whole area of Visayas, but we are considering the areas where our backbone is present. The aim of our CEO is to connect Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. Let's skip that. Let's go to another one. All right? So we are, if you would notice, we are also trusted not only in the Philippines but also abroad. So we have partners. Next slide, please. We have partners, no, who said that our internet continue is fast, simple. Continue with the clicking. Fast, simple, and reliable. Next slide, please. So, continue, all right? If you would ask, I don't have a vision, probably I'll just go down. All right, okay, to become more intimate. So Converge have been actually chosen to provide services to BPO, to banks, to FSIs, to the universities, and retailers, the national government. We are actually in partners with the national government and all other telcos. So we are not actually competitors of, well, of course, in a way, competition is there to give better service, and we would really like to thank Globe, PLDT, Smart, because they give us the lesson, diba? They give us the lesson so that we will have a better service right now. Okay, next slide. Our network, this one, let me emphasize that our network is diverse, high speed, and resilient. Why? It's the so, please. Okay, so we build our own backbone. This is just for everyone, everybody's knowledge. If you would think that, oh, if something goes wrong with the other telcos, we were also down. We emphasize that we have our own backbone. It's a 6 billion investment by our founders. So we make sure that we are really the true redundancy in terms of network. So we have 13,500 kilometers of fiber optic cable, which was added in fourth quarter of 2021. We have a terrestrial fiber backbone of 103,000, and then a 1,800 kilometers sub-sea cable connecting Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. And we have 20 landing stations. I can guarantee you that within Aklan, within Rojas City, within Iloilo City, we have our source of connectivity in that area, and that gives you really an assurance that we can give you a better service. Next slide. So for our pipeline, kindly just check that the green ones we are already serving, and then we have our soft launch and we have expansion soon. Next slide. All right, so better appreciation. This is where we are right now in all the areas of Visayas and Mindanao. Next slide. And for upcoming areas, watch out for Converge. We will be there in your area to serve you. Samar, Guimaras, other parts in Iloilo, but mind you, we are already serving Iloilo and Iloilo provinces. And then later on in Mindanao, Compostela Valley, and the rest that I mentioned. So we have, okay, we are being acclaimed by UCLA. Okay, we have our top-rated fixed network in the Philippines. We were awarded, as well as the leading AS number in the Philippines. Next slide. We'll make it fast, don't worry. And then we are committed. We are committed to provide direct, secure, and seamless connectivity to businesses. Next slide. All right, this is our portfolio. Don't worry, I'm gonna wrap it up. Okay. Again, we are known to give residential connections, but right now we're telling that we are able to serve businesses. We have various products and services, from value-added services to our core services. And being as such, we have innovative products and services that would really cater to your requirements. Next slide. We are future-proofed. Why? This is our network. We have point of presence. Next slide, please. We have point of presence internationally, okay? Thus, accessing some of the sites abroad would actually give you ease, all right? So that we have also a partnership with Bifrost, and which will land in Davao, by the way. And the next slide, we will have our Hong Kong, Southeast Asian, Hainan Hong Kong partnership, so that our network accessing of data would be very seamless. Next slide. And again, we anticipate and innovate for all of us partners. Thank you very much. Next slide. Should you wish for any how do you call it, partnerships, we have our email address. All right, my name is Christine, and we have with us, by the way, allow me to introduce also our partners from the head office, because I handle Visayas and Mindanao. We have Ned and we have Lot. They are from the head office. They are handling BPOs and national government. I handle the regional area for Visayas and Mindanao. I have some items to be ruffled off. Who would be interested? Okay, time's up na daw. I don't know how it's gonna be.
Thank you so much. We will be doing the raffle during the speech of Yusek Josel, so that we can manage the time. Thank you so much. We are great admirers of Converge, and your founder, Dennis Uy, hats off to him. Thank you. Now, I'd like to invite everyone to turn their attention to the AVP of Slide Genius.
Innovative ways. Founded in 2012, the company now has over 150 full-time employees across 4 offices around the world. We are servicing over 4,000 global clients, 75 of which are part of the Fortune 500. We are the world's leading presentation design agency. We help organizations bring their stories to life in visually innovative ways. Founded in 2012, the company now has over 150 full-time employees across 4 offices around the world. We are servicing over 4,000 global clients, 75 of which are part of the Fortune 500. We collaborate with clients both big and small, working on exciting projects. In addition to PowerPoint, we design services for graphics, video, web, and UI. The culture of each Slide Genius office is unique to the diverse designers and managers that work there, but the foundational culture was grown at our headquarters in San Diego. Here in the Philippines, we mirror the collaborative culture of our San Diego HQ to provide 24-hour coverage for SG Interactive. We strongly support each person's time. Together, we work hard so everyone can enjoy their time at home. With each new person joining the team, we embrace their unique interests, be it for art, music, or even corny jokes. Be part of our growing team. Visit our website and social media platforms to know more.
Thank you so much, Slide Genius, Converge, and Lenovo. We appreciate your support. Now, may katapusan din po. So I am now about to introduce the person who will deliver the closing remarks. And she is the reason I am here today. Our speaker co-founded the National ICT Confederation of the Philippines, an umbrella organization of all ICT councils. She became president from 2010 to 2012. During her term, she spearheaded the launch of the Excellence in Local Governance through ICT, or e-Governance Awards, later adopted by the DICT as Digital Governance Awards. She was named one of 2009's Asia Top 10 Young Leaders by Asia Society Philippines and was chosen as the Eisenhower Fellow of the Philippines in 2012. In 2014, she was lauded as a Philippine Individual Contributor of the Year during the International ICT Awards. And in 2016, she was named as one of the Outstanding Women in the Nation Service or Towns awardees. Incidentally, I'm president of Towns this year, and we are going to announce our awardees before the end of the year. So friends, please welcome, I know her as a workforce, a very passionate woman, and without her, this would not have all happened, and we all support her endeavors. Please welcome Yusek Giselle Batapa Sige.
Thank you.
Sige, Giselle.
Thank you very much, Ses, my fellow Towns awardee in journalism. I will not mention the year na. Okay, so thank you, Gid. Salamat, Gid. Salamat sa picture nga may bayong. No? So maayong gabi na sa tanan. Thank you very much. This will be very short. I just would like to take this opportunity to thank the people. It's not really exactly true that I am the only reason for this. There are people behind this. Without them, this would not have happened. But I just want to throw a question before I thank these people. Would you be able to guess how much time did we have in preparing for Victor 2022? Anyone? Sinagot mo na, Marcy. 3 weeks. This is 3 weeks. This is the power of collaboration. This is the power of collaboration. Maraming salamat po, Governor Miraflores, Vice Governor Kimpo, former Vice Governor and former Congressman, and Aklan ICT Council President, Ma'am Billy Kimpo. Pasalamatan natin. And of course, yung aking partner, palagi kaming nagsasagutan kahit 12 midnight, si Marsh. Salamat, Marsh. Salamat, Gid. Kag this will not have been possible without my partner always. You know, there's this story of 2 sisters always competing with each other. Hindi talaga sila humihinto ng kanilang competition. And that is Bacolod and Iloilo. So thank you to Iloilo Federation for IT, my kuya, Sir Jesra Palmares, who moved heaven and earth to really get sponsors. Alam nyo, I feel that this is the first Victor Summit na walang registration ni 5. Palakpakan natin yung DICT. Kung meron pong sumingil sa inyo, i-report nyo po. But thank you very much, DICT, to Sec Ivan Uy, who has reposed upon me his trust and confidence, appointed me, brought me together with him sa DICT. Salamat, Attorney Ivan Uy. I think naghihintay na siya sa atin sa seaweed. Baka naka-tropical attire na si Secretary Ivan. Of course, my fellow officials of the DICT, Assistant Secretary Tess Camba, are you still here? My mentor as well. She's from Zamboanga, but she's now the mother of all countryside. Okay? So, and then Assistant Secretary Jeff D. Sabi niya kanina, boss niya ako, well, approve ako sa presentation niya kanina. Pero kailangan wag nating pabayaan si Assistant Secretary Jeff because digital skilling is very crucial. The more we have good talent, the more tayong aangat. No? So, thank you to all the ICT councils. My mother organization, let me take this opportunity to congratulate the National ICT Confederation of the Philippines. For the first time, meron na po kayong result. Ako, ang baby nyo, naging USEC ng DICT. And congratulations to my mother council, the Bacolod Negros Occidental Federation for IT or Benefit. Benefit will always be here to benefit all cities. Kaya please network the things that Dr. Tina earlier shared. Kopyahin natin, magkopyahan tayo. Hindi po bawal magkopyahan sa NICP. The more you copy, the more ka magiging first honor. Yon. And of course, let me take this opportunity to thank all our speakers. Thank you very much. No? I'd like to let you know that many of our speakers really found a way, even resources, to be here today sa Boracay. So maraming salamat po. Tomorrow, please still be here. Meron kaming 5 game headsets and marami pang freebies to be raffled off during the CreaCon or the Creative Congress. And we have really good speakers. We have the Game Developers Association of the Philippines. We have the Animation Council of the Philippines. We have CCAP, Content Creators. We have Audacity Studio, by the way. Thank you as the Audacity Studios. Yung ating local artist from Bacolod made the Victor logo. Parang tribal siya. So, tribal. So, thank you very much. No? So, it will all be tomorrow. You also get to know Spring Valley, which is also a creative space that JDL founded. And our keynote speaker for tomorrow is the co-author of the recently passed into a law creative industry bill. Together with Congressman 10Th Visayas, we will have Congressman Kiko Benitez. No? We will have Congressman Kiko Benitez okay, teka. Meron na kami. Sorry meron na kami. Sige, okay. So, again, I'd like to thank Eastern Communications, Lai Genius, Southwest Tours, Grand Peninsula, Suites, Jabra. We will be now raffling off Jabra. Can we give yung mga raffle natin? Can we put it here? We also want to thank VST ECS Philippines. And we will raffle off some items from VST ECS Philippines. Huawei, Aruba, Hewlett-Packard, Asus, Lenovo, New Line, thank you very much New Line, Converge, Upper.ph, and of course the Board of Investments earlier. Tomorrow, please, if you want to connect with the Board of Investments, avail of the fiscal incentives for your cities. You can connect with our Visayas representative here. Nandito ba si Ma'am Flor? Ayan, kaway-kaway yung Board of Investments, our new ally in the countryside. Kuhanin po natin lahat ng incentives na nabibigay ng national government and bring all the jobs to the countryside. So thank you very much. Sana wala na akong nalimutan pang i-acknowledge But to everyone I have not mentioned, my heartfelt thanks. Today is all about three things. And that is the name of our panels. Collaboration, innovation, inclusion. Collaboration, magtulungan po tayo. We can achieve nothing if we don't help one another. Innovation, let's think out of the box. You know, the most important thing is to reinvent yourself every day. Kailangan we learn to improve ourselves. And finally, inclusion, which means, to me, wala pong iwanan. Walang iwanan. Region 6, 7, and 8, ewan ko kung sino pinakamayaman na region. Ang alam ko, 7. Pero we need to help Region 8 as well. And also, ayan, palakpakan yung Region 8, you know. Gusto ko na nga magpa-adapt sa Region 8 eh. Diba? Lahat ng mga ICT Council doon, I've met, Borongan, Northern Samar, no? And that is the home region of your ICT Industry Development Bureau Director. Si Director Emmy, palagi niya akong sinisingil, what are you doing for my region? And I also ask her the same question, what are you doing for your region? No? So nagtatanungan kami. Okay, at this point, we'd like to call our friend from BSETCS. And I'd like to call back my partner. Magra-raffle draw tayo ng first batch. Dito tayo, Miss S. I think you should stay there. First item. Can we ask another microphone?
Ikaw ang tiga-bunot. Oh. Sige. Okay, so we're giving away a jacket, right?
Sige. We'll ask Yusek Domingo.
Okay.
Jacket.
Do the honors.
Sheila, please. Okay. Yan. Sige.
Parting-party na ang mga tao dito. Oh, the winner of a jacket from BSTECS is Edgardo Sancho.
Lenovo. 1. Going once. Going twice.
Okay.
Wala na. Okay, next. Isa pa. Yusek, isa pa. Yan. Tatlo na siguro. Tatlo na. Kasi tatlong jacket.
Tatlong jacket. Okay. Alright. Francis Benedict Roque.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
I think nandito siya.
Ala, dali.
Wow. And the
Okay.
next, Johnny Paul Laguna of Iligan. Wow. And Almira Mendoza. Almira Mendoza, Tesda Aklan. Are you here? Congrats.
Almira. Wala? Ayan. One more.
Wow. One more.
One more. Okay. And then we are ruffling off flask. Ilang flask?
Mary J. Gonzalez. Mary J. Gonzalez, are you here? Okay, great.
Mary Jade? Yeah, of course. Mary Jade. Miss Jade. DTI, Region 6. Salamat.
Flasks, okay. Who else will
Okay,
do the
flask.
honors na Yusek?
Sige.
Yusek Domingo?
Hindi,
May we bother
James.
you again?
Si James naman, si James. James Law of GDAP.
Three, we need three.
3 flask. 3 flask. Stainless steel vacuum insulated cup.
Oy, maganda yan.
Oo. Naka-attach to sa AI. Sa IoT.
Salvacion Sibonga.
Oh.
Iloilo.
Ma'am. The EGOV champion of Iloilo.
Wow,
Ayan.
one more. 2 more.
Regards kay Governor Tupas. Mali ba sinabi ko? Defensor. Sige. Defensor.
Louis de los Santos, Elk of Lapu-Lapu City. Louis, are you here? Okay, great.
Ma'am Sally, ang bag mo pa. Sino eh?
Francis Canlas. Francis, are you here? Ayan, all our winners are present.
Yes. O, pwede na kayong kumuha ng ticket nyo para sa Governor's Night.
Done?
Isa pa. Thank you. Meron pa? Okay, wala na? Alright, thank you, Mrs. At this point, I'd like you to stay because Ma'am Billy prepared a special pinya barong.
Wow!
Ayan, Ma'am
Wow,
Billy.
wow, wow. Is that for me?
You know, the pinya industry of Aklan was one of the most hardest hit during the pandemic. Wala nang bumili ng barong kasi wala nang events. Okay? Thank you very much, Ma'am Billy. Ayan. Award din daw ako. May barong din ako. Thank you! Yay! Thank you very much. Ayan. Meron na tayong damit sa Towns Awards. Okay. Tama. Okay. At this point, before I give out the prizes and make a very important announcement, I'd like to just call, sige, announcement muna. Tapos I'll call Lord Will. Lord Will ba? Tama. Yeah. Announcement. Due to public demand, the National ICT Summit of 2022, one of the best years of this century, is going to take place in a very beautiful city. And tonight, we will witness the turnover handshake between Puerto Princesa City, Palawan, which was the host last year, to this city which will host the National ICT Summit in November. So magpabook na po kayo ng ticket nyo kasi the National ICT Summit this November is still going to be in the Visayas. And that will be, and we will have the ceremonial handshake. First time po kayo makakakita ng handshake ng dalawang magagandang babae. And I am not referring to myself. Okay. So I will call the president of the Palawan ICT Association, our current president of the National ICT Confederation of Philippines, Dr. Joy Abueg. Okay, I think we have the most beautiful ICT industry association, no? Or ICT association in the Philippines, si Dr. Joy, to do the ceremonial handshake and officially turn over the hosting. And Ma'am Emmy and Asik Jeff and Asik Tess, ang saro po natin, i-prepare ang saro. Uy, hala, speaking of saro, my goodness, sandali, I forgot to thank one person who did a lot of the groundwork, and I want her to come in front. Regional Director Jane Havillana of Region 6. Naku, hindi tayo makakauwi bukas. Director Jane, please take a bow. Come here. She's our new regional director. Bago lang din siya sa DICT. Sabay-sabay lang kami halos. But Director Jane, please take a bow. Okay, lahat ng problema nyo sa Region 6, please approach Director Jane. Take a bow muna. Dito ka. Yan, dito ka. Beside me. Yan. Mag-witness tayo ng turnover. Now, I would like to call the representative of this city who bravely, even as a neophyte local government official, accepted the challenge of hosting a National ICT Summit. This is the first time that they are hosting it. The other time was Victor. Ayan, may clue na kayo ha. This city hosted Victor, the Visayas ICT Summit. But this time, they will host the National Summit. Please come up on stage, Mayor Jane Yap of Tagbilaran City. sila, mag-ceremonial handshake kayong dalawa. Hindi, silang dalawa. Halika dito, RDJ. Halika. Tayo ay sausaw lang dalawa dito. Halika, dito tayo sa side. Ha? O, yung director pala, mga director. Teka, let me guess. Dito si RD Rick. Oh, halika, halika. Akala mo makakalusot ka, ha? Halika, Director Rick. Po ka dyan. Tapos na kami ni RD Jane. Pahinga na kami. Diyan ka sa side ni... Sinong director mo? Director Cheng. Yes, yes. Doon ka pa rin or na-transfer? Diyan, okay. Sige. Director Cheryl Ortega of DICT and Director Rick Amores of DICT witnessing the ceremonial handshake to officially announce that the next ICT Summit in November, kita-kita po tayo lahat sa Tagbilaran City. Pwede kayo mag-handshake for picture. Ayan. Thank you, no? Thank you very much. Okay. Maraming salamat. Congratulations, RDJ na. Salamat, Gid. Hindi ka nagsasmile, Rick? Okay, the next announcement, no? I'd like to ask the apology of Mayor Ronnie, no? But Victor Capiz already hosted Victor. Rojas already hosted Victor. And this year is Region 6 pa rin ang Victor. So next year, the host of Victor 2023, I will announce. But first, thank you very much. You can now go down. Ayan, thank you. So sige, mag-start na po ng processing ng SARO. Emmy. The next Victor 2023, summer kasi ang Victor always eh. Kaya maganda talaga ang Victor. Yung Luzon at Mindanao, mga tig-ulan na sila ya. Sadyay ang Victoria, di ba? Kay first quarter. The next Victor, wala pa po silang commitment, but I'm giving them a chance. Because they have only hosted one summit, and it was right after Yolanda. Because we want to give hope to this region. So the next summit, for Victor, may I ask Aklan, ICT Council, Marsh, and team to turn over now the gavel. Aklan, pwede bang umakyat? And RD Jade ulit. Let's now turn over the Victor hosting to Director Felix Tabanao. Yan. And all of Region 8, akyat yung lahat. Here, please. And Benefit and iFit. Haji and Jesraf. Ayan. Ito po ay pinipicturean namin para hindi po sila umatras na. This is actually documentation. This is evidence exhibit A. iFit, Benefit. iFit, Aklan, iFit, Benefit. Aklan. Yan. Mga fit lahat yan eh. Dito ka. Dito ka na side. Nag-transfer ka na ba sa Region 8? Just, Region 6. Ang Capiz, Mayor, halika Mayor. Mayor Ronnie of Capiz, Rojas, ICT Council. Sana yung ICT Council mo, pagalitan natin, bakit hindi ka nila sinamahan? Wala kanila ginupdan. Capiz. Yeah. Ayan. So, may Region 6 pa bang naiwan? Antique? Okay. Handshake. Between two RDs. Yan. Dalawang RDs muna. Sila. Sir, yan. Yan. Ito, mas sigurado to kasi regional director. Sigurado ang saro nito. Yan. Siguradong funding. Sige, picture tayo. Thank you very much, ha. Thank you very much, Mayor Ronnie. Ayan, so ayan ha. Pwede na ako magpahinga. Plastado na lahat. Sige, so at this point, let us now go to the most important portion. And to explain to us what will be raffled off, let's call on Lord Will of Jabra to explain ano yung item.
Good evening and good day all. So, thank you so much, first of all, the Lord for gathering us here for a very good weather and of course, good health for all of us. So, I'm from Jabra. I handle Visayas region. So, basically, whole Visayas, region 6, 7, and 8. And I'm based in Cebu. I'm Bisaya. So, we'll be raffling out our premium headsets for today. So, best of luck for the entries.
So the third prize is Jabra Evolve 2. Explain.
Yeah, this is our Jabra Evolve 240. It's a professional headset. And it's compatible, it's more than compatible. It's certified with Microsoft Teams and Zoom. So, improve your experience sa meetings nyo for this one. Super immersive in audio and it's a very good noise cancellation on the microphone. So,
Ayan.
yeah.
So the third prize will be drawn by ASEC Jeff D. ASEC Jeff, yan. May we ask a DTI representative to please... No. Evolve 2. This is worth 8,000...
Yes, SRP is 8,000.
8,500, okay? Ayan. Diba? Hindi naman masyadong small time yung Victor. 8,500 yung raffle. The winner is from Region 7.
Cebuano, Bisaya ang nakadaog. Bisaya ang nakadaog.
Region 7.
Lalaki.
Oh, lalaki. Lalaki ba talaga? The winner is from an ICT council which hosted One Victor Summit. It was just right before the pandemic. And that is Bogo ICT Council, Ronald Cesar Sevillano. Andito ka ba?
Congratulations, Mr. Ronald.
Oh, halika. Pa-picture ka dito. Documentation ni Lord Will. Okay? Okay, thank you.
Congratulations, Sir Ronald.
The second prize, we have one item, is called the Jabra Elite 7 Pro. Saan dyan? Okay, explain. Jabra
so this
Elite.
is a true wireless earbuds. So basically, Jabra has a consumer business unit. We have an enterprise business unit. So basically, I belong to the enterprise business unit. And this one is a consumer. It's optimized for your mobile phones. But still, you can use this for very good music, immersive music. And of course, you can still use this with your calls. So it's worth around 10,000 pesos ang SRP.
Okay.
This is the Jabra Elite 7 Pro.
So, Jabra Elite 7 Pro worth 10,000 pesos, wireless earbuds. This time, we will ask Assistant Secretary Tess Camba. Wala na ba? Ayan, okay. To draw the winner. This is re-raffled. All the names you gave andito. Thank you, Asek Tess. Okay, wala siyang affiliation. It's just a name. Let's see. The name is Terry. Terry? May Terry ba dito? Sure ka? De Vera ba? De Vera?
Ay, may ID attorney.
Okay, Terry De Vera. But you are region? Oh, okay. Ang swerte naman. O, Terry, halika. Ito na yung sweldo mo for this week. Please get... Hindi. Okay.
Congratulations.
Ayan, picture ka. Lord will. Okay, thank you.
Congratulations.
Finally, our last two prizes. Set siya. Okay. Our last two prizes, first prize, ang tawag sa kanya, Jabra Engage 50. Okay? Explain.
So basically, this is a set. You have the headset and the controller. So still, it's a plug-and-play device for your, optimized for your laptops or desktops. So it's a USB device. And it has superior noise cancellation and the microphone as well. So basically, if you have the challenge, yung mga anak nyo naglalaro dyan, may a lot of background noise, this one is a very, very good product for you.
Okay, yan. So, lahat ng noise makakancel.
We're not saying 100% noise cancellation. There's no such thing as that technology.
Okay, akala ko lahat. No? Okay, so, the price of this set is 16,500. Okay, 16,500. At least bawi naman yung ticket nyo going here, no? Okay, so now, sino kayang bubunot? Teka ha, ang hindi ko pa natatawag. Okay, from out of the blue, I just would like to call the president of an ICT council from Mindanao. But if you make Gabot your name, Tito Bob, forfeited okay lang? Ayaw mo? ikaw magabot, Tito Bob. Yan. Mr. Bob Tinsay of Malay-Balay, Bukidnon, ICT Council. Okay. Ayan. Thank you. By the way, after this, Victor, let's all support Balanga Bataan ICT Council, the next Luzon Conference. What date yon, BJ? October 21. Punta po tayo sa Balanga. Okay? Alright. And our Mindanao ICT Conference is in General Santos. Oh, by the way, we have a very big contingency from Jensan. Jensan, tayo po yung taga Jensan. Nag-mall na sila. Oh, andito pa. Thank you, Jensan, ha? Okay. Our winner, 16,500, Lord Will, ay...
It's a girl.
It's a girl. Oh, for sure, girl siya. Okay? Dalawa, words ng pangalan niya. 2 words. Ang first word is Maria. Oh, tayunan yung mga Maria. Tayo ng mga Maria. Ang second name niya is still quite religious. Oo. Maria Magdalena. Hindi Maria Magdalena. Maria Fatima Impig.
Congratulations.
Wala. Hi, here.
Nandito, attorney.
Hi. What's your nickname? Fatima. Where are you from?
DTI Albay.
Wow! DTI Albay. Yan, ha? Kita nyo yung DICT, mabait, ha? Namimigay sa DTI. O, di ba? Ayan, o. Ayan. Thank you, Fatima. Ayan. Okay, so we gave to Luzon. We also gave to the other regions, NCR. Now, finally, isang gift na lang. Okay, isang gift na lang. But anyone who still would like to say a few words, or ito na, pupunta na tayo sa Governor's Night. Before we award this, thank you very much, Miss Billy Kimpo. 220 kilos of talaba, fresh oysters just arrived today. Plus, how many kilos of pasayan or sugpo? Oh, ayan, ayan. Kaya, it's worth the wait talaga. It's worth the wait. Sugpo. Okay? Ang diwal, iparaffle talang kay Jutay lang. Hindi, pero meron daw konting diwal. Okay? Pero yung talaba, hindi natin kaya yon. And we will only allow 200 people sa seaweed. Kaya tag-1 kilo po tayo. Okay? Kasi 220 kilos. And now the winner, sino bang magdodraw? Mrs. Dilon, please do the honors. Thank you very much. Alam mo, isang ask ko lang, please help us sa Visayas. Si Mrs. immediately nag-oo. So palakpakan natin siya. Thank you. Ayan. Ang swerte naman ng mga taong to.
Bisaya pa, Bisaya gihapon.
Alam nyo, sabihin nyo sa mayor nyo, hindi siya dumating. Pero nanalo kayo. Bogo City, Cebu. Julius Orson XL Jr. Oh, Julius Orson XL Jr. from Bogo City. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Ayan. So, thank you very much, Jabra. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Attorney
Tomorrow,
Yusek.
please, Kriacon. Our venue is still here, Marsh. Our venue is still here. We are raffling off 5 gaming headset and different freebies, no? So, with that, maraming salamat po. I don't know in which capacity I'm standing here. NICP ba ako? DICT ba ako? But one thing I know, I am a proud Visayan. Salamat sa inyong lahat. Magandang gabi. Okay? So gustong mag-picture-picturean, you now have the stage. And before pala I forget, I'd like to thank Director Emmy and her team. Palakpakan natin. Can you guys stand up? Our directors, Jihad, ayan, Chas, halika kayo. Stand up. Let's give IIDB a round of applause. Our program this evening and since this morning is live stream on Facebook. Pwede nyo pong balikan yung mga talks nyo. It's all on Facebook. You can review your talks and share it with your friends. Okay, so at this point, my special request, NICP daw, akyat lahat ng ICT councils for a group picture. Let's go. NICP, Benefit and all the ICT councils, please come up. I'd like to acknowledge Councilor Jason, my new counterpart sa Sanggunian ng Bacolod. Okay, Yusek, thank you. Yeah, NICP, come on. You are NICP ka na. Yeah, ICT Council ka na. Ayan. Thank you very much. Ay, Tyrone. We will have our traditional Victor Summit group picture. Lahat na muna tayo. Distancing lang ng konti. Wide lens lang siguro. Wide lens. And then, get your ticket sa Governor's Night. Okay? Sige na, join na lahat. Everybody. I think, stage, ano natin yung ito. Can we use the sofa also? Iharap natin yung sofa. No. Yeah, pwedeng umupo. Oo. Mon, yung sa sofa. Ayan. Yan, iharap mo. Tsaka dito. Ayan. O sige, upo yung iba, tapos yung iba tayo sa likod. Ayan. Okay. Upo dyan. I-move mo nga, Pao. Ito. Ganun. Ayan. More forward pa. Hindi, okay lang. Ayan. Sige. Okay, let's go. Everyone, dito yung iba pwedeng umupo dito. Yung mga much younger. O, ayan. O, ayan. Si Roy, younger siya. Kaya umupo siya. Come on. Asek, halika na. First, face-to-face. After. Mrs. Dillon, join us. Yan. Alam mo, parang pwede ako dito para isang layer. Hindi naman ako mataas eh. Yan. Eto pa, may chair pa. Dana, dito ka. Yan. Oh, go! Halika, yung iba, join Roy here. Third layer, first layer. Yung mga bagets sa harap. O, yan. Bagets. O, ang mga nagpa-braid sa harap.